must be rolling something.
Yeah, because there's like tidal, so it's so loud going across the roof and everything. Thank you,
Ashlyn, did you do that yourself, or do you have that someone do that for you? Wishful thinking?
Yeah.
You always look beautiful. All right, now where did it go?
Who's the guy on the, all the way in the right, second back? He has a county tag on.
I have no clue.
Weird, because usually county people say. Hey, Judge. Good to see you.
Amy, you ready? Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting this March 11th, 2025. We're going to invite Pastor Joseph Gunter to say the invocation today, and followed by that will be Sheriff Vincent to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please rise.
So Proverbs 16:3 says, if we submit our actions to the Lord, our plans will succeed. And so my prayer is very simple. Lord, I pray right now in Jesus' name. Lord, I thank you, Father, for this committee. I thank you, Father, for everyone in this room that serves in the capacities and areas that they serve in. And so, God, I pray, Father, that everything that is done in this meeting, God, that is done in this year, Lord, every idea and every plan, every law, legislation, God, idea, Lord, would be submitted to you, Lord God, that you would bless it. In Jesus' name, I also ask, God, your blessing, God, over this team, God, that they would walk in unity, God, in discussion, Father God, and processes, Lord. We want you to bless it. We love this county. We thank you for our community, Lord. And so we ask your blessing, God, over our community. In Jesus' name, we thank you for this opportunity, God, to meet. And so we ask you, God, to honor those in this room, honor leadership, God, over this community, God, and bless them, God, with divine wisdom and protection. In Jesus' name we ask, amen.
Amen.
If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 11th day of March, 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrett, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, our approval of the agenda, are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, we're requesting from the board. I was working with Commissioner Finnegan on E7, which is for the monument signs design. We asked if we could actually bring this forward at a later date. We want to look at some other materials as well as some other options for that. So we asked for consideration from the board if this could be pulled today. Also, E17, partial release of lien, add to the recommended action, record with the clerk of courts. H2, for the public hearing for sections 5307 FY 2526, add to the recommended action, execute the resolution. And S2, the 5:05 PM public hearing, amend land development code, add to recommended action C, review and approve revision to AR 13.20.3 tree element. That's all I have.
Board members, what are your desires?
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the items as mentioned by Steve Howard.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick.
Madam Chair, that's approval of agenda, not consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Approval of agenda.
Sorry.
Okay. I thought you said agenda.
Thank you for the correction, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if the board would agree, I'd like to see if we can move E15 and 16 to the top of the agenda. We've got our sheriff sitting in here that I don't know that we need to have him in here for a lion's share of our meeting. I'm sure he's got other important business to tend to, and we'd rather him be doing that.
I see no problem with that. Board members, if you're okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Let's pull E15 now.
Madam Chair, motion to approve item E15.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E16.
Motion to approve E16.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda today is proclamations and award presentations.
Madam Chair, motion to approve B1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second?
And I have a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Please meet me down front.
Those representing Fix a Leak Week, if you could please come forward. Whereas household leaks account for more than 1 trillion gallons of water wasted across the United States each year, equal to the annual household water use of more than 11 million homes. And whereas finding and fixing leaks is as easy as check, twist, replace, and many common household leaks, including worn toilet flappers, leaking shower heads, and dripping faucets, are easily correctable. Fixing leaks can save homeowners an average of more than 10,000 gallons of water per year, whereas WaterSense is a voluntary partnership program sponsored by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to protect the future of our nation's water supply by promoting water efficiency and WaterSense labeled products. And whereas Citrus County is partnering with WaterSense to encourage Americans to detect and fix leaks and promote efficient water use to ensure adequate water supplies for future generations. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim March 17th through the 23rd, 2025 as Fix a Leak Week, executed this 11th day of March 2025. Those representing Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, if you could please come forward. Whereas colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States among men and women combined. Colorectal cancer is one of the few cancers that can be prevented with timely screening, but 1 in 3 eligible Americans are not up to date on screening. Colorectal cancer is estimated to be the #1 cancer killer for those ages 20 to 49 by 2030. And whereas the national goal established by the National Colorectal Cancer Roundtable is to strive to increase timely colorectal cancer screening rates to 80% in every community for all Americans eligible for screening. Observing a Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month during the month of March would provide a special opportunity to increase awareness and offer education on the importance of early detection and screening of colorectal cancer. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida does hereby designate March 2025 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 11th day of March 2025.
Am I ready? Uh-oh, here I go. Good afternoon. My name is Angel Vincent, and on behalf of the Citrus County Colorectal Cancer Foundation, thank you for taking the time today to recognize March as Colon Cancer Awareness Month. Our foundation was formed in June of 2021, and there are three main focuses for our foundation. One of them is screening, reducing barriers for Citrus County residents to get screened for colon cancer. And one way and one example that our foundation does that is to help patients with transportation costs to and from their doctor's appointments. Secondly, we work on education. We strive to promote gut health and nutrition throughout different initiatives in Citrus County. It is critical to know that this cancer survival rate is very high when detected early. That means this means that at the first sign something has changed with your colon health, you need to see a physician. Thirdly, the one thing that we do is we try to provide support to Citrus County residents, whether it be emotional or financial support with dealing with colon cancer. Are you like me, and did you think that colon cancer was only diagnosed in the the elderly population? I was very mistaken. There has been an 11% increase in colon cancer diagnoses and detection in Citrus County, and the ages of patients continues to decline. Some of these diagnoses have occurred in the early 30s. The American Cancer Society now recommends screening be done as early as 45 unless you have a family history, and it should be done at the age of 35. Yes, there is a stigma about getting screened for colon cancer. Let's admit it. Getting scoped is probably the one health screening most people say, not me, I'm not going to get that done. But if I told you that with proper screening by a medical professional, as those standing here today, not by sending something through a mailbox, could be preventable and a very high curable rate, would you go get scoped? My personal journey for education and prevention for my own health, gut health, began when I was in my early 20s when I had to get scoped when I had a change in my colon health. I share with you this personal journey. If you knew that this test could save your life, would you say, no, not me, I'm not going to get scoped? Finally, the mission for our foundation wouldn't be possible with events like today and the support of our community. I'd like to share and invite every one of you to our third annual high stakes charity casino gala on April 12th. Being held at the Citrus County Community Center. Sponsorships and tickets are still available at our website. You can find it online. Thank you so much for this proclamation, and remember, get screened, get scoped. It could save your life.
Those representing the 23rd Annual March for Meals Month, if you could please come forward. Whereas the month of March is a time to raise awareness about the importance of senior nutrition programs, particularly Meals on Wheels, and encourage community involvement in supporting older adults through food delivery and social connection, highlighting the critical role these services play in ensuring the well-being of seniors across the nation. And whereas citizens are urged to volunteer their time, donate funds, and advocate for policies that strengthen senior nutrition programs. And whereas access to nutritious meals is vital for health and well-being of our senior citizens. And whereas Meals on Wheels provides critical food delivery and social connection to countless older adults across our community. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as the 23rd Annual March for Meals Month, executed this 11th day of March 2025.
This group of people up here are volunteers at our Circle of Friends gift shop, and they are members of the board of the Friends of the Community Centers. They fundraise and work really hard to provide for our Meals on Wheels program and our community centers. The Circle of Friends gift shop is located in the Citrus County Resource Center. They're open Monday through Friday from 10 to 2. And they have really nice gift items, everything's new. And when they have proceeds each year, they donate it at March for Meals to Meals on Wheels. So this $8,200 is money that would not have gone to Meals on Wheels without their efforts. And altogether, since 2010, when the gift shop opened, they've donated over $73,000. And we appreciate the board giving the proclamation for March on Meals Month here in Citrus County. And we do a little fundraising. So one way you could help out is we have every Saturday in March, if you go to the Homosassa Twisty Treats and let them know that you're buying your ice cream for support of March for Meals, they donate 20% of your sale back to March for Meals. Panera Bread on March 21st will donate 25% of your sale to Meals on Wheels. And on March 28th, Panda Express, online orders, they donate 28%. There are little flyers on your way out if you want to pick one up, and the information's all on the Board of County Commissioners Facebook page. So thank you very much for supporting our programs.
National Athletic Training Month. They are unable to attend, but asked if we please read their proclamation, and we will send it to them. Whereas the Athletic Trainers Association of Florida was founded in the year 1983 as an organization committed to the education of its members and the enhancement of the profession of athletic training, creating better health care for the population it serves. And whereas athletic trainers have a long history of providing quality health care for athletes and persons engaged in regular physical activity. Athletic trainers are highly skilled healthcare professionals who specialize in immediate, acute, and emergency care, examination, assessment, and diagnosis, injury prevention, risk management, therapeutic intervention, and rehabilitation of injury and illness. And whereas leading organizations concerned with athletic training and healthcare have united in a common commitment to raise public awareness of the importance of the profession of athletic training and the role of athletic trainers in the profession of quality health care services. And now, therefore, the County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of March as a National Athletic Training Month and call upon the residents of Citrus County to join in recognizing athletic trainers for the honorable work in keeping the community healthy. Executed this 11th day of March, 2025. Those representing National Procurement Month, if you could please come forward. Whereas the public procurement profession plays a significant role in the operational efficiency and effectiveness of government agencies and business industry. Public procurement officials are entrusted with the role of faithful stewards of taxpayers' dollars, committed to providing efficient services while upholding the highest standards. And whereas National Institute of Governmental Purchasing, Inc., the Institute of Public Procurement, has proclaimed the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand the awareness of public procurements within an organization to government officials, the general public, private businesses, and corporate leaders. And now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, hereby recognizes the public procurement profession and the county's purchasing section of the Department of Management and Budget for its impact within the business industry and government, and proclaim the month of March 2025 as Procurement Month and recognize the individual contribution of the procurement team. Executed this 11th day of March 2025.
Board members, next on our agenda today is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the
Motion to
consent?
approve the consent agenda?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is open to the public. Anyone wishing to?
Ma'am, sorry, H1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped right over that, didn't I? H1, Budget Development Presentation. Listen, I gave it my best shot to rush it along.
Good afternoon, chairs, commissioners. My name is Erin Doran, Management and Budget Director. This is our yearly budget preparation guidelines presentation. During this presentation, we're going to ask you to provide some guidelines not only for the county but for constitutional officers in preparing their budget for fiscal year 26. This is basically a recap. We're going to do a budget recap, the potential budget impacts that we may face, budget development guidelines, and then important dates. This is just an overview for general fund property taxes. This is the total from an average tax bill that would come in for the general fund. As you can see, shaded out in grade are those items that the board really has no determination about. We have to fund the constitutional officers, we have debt service, we have state mandates, we have transfers that fund other departments, and then we have funding that's in reserves. Over to the right in the green, you'll see operating and capital as well as payroll. Those are both categories that the board does have control over when we go through the budget process. This is just a simplified version of that, again, for the general fund, and it kind of takes it as an actual dollar. So 34 cents would go to constitutionals, 1 cent for debt service, 19 cents for state mandates, 11 cents for transfers, 14 cents for reserves, 11 cents for operating and capital, and 10 cents per dollar for payroll. This slide goes over the Save Our Homes cap. So this was established in 1995, and it limits the annual increase in the assessed value of homesteaded properties. So this year, Department of Revenue is reporting that the cap for fiscal year 25-26 is actually going to be 2.9 and not the full 3%. In 2024 tax roll, 54,193 properties were homesteaded within Citrus County, or equivalent to 69% of homes. The assessed value included in our Save Our Homes cap is 10% for non-homesteaded, as well as other commercial properties. And then at the bottom, it talks about taxable value. So taxable value is 77% of the assessed value. That takes into account the $25,000 current homestead exemption for all taxing districts, and the additional homestead exemption for non-school districts, government properties, institutional properties, and additional exemptions for widows, disabled veterans, etc. This is a review of our taxable value history. We put this in there every year so you can see from 2008 to current how taxable value in Citrus County has gone. In fiscal year 25, we saw a 9.83% increase in taxable value. Our current millage rate is 8.9249 mils. The general fund has 6.9898. Transportation has 0.9860, with 4/10 of those mills for road resurfacing. Fire rescue is 0.5780. This millage rate cannot exceed 1 mil overall. Library services is 0.3147. The millage rate cannot exceed 0.3333 mils. And the health department is 0.0564 mils. Potential budget impacts. So there is quite a few proposals going on up at the state level. The first one talks about, or one of the ones they have up there talks about a homestead exemption, which is HJR 357, and that proposes increasing the homestead exemption for all levies from a maximum of $25,000 to $100,000. The proposed effective date would be January 1st, 2027. There is another one I know that is out there that is proposing like $75,000 and maybe a little bit of different criteria. The proposed effective date for that one is also January 1st of 2027. As we get closer and they start going through the process, hopefully we can see where we're gonna land with those. Either way, that wouldn't immediately affect the fiscal year 26 budget. Health insurance premiums, we've met with HR, we've discussed our health insurance. There is going to be an increase for just employee health insurance. There will also be an increase, obviously, for the subsidy that's provided for those family coverages. We actually went to 4 types of plans this year for health insurance. There's employee only, employee and spouse, employee and child, and employee and family. So we did put in some different categories to, they believe, help with those costs. The Florida retirement system, every year they will come out and adjust what needs to be put in for the various categories of employees. We do not have that yet. However, we expect it. Some years it is a significant increase, some years it is not. But we just always want to make you aware that that's something that is coming, and we will have to adjust for that. The sovereign immunity cap legislation, HB 301, that has some increases regarding lawsuits for state and local governments, and increasing current caps from 200 per person and 300,000 per incident to 1 million and 3 million for claims filed between October 1st of 25 and October 1st of 2030. It would then increase to 1.1 million and 3.2 million thereafter. We did contact our insurance broker regarding what kind of potential impact we could see from that. They couldn't really give us one as far as lawsuits were concerned. What they did tell us is that we could expect our general liability and our auto premiums to go up somewhere between 20 and 40%. That's what they're predicting right now. So for the county, that would look like another $370,000 for fiscal year 26. We would hope that number comes down, but again, that's their projection right now. We also have the maximum millage legislation, that's HB 787. This one establishes a cap on the millage rate, limiting to no more than 102% of the rollback millage. So for fiscal year 26, the estimated general fund increase would be slightly over $2 million. This proposed effective date is July 1st of 2025. So in speaking with others in the county, we believe that if this were to pass, this would affect the fiscal year 26 budget, because when we come back to you in July with your proposed budget, we would be able to present as a budget at 102% of rollback. I can't tell you exactly what that would look like, other than there would be cuts in service and most likely personnel, unless there were some large projects or something else that we could push out. $2 million, we just talked about health insurance and our general liability. I mean, that will take a majority of that $2 million right there. Potential revenue sources. I want to preface this by saying I've also been told there is potential legislation up at this state that could also determine how the county may or may not be able to use MSTUs and MSBUs in the future. But for right now, we're going to go with what we have. Last year, the board approved a law enforcement MSTU. There was no millage associated with that. So at this point, we didn't know if the board wanted to look at that, if you wanted us to speak to the cities regarding that, or if this is just something that it is what it is and we're just leaving it where it is at 0 mills. Sales tax, you will have a brief presentation later today regarding a timeline to move forward with some type of sales tax initiative. And then road resurfacing MSBU, that was another potential source of funding that NGN brought forward. Right now, we have Mott McDonald that is collecting the information on pavement management. Once we have that information, we would bring it back to the board at that time if you all would like us to turn that over to NGN and have them take a look at it and see what a road resurfacing MSBU would then look like with that information. We could do that. That'll be up to the board when all of that information is brought together. So these are the budget development parameters. This is what the county will use, as well as some of this will be used by constitutional officers to work on the budget for fiscal year 26. We're going to go over the millage rate. And just so you're aware, general fund includes an EMS subsidy. There's also 0.4 of a mil for road resurfacing within transportation. We're going to briefly go over a cost of living compensation rate, workforce regarding approval of new positions or reclasses, a millage adjustments, if there's any adjustments you all want to make, including rollback plus growth plus inflation, and then the health insurance subsidy I mentioned earlier, and what that may potentially look like. So these millage rates and revenues are for transportation, the health department, library services, and fire rescue. You will note at the bottom there are some notes. So the health department millage reduction, even though it says 0.1 of a mil, it's actually 0.01 mils based on what they currently have. And then library service millage would be an increase of 0.0186 because their maximum millage can only be 0.3333. So this is just so you can see if we kept the current millage, if we reduced it by 1/10 of a mil, or if we increased it by 1/10 of a mil, what those increases and decreases would look like for those specific funds. We are assuming that there is an estimated taxable value growth of 6%. So some of you may say that seems high, some of you may say that seems low. As we go further into the year and before we bring you back that budget in July, we will have that actual figure from the property appraiser's office. But this is just more for you to see what that looks like when you're considering if you would like to keep the millage the same, reduce it, or increase it. This is the general fund millage. It has the same categories. We have the current millage, a 1/10 of a mil reduction, a 1/10 of a mil increase. What that would generate with a 6% increase in taxable value. And then below we have some estimated potential impacts, some of which were mentioned earlier. Some are ones that we have discussed previously. So last year, 10 new sworn officers. It was discussed by the board that every year 10 new sworn officers will be approved for the sheriff's office. Last year, that was about 1.3 million from the general fund. Those items that could be covered under impact fees were paid out of impact fees, so the same would go for this year. We estimated a small increase in that cost to 1.4 million for 10 new sworn officers, just coming out of general fund. Again, whatever could be covered under impact fees would be coming out of impact fees. Constitutional officer increases, we have 5%. That's the number 5% would look like on top of their budgets. In speaking with constitutional officers as well as other departments and administration, with the increases we believe we'll see in SRF, the increases we know we'll see in health insurance, the increases we're seeing in inflation, it'll be very hard to come in at that 5% or lower. Some may be able to do it, but we believe that's about where they would need to be to continue the services that are currently being offered. Retirement increase, that is SRF. We did 1%. Again, this is just for general fund. That would look like $22,500. We hope it's that low. You know, I wouldn't count on it, but we really don't know what it's going to come in at. So we went with the lower number. Health insurance increase at 15%. That would be about $290,000, again, for those departments that are supported or funded by the general fund. The cost of living increase at 4% would be $488,000, again, for general fund funded employees. And then a health insurance subsidy, right now, it's saying $1 million. We are currently speaking with Gearing Group and HR to confirm that number and make sure that that is the accurate number after they finish the actuarial study. And obviously, this does not include any increases for the county. This does not include CIP projects. It does not include new positions. It does not include any of the other things we've talked about as far as the county is concerned. These are just the things that we know of at this time. We will start CIP meetings with departments this month. And then as we go into April and May, we will be having discussions with them regarding their operating budget. These are the development parameters that we need to know as far as budget guidelines are concerned. What percentage change from last year would you all be comfortable with the departments and the constitutional officers coming back with? The millage rate, is that something that you all want reduced? Is that something you want kept the same? Is that something you want increased? The cost of living adjustment, right now it's in there at 4%, to make sure everyone is okay with that. The health insurance subsidy, at 15%, it's looking like $655,000. Again, as long as the board is comfortable with that, that is what will be put in the budget. And then the workforce, we had over 100 requests for new positions and reclasses. Not all of them were for general fund or ad valorem funded positions. However, the ones that were totaled $2.8 million. So we didn't know if the board had a preference, if you were more concerned with, say, road resurfacing, having more people on the road crew, having more people on grounds maintenance, if you had any type of priority for those positions, or it's just in being reviewed, whatever is needed the most, if it can fit in the budget. Obviously, again, this is a budget as we normally do it. If something changes in Tallahassee and they provide us some other guidance, we will have to come back to the board to see how we move forward with that. So is there any consensus as far as budget guidelines for departments and constitutional officers when preparing their budget?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
101 new positions or reclassifications seems like an awful lot in 1 year. So if the directors of each department are considering those kinds of numbers, I would like to hear from either the county administrator on each one of those departments individually and justify each one of those positions or reclassifications, or the department director, and come up here and just, I'm not saying that it's dead on arrival, but that's a lot of new positions during what looks like yet another very tight budget year. We know we've got work to do with adding new deputies to the sheriff's office. We know we've obviously got increases coming that are beyond our control with the FRS, increases health insurance, possibly liability insurance premiums, and I'd like to see. I think we can pare down that 101 number fairly quickly. The enterprise positions that are funded out of enterprise funds, certainly if it's warranted in those departments, bring those forward. Those should be an easy approval. But the others, let's make sure everybody's tightening their belt for asking our taxpayers to cover these things.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrett.
I'd like to see a comparison of different health insurance carriers. There are self-funded funds out there, and I think that at this point in time, if you're looking at 15% increase, we should be looking at what are we getting for the dollars. and what is available. We have enough employees that we should be able to be self-funded and have our own insurance through something, or check some of the insurance. Every year, it's the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. I've been here for years and years, and guess what? You haven't changed insurance companies, but you keep going and paying more and more and more. I'd like to see a couple of insurance companies compared, please.
Can you address that, please?
So we are self-funded for health insurance, and we do have a broker that goes out and looks for other companies, and they look every year. HR would have to come in and tell you the process for that, but like they're working on the actuarial study now. So I did ask a question, you know, was it some large catastrophic claims that caused it to go up? And what they said was actually it is the prescriptions, the cost of the prescriptions and the use of the prescriptions per employee is what's actually causing that cost to go up. So we are funding our own health insurance fund and paying out those claims.
Well, I know there are companies out there that like my son's company where he works. They're under a separate thing, and they're a self-funded thing. He doesn't pay anywhere near what the county is paying per employee. And there have to be other companies out there other than what we have. And if you're telling me that prescriptions is costing 15%, that's the increase?
I don't know if it's all prescription, but that was the large increase.
That was the main one.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you. I was just, Aaron, you had asked about the department direction, so I just addressed that. But I've got some other concerns as you went through your presentation. The COLA established at 4%. I see it's Social Security's COLA for 2025 is 2.5%. My suggestion would be let's go with that. The 0.4 mils for road resurfacing, I supported that. In fact, guess I could probably say I championed that a bit. 0.2 mils each year for 5 years until we reached 1 mil for road resurfacing was the goal. We stopped after the second year. That was simply to increase the amount of money going specifically into road resurfacing. But when you mentioned it here, you said road resurfacing and transportation. It reminds me of Commissioner Barrick's comments about an increase in sales tax to do X, Y, and Z and other things. So I want to make sure that that 0.4 mils that I supported those 2 years is going specifically for road resurfacing.
The 0.4 mils is going just for road resurfacing as well as some additional funding from transportation. So when we say transportation, it's under the transportation millage. So it's in that pot. I think it's like 0.9 mils, but 0.4 goes right
Specifically for
to road resurfacing.
Perfect, thank you. And the law enforcement, MSBU, I've said this before, probably a couple times now. Before we ever consider this, step one has got to be communication with the cities. If the cities are out, it's not gonna fly. It doesn't work. And if we get ahead of ourselves, like we did with the fire, the cities are gonna opt out of it, and then we've got a heck of a mess. We've got a battle going with the cities, and we don't want that. So if this board is inclined to go down this road, my suggestion is that we direct staff to get in contact with both the cities right now, start those conversations, and find out if there's a way for them to be on board. If they're on board, then we can start down the road. If not, if they're out, it's not gonna work.
Commissioner Kennard, can we do that in a consensus of the board to direct staff?
Yes, that'd be great.
Board, do we have a consensus to direct staff to talk with the cities about an MSTU for the sheriff?
I would second that.
What's just a consensus?
Okay.
You can see where they're at.
Yes.
Okay. You have a consensus to go forward? Does that conclude your remarks?
Yep.
All
Very
right.
good. Thank you.
I have a couple of things that I would like to address. Under health insurance, the school, the county, and the sheriff all have health clinics, employee health clinics. First, I would like to know, are they being utilized, and are they financially viable for us to be continuing those, considering the cost of our health insurance increases? And could we look at consolidating those into one clinic for the scales of efficiencies, And then possibly instead of outsourcing these, could we look and work with local physicians, hospitals, to see if we can bring that business back in-house into our county? As far as, I like the idea that we've got a consensus to go forward with the MSTU with the sheriff. I would also suggest to this board that we get a consensus. As you see today on the MSBU for the road resurfacing, we're going to have something in our backup in here that's going to give roads back. I think it's Twisted Oaks. So they have done those roads. We're not accepting new roads into our county. And then the roads that have been resurfaced in the last 5 years or whatever that formula is, I would say that we start to work towards getting them onto an MSBU for road resurfacing in the future and then see what we can do. In my opinion, this is like a fee for service. You want your road resurfaced, that just helps complete a mechanism so that they know when that road is going to be resurfaced in that neighborhood. And it becomes very transparent and accountable, and they know exactly what they're getting for their money, and it helps us reduce our millage down in time. A couple of other things I would like to see us do with the budget. I would like to see citizens' engagement. I'd like to have some open houses. Maybe the Citizens Academy over our budget so that we can have some focused discussion sessions and do some type of survey to see what's important to them. What is it that they really want? Because I think we're going to hit a time we're going to have to make some very hard decisions, whether it's this year or in January of 27. And we need to know now what the citizens want. We may have to look at how often do we mow our medians? What are we going to do with our parks? What's going to happen with road resurfacing? What services are they willing to give up if the direction of Tallahassee continues the preemptions of certain things that they're putting in front of us? And I think it's our job and our duty to start to engage our citizens to see what's important and make them aware of what's going on with the budget and their tax dollars. So I think that's it for me. Anybody else have something? Commissioner Finnegan?
In the spirit of our nation even, and our Congressman Bilirakis just had a whole workshop about government efficiency and looking out for our tax dollars. I would like a board consensus on asking our department heads in the spirit of government efficiency to look at, really take a deep dive into their own department and see where cuts could be made. And I'm not saying anything drastic, and I only use these examples, not that I'm picking on any departments just because they were on the screen. For example, the libraries. We found out that they ordered 1,600 materials every month. What does that look like if they ordered 1,500 or 1,400? I don't know, not my department. I'm just saying something to look at. I know we wouldn't, in my humble opinion, we wouldn't want to cut from like fire, but I know Chief has brought some things before us and trying to get better paid from the EMS side of things. So is that somewhere we can lessen that subsidy to EMS if we're getting more payments in? I think every department, we just get used to going about how we do things, but citizens, every time the costs go up, they not only have to look at their own budget, then we throw on more on this budget, and then they have to pay more in taxes, and they have to pay more in insurance, and they have to, pay more every time that mortgage payment comes in because it all adds up. More gas in the car, we could go on and on. So I'm not saying a percentage. I'm not saying they all have to slash people or things. I'm saying, can we not tell them, we are really looking, let department heads take a really deep dive, look at your entire department and see if it could be more efficient, and what does that look like? We've made some promises ahead for projects. There's some things we all want. There's some things that I want. We just talked about my project with all the septic to sewer. I think it's unreasonable that we're overburdening our citizens on some of these. So we're gonna need some, you know, if I can pull down money, maybe we need some of that grant money that we can push back. So we're gonna have to, I'd like to see our money used in the long run to save tax dollars, their money. So until we get, I guess, further in the budget, that's what I have for now. Other ideas to come later.
You have anything?
I do. I would say that the ideal would be something along the lines of the ideal low end to start with is always we need to look at rollback growth plus inflation plus any increase in unfunded mandates. Unfortunately, with the health insurance, that's looks like it's going to eat a lot of that unless we can find a way to reduce it. The caveat is that this board has taken this county and with the help of Mr. Howard and staff, and we're becoming much more proactive instead of reactive. So we have a lot of stuff that we haven't funded. And you do a lot of cheerful ranting, Madam Chair, and I'm always cheering you on because you're absolutely right. We have not looked far enough out and saved up for things like match grants on widening major roads that are desperately behind, saving for a new courthouse, all of those other things. So, like I said, that would be ideal, would be to do rollback plus whatever little bit that we need additional to keep going with growth and inflation. Unfortunately, I think that we've done a huge job of going towards residential road resurfacing, getting that backlog fixed. But we have other backlogs that we need to work on. So in terms of efficiencies, to your point, Commissioner Finnegan, absolutely, but also remember Mr. Howard did the STARS program, I want to say it was about 18 months ago, where you challenge every employee all the way down to the most junior employees to find ways to be more efficient, and they're rewarded how, Mr. Howard?
Really a variety of ways, but we're actually kicking that program up again. We still have it, it's ongoing, but it's suggestions to assist and reduce spending. I actually was kidding, I said we
That's
actually.
the STARS,
That's the STARS
suggestions to
program,
assist and reduce spending. Got
Yeah,
it.
and it's been successful, millions of dollars in savings and things like that. You try to capture one-time expenses and then reoccurring. So I actually I like a bottom-up approach, not a top-down. We do both, but we're doing all kinds of opportunities to recognize them. Obviously, there's some incentives potentially we could do. We're going to roll out other things soon. But it's a great program. We're going to continue to kind of ramp that up a little bit to empower the employees to look at opportunities for them to have input. But it's a great program, very beneficial to this community, and you're going to see some big things out of it going forward.
I think overall, this county is ranked very well as for low taxes in a low tax state by Florida Tax Watch. Can we do better? Absolutely. And one of the best places that we could do better is to simply be more proactive, plan ahead, save ahead, because you get the best prices on things when you do that. And we got stuck paying for a lot of expensive stuff right when inflation went through the roof. So that's huge. I also believe that we should work more closely with the school district and other entities within the county and stop siloing and going, we're going to plant a school here, they're going to do that, and we're going to plant a library or a ball field here. We need to look at those economies of scales. As a business person that comes from the aviation background, if an airplane is on the ground, guess what? It's costing a lot of money. If it's flying, it's making money. So, you know, the analogy to us is that a ball field that's empty is not serving the community, right? So can you cut ball fields in half if you collaborate with the school district? No, of course not. But do you need the full amount that we have now between the two that's projected to need? Probably not. So find the smart ways to get our tax dollars to go even farther. You mentioned, Aaron, 5% increase to constitutionals. That's what you think it's going to be hard to come in on that. I'm going to go with staff. I think our constitutionals are all pretty tight with a penny. And they're going to be super proud if they can come in even lower. That would be my guess, knowing all of them personally. So, oh, one last thing, Madam Chair. You and I have been in alignment for a long time on this, moving residential road resurfacing to an MSBU. You mentioned 5 years or so, we put them back. If there's some way to also, that's a great idea. If there's also some way to move towards trying to align the roads more and more and more over the decades to be whole neighborhoods at a time, because that will also improve efficiency because you're staging equipment all at the same time. So, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
At the risk of sounding like a couple I told you so's, these things are great and necessary to talk about at budget time, but our budgets get here over the course of the year, over 52 weeks, one decision at a time. You know, we had, back before this board sat here, we had the opportunity to help fix a broken EMS system. The system at that time cost the county about a $600,000 supplement, and it was failing. They needed more to fix it or help fixing it. Our supplement now to EMS is over $2 million a year. I tried to caution the board at that time that I thought we were better off helping to fix a system that was already in place. I lost that vote, but that's a decision that is now costing us. I'm not suggesting that the EMS system we have in place now isn't second to none. We have a phenomenal EMS system, but it's incredibly expensive. If we can get things done at a less expensive rate, this less tax burden on our residents. I believe it was last year, the year before, this board approved a SAFER grant to add, I don't remember how many new firefighters. I don't remember, it was 18 firefighters, 15 new firefighters, to get to 3 on a truck. And we did that because we were getting them for free for 3 years under the SAFER grant. And Commissioner Davis just talked about things that have been approved but not funded. We haven't funded them yet. That bill is coming due. We're going to have to pay for all those firefighters as soon as that SAFER grant runs out. So just a word of caution that each one of these meetings, these decisions, we've got to be more careful about approving things that are going to come back to bite us this next budget cycle, because now we're left with funding them.
You know, Commissioner Kennard, you just hit on something, and I appreciate what you said, and I've been ranting about this for quite some time. It's case in point of what I have said about our agenda items. I feel like there's blank spots on each agenda item where it talks about the strategic plan, how does it fit in? And then it talks about the finances. And, you know, it's just got a line item in there and it gives like the code for where the money comes from. But it's exactly what you're talking about that should be depicted in that financial statement. This is what it's going to cost now. This is what it's going to cost in 3 years. It forecasts, it's looking out and telling us whether it could be a return on investment, it could be an investment that we're doing that we're going to get something back, or it could be an ongoing cost. But if we are telling our story and that's on those agenda items, then we know. And it's a guidance to not only us but to the citizens to know what that costs today and what that looks like into the future. And I've been saying this for a long time, and I really hope that these agenda items get better, because I feel like, and I'm saying it in public because I've asked for it over and over and over behind the scenes, they should tell a story. 5 commissioners, we get a book, we get an agenda book. This one's light. It's usually 3 times that size. We get those maybe Wednesday, Thursday for this meeting. If those agenda items told us a brief history, a brief synopsis, it's my job. I've got to go out there and try to dig up from years and years ago to try to understand what's on that agenda item. How did it get here? Why are we here? And where are we going in the future? I really want some time and effort put into the agenda items by the staff to tell us why we are voting on this and what's the history behind it. Is it in alignment with our strategic plan? And what's the investment and what's the cost to it? So I know we say we're working on it. Same thing I've said since I sat on this board. I'd like to see us forecasting 2 years out on our budget. I really want to see this stuff. I mean, we're trying to do a $500,000 budget, and we're starting to talk about it now that we're going to set in October 1, and I don't even know what the forecast is in 2 years. Tell me what our economy looks like in 2 years. There's economists out there that do that. I don't know. They're much smarter than me. But we need some guidelines that kind of give us some direction on how to do real business. And I'll shut up. Probably getting myself in over my head here.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
To go back to what Commissioner Kennard said, is point 4 for the roads. I want you to make sure it says residential road resurfacing, not just roads, because that's what it was for. Because 491 is not a residential road. 4086 is not a residential road. That's a separate funding and shouldn't be anywhere near the money that's supposed to be set aside for the residential roads. So I didn't know, because from what I read, it says roads, okay? And he's right, or transportation. And that's where the problem is. You put in one word, and people think they're getting one thing. And instead, you take and you can use it, oh, we can use it here, we can use it there. That's why every 2 weeks when I talk to you about the budgets, and you transfer this here and transfer that, that I'm watching because of the fact that I don't like budget transfers like that. I want to know this money was for this, and that's what it was used for, and not constantly moving things around, sleight of hand type of thing. Yeah, it's in the right budget. We're not going to get in trouble for doing this or doing that. But that's not what I want to see as a commissioner. And I agree with Commissioner Bates. We need to be able to see what is being done and where, and what it's affecting.
So that's exactly why the budget transfers come to you. Many other municipalities and governments, they actually have a threshold, and under that threshold, they don't bring them to the board. We bring a penny to you. If it's a penny that's moving, and it can be a penny from retirement to a penny to insurance, and it's still within the same category, we're bringing it to you. We're telling you why, we're telling you where it's coming from, if it's grant funding, if it's enterprise, and then as far as resolutions go, that's when you're setting up the budgets or you're having to move between funds. So do I wish we could set up the budget and have it so we never had to do a budget transfer during the year? Yes, because they all come through management and budget. We are finding out why did this go over? What happened? Why do you need it here? Because we need to know. And then you all are going to look at it, and you are the ones who have to say yes or no. If we could eliminate that, it would be great. Unfortunately, I don't see how we do that. I mean, they can budget, like you said, we're here now in March. They're already starting to work on their operating budget. They could say, hey, we're gonna need $500 worth of copy paper. And come next, August, they're like, hey, it costs $533. And unfortunately, we have to move it. So they try very hard. We talk it out when we have those meetings. We try to make sure that it is as close to the correct number as possible. What we don't want them is to put everything over in every line item, so then their budget builds. So then you just have overages in every line item in every budget. That would then add up. And you don't want that either. So unfortunately, we try to make it as clear as possible. Now, with road resurfacing and the 0.4 of a mil, I know Director Hall could come up and talk about it. And my understanding of what's residential road resurfacing is residential roads and collector roads. And I am so sorry.
It's a SCOP match.
That's SCOP match.
No, there's actually other roads on our list that we're doing separate from SCOP. SCOP, they're helping us do some large roads. Mr. Hall could explain it to you. But yes, there within a neighborhood, there could be another road with no houses on it, but they all feed into that. That road is on the maintenance list for residential road resurfacing. So, there
That
are,
I would expect. That's in it's in a residential area. It's not
So-
491, it's not 486,
Right.
it's not 41.
but I've had, and I think we all have had discussions with individuals who say that road is not residential road resurfacing, there's no homes on that road. So we have had citizens who have come in and they don't necessarily agree with those roads being on the residential road resurfacing program, but they are. But yes, that 0.4 of a mil, you actually see that reflected in the CIP under the road resurfacing program. So separate and apart from the Scott match or anything else that's going on, payment for 491 bonds, that is where your 0.4 of a mil is for, that's coming under transportation. That's where that is.
That's
And-
exactly what I wanted.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and you can, again, talk to Director Hall. He can explain to you everything that's in the maintenance program. They've given me a list. They've explained it to me. I'm sure I am doing a minimal job explaining it. But they do an excellent,
No, you're doing
excellent
fine.
job. They do an excellent job explaining it. So if I could get consensus on a few things before that you all have mentioned, just to make sure we are going to go in the right direction when we start coming back to you. Does the board, is the consensus to start with rollback and do rollback plus growth and plus inflation? Is that the millage rate we want to start looking at?
I'm going to speak up. Me personally, I don't feel like we have enough information today to tell you that. I don't think that, I mean, I don't even know how we begin to say that.
Well, do you want the millage to stay the same? Do you want it to go down? It's really just a starting point. So when we start having those meetings with the departments and we start getting the constitutional budgets in, if we know that there's no way the millage is increasing, we are immediately going to start.
I do not want any increase in millage. I want it to
Okay.
either stay flat or go down.
You have consensus on that, I'm sure.
Okay. And then Commissioner Kennard, you mentioned a COLA of 2.5%. Do we have consensus for that?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you like HR to come back with some information regarding the plans and how that's done?
The plans.
The health insurance plans?
Well, I've got one more thing about that. I know that we have a savings account, a health savings account, but I guess I've said this before. I would like to see us with a higher deductible with a health savings account, because if somebody chooses that higher deductible, they can fund that health savings account, and that they don't have to take that money out every year. That works like a retirement account for them.
So would you like them to come back with information on that so you all can?
I would like that, and I would also like to know what the cost benefit is of the health clinic. If we're paying all this money and we're paying for a health clinic, are people using it? Is it effective? Would we be better to consolidate with the other constitutional officers and maybe try to pull it in-house? I mean, let's face it, there's a whole medical malpractice bill being ran right now, and doctors are like, because of our tort laws in the state of Florida, they're like, we don't have to be doctors here. We have a hard time recruiting doctors now. And if we want to be a good steward of our community and we want physicians to come here and stay here, then we have to figure out how we're going to do business with them, who's putting brick and mortar and hiring people, their own staff, and do business with them instead of taking it away. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but I think it's a conversation that we need to start having.
Madam Chair, Mayor?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Regarding the health insurance, I can't remember for the county, but when I had privately health insurance for staff and the company offered it, I would say we pay 100% of this plan. If you can also have this plan, but here's how much extra you pay for a richer plan. Does the county have that? I can't remember. Are there two options?
As far as county employees themselves go, no. There's one plan and the county pays 100% of that one plan. Years ago, there was another plan that was offered to county employees. And yes, if they chose that one at that time, the county employee would then pay extra to have that plan. But we now just have one plan for county employees themselves.
Just seems like an option, maybe, where if the richer plan was expensive, we could pay for a certain plan, you know, that would cover what most people would need well, and then if someone needed a richer plan, they could pay extra.
And then I know several commissioners mentioned coming in as far as budget guidelines for constitutionals and departments. Are we asking them, you know, try to stay at 5% and lower if possible?
So Commissioner Kennard, are you saying for the BOCC, you want them to stay at COLA, but you're okay to do constitutionals at 5?
I would think so. I believe that the constitutionals are going to have some capital expenses, likely have some capital expenses that would come, that would fall under that 5%. So I would be fine with the 5%.
So 5% for constitutionals, 2.5% for county departments.
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I feel like the constitutionals have really tried to keep their budgets down for the most part. Just as I mentioned for our county staff, I don't know that I could tell any department, you know, I want your budget to cut by 5% or cut it by 10%, but could we not respectfully ask our constitutionals, we're really going to try to streamline our budget and get the millage down. We're offering our employees 2.5% COLA this year. We're asking hopefully there's consensus, our department heads to really look at their budget and come back with a reduction, not an increase, if possible. Would you do the same? See what they come back at. Somebody might come at 2%, somebody might come at 5%, someone might come at 6%, but everybody doesn't need the same percentage this year, I'm sure.
I'd be fine with that.
It's time for us all to be reasonable and to work together. Some of us have needs that are greater one year, and some of us have needs that are greater the next. And we need to work together to, as a whole in Citrus County, to move forward in the best way and save the taxpayers' money.
So then would the consensus for both the constitutional and the county departments be a reduction or minimal increase if necessary?
If possible.
If possible.
So the guidance number would be what, 2.5% across the board?
Sure, just let them know
County
that's what we're
departments
doing
and constitutionals.
and see what they can come up with.
Chairman,
Commissioner Barrett.
you need to realize, Aaron, a lot of our county residents got a 2.5. That's all they got for the whole year from the federal government, from Social Security. And if, and if they've got to live with a 2.5% increase, and that's the only thing they've got to live with, for us to give people 5%, what are we doing to our citizens? We're trying to make it so that everybody here can enjoy part of their life. So when she says 2.5 and he says 2.5, I think there should be a maximum of 2.5, period, the end. Because that's what I got. And I'm sure that's what Karen got, was only 2.5. And I'm sure that that's what Joe back there got. Okay, so the thing is, I have to live with it. They have to live with it. So why not the county live with the 2.5?
Well, that's why we're here. Whatever guidance you provide us is a guidance that will be sent out to both the county departments and the constitutionals. I know some of them are in the audience and they can go back and watch the meeting as well. If they have any questions, obviously they'll reach out. And then the last thing, do you want the county's department directors to come back regarding the positions they're requesting? Or do you want that to just be a conversation, redo the request list and bring that back?
I think we need to hear it either from the county administrator and justify each one of them, or and I don't mean it to sound as hostile as it is, but I want to hear the reasons for adding or reclassifying. They're not reclassifying them to a lower position. Those are all going up, I have no doubt. So it either needs to come from the county administrator or the department directors.
I agree.
And, you know, if we can pare that number down 20 positions, or if they can pare it down, which I would prefer, look at, reorganizing the department possibly to save a position or two, or maybe not have to increase quite as much. Then that has saved some tax dollars.
Is that a consensus?
And is there a consensus to start looking at an MSBU for residential road surfacing?
We've talked about it. We've talked about it. Again, I don't know, what we do with the folks on the state roads or private roads,
I'm
dirt roads.
talking about residential roads.
Yeah.
Residential road resurfacing is all it would be, is creating an MSBU for those.
I'm fine with it. We're just gonna have to figure out what to do on private roads, dirt roads, things like that.
So there will be, I know, a cost associated with that when we take that information to NGN. So when we get it back from Mott McDonald, we'll just prepare an agenda item and we will bring it back to you. We'll get that estimated cost from them to see what it will take to turn that information into a potential MSBU. So when you get that, you can see if that's a cost you want to move forward with, and then we'll move the funding for that.
Yeah, I'm on board.
Commissioner Barrett.
Later today, we're going to be discussing the possibility of how to get a referendum for a sales tax for the roads. I can see having her do some legwork to get us a number, but we're also considering possible, 1 cent sales tax for the roads. So
Well, let me ask you this,
it's
Commissioner
double
Barrett.
work.
If all the new developments that are coming in are, that we're not going to accept their roads, but they're gonna pay they're gonna pay property taxes, but we're not ever going to repave their roads. But you're gonna pave other people's roads?
Okay, to get to wherever they're going.
No,
And
I'm
once they
talking about
leave-
their
once they
residential
leave their-
road.
once they
No,
leave
I'm
their
talking about their
development.
residential roads.
Yeah,
This
Well,
doesn't have anything to do with the
they're
collector
gonna go
roads.
on residential roads.
The point
their
is,
roads are
you
not the
wanna
only
create, you
roads.
wanna create a fair and balanced.
And that's fair. Okay, in other words,
Well, we'll have that discussion later.
okay,
All right, anything else, Erin?
The last slide is just dates. April 22nd, we'll be bringing the CIP to you. July 23rd is a preliminary budget hearing. The tentative budget hearing is September 11th, and the final budget hearing is September 23rd. Please let me know if any of those dates do not work.
September, what'd you say, 20?
September 11th and then September 23rd.
What did you say about July?
July 23rd.
Is that, I can't remember the day that,
I think are we gonna move?
there's one date in July that we're moving, I don't remember what it is.
I thought we were on
The
the 22nd.
22nd, you want
Yeah.
to move?
Yeah,
The
I-
23rd's the
I
next
won't be
day?
here,
No.
the 23rd, go ahead.
Okay. So as long as you all are still good with those dates.
No, I'm not, no, the 23rd, July 23rd, I will not be here.
Okay, so do you want us to bring Deb back a different date for the July hearing?
Either, yes, either before the 12th or 29th or after.
Okay, we will bring you back a date.
Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
some of us had vacation scheduled for the following week that you want to move it to.
You mean the 29th?
Uh-huh. Because we set this calendar a while ago, so you end up booking trips and things.
Well, we'll have to figure that out when we get to it.
Okay.
So,
We'll see what the latest date is.
all right,
And we'll bring
thanks.
that back to you. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, moving on. H2, public hearing for sections 5307. Eric Head.
That doesn't look like Eric Head.
That's that transportation moment.
Funding is for our annual 5307 Urban Formula grant funding from the Federal Transit Administration. And then we have additional components on our program of projects. Our program of projects, I was going to have it, there it is on the screen. The first line is our annual operating assistance that we're applying for. We've added 4 additional lines. One is for service expansion, which would lead to covering earlier morning and later afternoon for workers. And then we have software. Our software is very antiquated. We've had it since 2006. It does not allow any opportunities for passengers to book trips or any of those apps at the current time. Also expanding our lobby, which is a transit transfer center for our fixed route. There is office space that it can expand into. That amount is actually high. We do have a lower quote from buildings. And the last one is for the expansion, transit vans that would also provide that expansion.
How many, like what you're saying that you need expansion, so like how many people are waiting around in the lobby? And what's the capacity and what would you like to expand it to?
The expansion doesn't involve the lobby. The lobby is a separate thing. The expansion is for the workers. We're seeing a high increase in the early morning hours between 6 and 10, and between 3 and 6. Right now, with our current drivers and vehicles, it is becoming increasingly difficult. And this is the door-to-door service, not the fixed route service. We're having an increased time with capacity and unable to accommodate people. We're accommodating as many as we can at the current time.
And what's that number look like?
For fiscal year that ended September 24th, little over 28,000. I have the exact numbers for the door-to-door service and 28,000 for the fixed route trips we are currently doing.
So that's trips.
Trips, yes.
Do you have any idea, like the number of people, not trips, but people?
I don't have that at the current time. But I can get that.
All right, thank you. All right, that is a public hearing. Board members, do you wish to make a motion?
You have to ask for the public to
No.
speak on it first, no?
Not according to my attorney. This is the exact one I just asked you about.
Yes, you have to open the public hearing.
All right.
And then you do public comment after. The public comment is during the public hearing.
Okay. So would anybody from the public like to come speak to this? Seeing none? Board members?
Motion to approve H2, B, and C.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Kennard.
And D?
D, sorry, just turn the page.
And
G,
Chair?
C, and D.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a
Chair?
yes.
One more clarification to that motion with the additional information that was provided during the agenda is that there's adding the recommended action of executing the resolution.
Would you like to amend your motion to include that?
Yes, ma'am, so there's an E. Sorry, it's somewhere in here.
It's not really an E, it's just.
We just drowning in paper up here.
That's okay. Yes, they did not call it a letter. They just said to add to the recommended action, execute a resolution.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'll amend my second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. H3, presentation necessary steps for placing local option sales tax on the 2026 general ballot.
Good afternoon, Madam
afternoon.
Chair, Commissioners. Great to be with you again. I'm happy ABC News could be here and recognizes the importance of my presentation. So back in March, you might recall, back in February, you might recall I came before you on the local government infrastructure surtax, and I had requested to come back this month and give an overview of the implementation process. You know, how do we take it to where we're talking about it? It's very conceptual to placing it on the ballot. So I'm just going to give you a brief rundown. I'm going to run through the statutory requirements as well as a proposed timeline crafted by staff. So starting out, I think it's always important to remember that sales tax referendums must be placed on a general election ballot. It cannot be part of the primary process. It cannot be part of a special election. So you're looking at this as a biannual opportunity. But kicking off, how does the county get from point A to point B? The BOCC must first adopt an ordinance that would trigger the voter referendum. After that, at least 180 days prior to election, we must notify the Office of Program Policy Analysis and Government Accountability, also known as OPAGA. Once they receive that notification from the county within 60 days, they are under statute required to conduct a performance audit of the county. What they will be looking for is there a demonstrable need for these funds? Now, in conversations I've had with the Florida Department of Revenue, in 99% of cases, that's not an issue. They can see a need, and that is not a problem. And then at least 60 days prior to the election, the performance audit must be completed and information submitted to the supervisor of elections to place it on the ballot, how that language is crafted. And then within 10 days of adoption, it must be notified by we must notify the Department of Revenue if it is passed by the electorate. Now, after that, it'll take place on January 1st of the following year. So in our case, if this goes on the 26th general election ballot, we would see it January 1st, 2027. Any questions on the procedural steps?
Board members?
All right, moving along to the staff proposed timeline. Now, the first one here, I say it's a pretty important step, and that is soliciting community engagement. Commissioner Kennard, I think you said it pretty eloquently a few meetings back. You alluded to the fact that if this thing comes from this board here or the Lecanto government building, it is certainly dead on arrival. And there's really two approaches you see counties take to the community engagement element. One is the county itself will take the onus. They'll spend staff time and valuable resources putting together a large educational campaign, putting together educational materials, holding town halls, and that's quite demanding. But in a lot of counties, and I've seen this both here in South Carolina where I previously worked, is you will see the county partner with a third party who leads those efforts to engage the community, and they will come back to the board and report their findings. Now, if there is a group that you've identified in any conversations, I think that would be phenomenal. I know the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce has been working on this. They put together a working group to address this matter. Madam Chair, if you would like, if there's anyone from the chamber, I'd like for them to perhaps come up here and
Well, I
share
know
some of
Don
their-
Taylor was here the last time we talked about this, so I'd like to see if he's got any updates and what they've done in the interim to create any engagement.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Don Taylor representing the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. And after Mr. Toy's presentation last month, I mentioned that the Chamber would be willing to step up and provide forums throughout the county to receive input from our residents. And Commissioner Kennard, you mentioned about a grassroots effort, and that's exactly what this would be, a grassroots effort. And we are in the process of putting a steering committee together and thinking about who we want on that steering committee, which would be a cross-section of the county to be on that steering committee. And I also want to reiterate again that the Chamber is not for this initiative or are they against the initiative. We're neutral. We just want to provide a forum to hear from our citizens. So that's where we are right now. We're working to put a steering committee together and move this forward.
So you'd be a focus group facilitator?
Yes. Town hall meetings, focus groups, that kind of forum.
Board members, one of the things that, and I like what you're doing, but just for our own engagement, I thought it might be helpful if each one of us would pick 3 people from our districts, one being a homeowner, one being a business owner, and one being a renter, to participate in your groups. I think that shows that we've got some interest and some buy-in in this, and that we're reaching out to our constituent base in our districts and help work alongside you with that.
I think that's an excellent idea. We support that.
Would y'all be up for that?
Sure. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just as a word of caution, though, I can agree to us picking those people and then
They get 'em.
staying
We're
out of it. This board, county employees need to stay out of it. This has to come from our residents, that this is what we're looking for. This is what we want. We've all gotten an awful lot of input over the past few weeks and months about parks, sports fields, things like that. That's stuff that comes from the public, where, we get focused on other infrastructure projects, on, on roads, on bridges, on whatever it might be. But yet the public's out there going, that's great, but we need X, Y, and Z. So I think the
Well,
more we can stay out of it, the better. I
The
like-
reason for this is just, I feel like I don't want it to seem like it's driven by a business
Yeah.
opportunity only. And I think if we can pick 3 people, one being a homeowner, one being a business owner, and somebody who rents, each in our district, then they can facilitate that. But it shows a diverse group of people being on that,
Yep.
that
I
group.
would support that.
Right, and then once they're assigned to our steering committee, then that would be the disconnect from the commissioners. We'll take it from there.
Great.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Before we reach out to people, maybe you could send us an email with the appropriate contact. Do you want someone to call or email? If I reached out and said, hey, do you want to be a part of this group? What's the next step? If I'm staying out of it, I would just need to say, here's your contact information. They're waiting for your call or email.
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don?
Oh,
No, just thank you.
All right, so that community engagement plan, we would ideally do between April and July of this year. That moves us into August. Once you receive that community input, once we get feedback from this working group, then we would receive direction from U5 to move forward with developing a draft ordinance based on said feedback. We prepare that in September for approval and then present it for adoption in October. That moves us into November. We'd go ahead and submit that information to OPAGA. By September 1st of 26, submit information to the supervisor elections, that being the ballot language itself. November 3rd, voters approve or decline that sales tax referendum, and if it is successful, notify the Department of Revenue on or before November 13th, and then again, it would go into effect, if passed, January 1st of 27. So that is the proposed timeline. I think what we would like is consensus on said timeline.
agreed.
Yes.
You have a consensus.
Appreciate it. Any questions for me?
James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think that you've got a good timeline, January 2027, the first money's collected. I think what our citizens want to know is, they start paying it, when does the county start seeing the money, if it's passed, for use in our county?
As far as the remittance of those funds, I could give you a couple guesses. I don't want to give
Could
you
you
a
go
false
back
state.
and find out?
I'm more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
That's it.
I was just to answer Commissioner Barrick, I would assume it would be dependent upon what the citizens want, if they, number one, if they want a sales tax referendum, and 2, what it's used for. I know you mentioned roads, but they may not want that. They may want it for something else, and then it would take as long as it would take to accumulate said dollars for the XYZ project. So maybe you could get a timeline, but without knowing what it's going for, I would assume that'd be difficult.
Absolutely. It's very project dependent, so you're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Now we're open to the public. Yes, ma'am. Janet, you get the clock.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Esty. I'm here today to ask for a letter of support for my endeavors that I've been working on to get a sidewalk on Independence Highway. I've been working with Congressman Gus Bilirakis' office regarding this. I've been working with Karen Meyer. She is the Director of Strategic Operations for his office. We have met, and I have passed out a couple of letters that I've gotten from, well, the City of Inverness, that's a draft copy, but I'm sure they've given their blessings already, and on the school board. This program is through SS4, the number 4R, and that's Safe Streets for All. And that program will be coming into fruition through, I believe, Congress at the end of this month, from my understanding. The traffic counts on Independence right now, as of 2023, is 6,600 road trips per day. That's a lot. And that's 14 months old information. So you can rest assured that those numbers have increased substantially. Not only is this going to be a benefit for the surrounding community, because all of you know that there has been an increase in residential there. My concern is for the children riding buses and waiting for the buses, and also the people who need the ability to get from point A to point B for shopping. We need a sidewalk. In addition, at the corner of Independence and Highway 44, at the corner there of the Duke Energy Complex, that particular parcel has been approved for a Wawa through the PDC that I sit on, as well as the City of Inverness. And they're just waiting for a couple of more permits, and then they're going to start that process there.
What did you say it was going to be approved for?
A Wawa.
Okay.
Yeah. In addition to all of this, this particular sidewalk will be on the west side of the highway, so there's not a whole lot of things that has to be done. I'm sure I've probably glassed over some of the technical things, but it will connect Whispering Pines Park to the trail on 41. And that's very important, even just for that community, but for anybody who just wants to transverse around the county and, and not go out on 41, things such as that. So I'm asking this board to, and I've actually been trying to get this now for 6 years, up the ladder on the TA, the Transportation Board, through the
MPO?
Correct. It's just been a process, trust me. And to get it up priority 2 has been a real struggle, but now it's there. The application has been put forward. So I'm asking this board for a support letter, if you would be so happy to offer that to me. And then I have spoken with Sheriff Vincent in his office, and I think a letter from them will be forthcoming. So that's what I'm asking for today. And I made 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Miss Etsy? Yes. Could you come back up? I'm sorry, it may have been my glitch, because we were talking about your support for the sidewalk, Independence, all the way down Independence, but you said something about the park, connecting the park to 41, so
Well,
then I got...
When you come out of Whispering Pines Park, there's a sidewalk that segues into Independence. It's already been there. And so actually Wawa will be putting a segment of the sidewalk on their property on the west side. So when you come across out of Whispering Pines Park, you can walk there and all the way up to 41 where it meets the trail. So you can bike ride, but really the safety is for the kids.
Thank you for the clarification, and you've been working hard on this, so congratulations how far you've gotten.
Thank you.
Karen, hang on a sec.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Now, we've addressed this at the MPO, and I believe it was the DOT representative there. I can't remember her name, but she agreed to help.
Suzanne.
Yes, she agreed to help Walt with the application to submit it for funding. That's the application that you said
Correct.
that has been completed now?
It's totally complete, and then Walt had also given a cost analysis on that. I think that's in the packet. I can
Okay.
email that to everybody. I failed to do that, my apologies.
No, that's all right.
And Irwin, I think her name is Elwin, she is the one at the MPO to contact if you need further information. She's in charge of that contract.
I just wanted to make sure that on the county and the MPO's part, that we've done everything to support this, and now a letter of support from the county commission is what you're looking for?
Yes, to Congressman Gus Bilirakis' office, and I think you have his contact information on what I gave you. If not, I can make sure I forward that to you.
And have we asked, since the, we share an MPO with Hernando County, have we asked the Hernando County Board of County Commissioners for a letter of support as well?
No, I haven't crossed county lines yet with that. I haven't even actually thought of that. I think it's a good idea.
I'll take care of that for you.
Oh, I appreciate that, Commissioner Kennard. That would just be awesome. The more support I get locally and, you know, from the MPO, I think I've asked for full funding.
Yeah,
And
good.
that's like $5.1 million according to the cost analysis. Because my whole thing is I don't want any funding to have to come from the city and or the county. And I think we have a good shot at
Yeah.
doing this.
We have a great partnership with Hernando County. I'm sure that we can get their support.
Oh, that would be awesome. I appreciate your help on that.
You got it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Dan Hilliard. I'm representing Withlacoochee Aquatic Restoration. Some of you may be aware, some maybe not. In 2021, we finished a 8-year study in the lower Withlacoochee River. We had the participation of FDEP and the Water District in the data collection process. We came up with recommendations on the report that stipulated that the peak flows in the lower Withlacoochee River were inadequate to flush sediments and so forth. And it's basically a dead, outstanding Florida water. Well, we set about trying to garner support. We have endorsement from Citrus County and Levy County. We have contacted all of our political representatives, state and federal, and also the governor several times. And what we have heard, with one minor exception, is the sound of silence. And it's extremely frustrating, as you might imagine. We're trying to do good for the region and the state and the counties. We're getting nowhere. Well, we may understand water science pretty well. Political science may be a different topic. And I conversed with Commissioner Kennedy from Levy County recently on this idea, and he was quite supportive. And I will put the idea to you. Would it be possible for you as a commission to partner with Levy County to put these issues on the plate of our political representatives so we can get some movement on this? You folks understand political processes far better than we do, and you might know which button to push at what time. The project's not expected to be horribly expensive. I mean, the Coast Guard's building a new station on the barge canal for $45 million, and our estimates were less than that, quite a bit less actually. And we think it's worthy of your attention, and I will leave it at that. If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
Dan, I would love to talk with you about this.
I'm sorry?
I would love to sit down and talk with you about this. I'll make an appointment to get with you maybe Thursday or Friday, because we are going to Tallahassee next week for legislative days.
I will be at your disposal. You have my contact information, and would you like a card? Would that simplify things?
That'd be great.
Madam Chair, I would like to have a meeting too, so maybe get with Cheryl.
Cheryl, can you get a card and set that up? Thank you, Dan. We
Madam
appreciate
Chair?
all your work. Yes, sir.
Real quick. Dan, I had a conversation today, actually, with a member of your organization, and I asked her who would be affected. It's my understanding that the flow, because of the water dam structures, that the flow is being diverted into the barge canal. And so I asked who actually owned those structures, and I think we came to the idea that DEP now owns them. And SwiftMud's position on it is, we don't know what DEP's official position is, but the district's position is that everything's fine, they don't need to do anything with it. Well, apparently everything is not fine. I then asked who would be opposed to us looking at restoring some of this flow to the lower Withlacoochee, looking further back upstream. And, is it folks on Lake Russo? Is there an organization there? Is there a property owners group that would be concerned about this? The Rainbow River, I don't know that it would necessarily affect folks as far back as Salapopka, but are you aware of any organizations there who we should be involved with in having these conversations?
There's several organizations upstream in the lake and so forth. I have had little interaction with them other than Rainbow River Conservation, and I haven't been in touch with them for some time. The interesting thing about what we're proposing is that it opens the door to additional management procedures that are far superior to what's going on today. The Army Corps of Engineers, my understanding, started spraying the lake with herbicides back in the mid-50s. So here we are 70 years later still doing the same thing, expecting a different result. I don't know. But I do know that all that stuff washes downstream in time. And this is one of the things that DEP was investigating, was the herbicide residuals that are in the water. And there were quite a few of them. And on a little sidebar thing, it's kind of related to sewer and septic, is if you have a heart problem, drink some of that water because it's got lots of heart medications in it. If you got a headache, drink some of it. It's plumb full of acetaminophen. And, I could go on for quite a long while with this. We provided, a copy of the report some time ago. If it's lost or something, you need another one, you can get it off our website, which is war-inc.org. Or I could give it to the young lady right here on. I've got a flash stick that has it on it.
Dan, I hate to cut you off, but we are way outside of our purview of what we should be doing.
I will shut up and go.
Sorry, Dan.
I have one question. Do you know how to make an egg roll?
No.
It's so easy. You just push them.
Hello.
Hi there.
I actually am very happy that ABC News, Action News is here. They've been continuing to give us some coverage on an ever-mounting problem. My name is Janine Eady, and I'm with Inverness Villages 4. And I'm here today to talk about safety. One, maybe not any more important than the other, but Walker onto Independence is now becoming eroded away so much that that is becoming a big safety issue again. Trying to get out on Independence Highway, and I know they're collecting data on the use of Independence right now. I can tell you it's busy because trying to get out on it, having to go through bumps and not bottom out your car or slow down enough going either north or south to get onto Walker is, I'm waiting for someone to either ram into the back of me or cut me off or something, or whatever might happen. So that one is one safety issue I want to bring forward. And the other one is, I guess, maybe a little bit, I don't want to give importance to either one. But as all of you know, a fire truck was stuck on our roads, or what you would call our roads, our sandy mess of what we drive on. And I'm not sure, $500,000 asset of the county is a great place to have it stuck on our roads. Yes, it was finishing a call, and it had gone to an emergency call in IV4. Thankfully, it got stuck after the call was over, but that's not going to happen every time. Who knows? It may be to going to the call next time. I don't think our safety can be taken for granted. And we have continued to come here. Fire trucks are getting stuck. FedEx trucks are getting stuck. Mail trucks are getting stuck. They won't deliver mail to streets in our development anymore. We pay taxes. We deserve to have this issue brought forward. And I know there are many important people, smart people that have been dealing with this for several years now. As, you know, 3 years for me, almost 4. But please, get all the parties together. Let's talk about something. There does not have to be to the moon. It doesn't have to be the Taj Mahal, but we deserve safety. We deserve to be able to get in and out of our houses and access our houses. That's a law. We have to be able to. There are some houses that are going to be very, very soon with the rainy season, they're not going to have access to their houses. So please, let's put this issue to rest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I missed you guys. Good afternoon. My name is Ross Fredrickson, a resident of IV4. When is enough enough? People are unable to get out of their driveways, take their children to school, go to work. Over the past year, 20-plus Postal Service vehicles have gotten stuck. Numerous UPS and FedEx trucks, and now most recently, a fire truck. The first truck is the fire truck is a concern that all of us have to take seriously. Lives are at risk, yet nobody cares. I bet my life, if any one of you lived in IV4 or your parents did, the roads would at least be graded. We have had under 2 inches of rain this winter, yet vehicles continue to get stuck. What happens when spring comes? I recommend that a fire engine and an ambulance drive all the way down Crestwood, turn around, go up Walker Street, then go back down Taper Street on a weekly basis. And I demand that this is logged and posted on the county website. Even McDonald's keeps track of when they clean their restrooms. The county can do the same. Now that we have a voice of reason, it is time to get all the parties to the table and find a viable and affordable solution for the people of IV4. In order to make this happen, I highly recommend that the commissioner from District 5 remove herself from any future discussions or decisions in regards to IV4. I want to thank you for your time and have a wonderful day. Enough is enough.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners. My name is Sam Candela. I'm president of the Citrus Springs Civic Association. I'm here along with my VP, Jim Metz, and I'm sure all of you know William Grant.
Good?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm here to encourage you this afternoon when you consider the Citrus Springs lease space that we would appreciate your positive consideration. We're asking this, and there's been for some point in time some consternation with the organization. And I want to make sure you know I am currently their external lawyer. I was previously when Commissioner Barrick was president of Citrus Springs as well. I'm here to tell you that Citrus Springs has had an evolution that you've probably been tracking either with constituent concerns to yourselves or the newspapers, but I'm here to tell you that the organization is solid, that they are democratically run, and they enjoy the consequences of democracy and decorum. And I'm here to tell you that they are the largest residential community in Citrus County. We're talking about a very active group of men and women. When I say active, I mean quite literally active. They keep me quite busy, but I can't complain. They're all volunteers. I get paid by the hour. To the extent, though, I'm telling you that it's a worthwhile project. I was originally I sent them a letter indicating, because of what I felt was a lack of decorum, that I was no longer going to be able to be a part of that. They rectified that. Judge Helis issued an order to repopulate the board of directors in December. They held an outstanding election. We have a very good board of directors at Citrus Springs. There's 9 of them, from Air Force colonel to a UAW man to a very prominent local business person and others. So I'm here today to encourage you to please vote in favor of the leasehold interest. Now, you're going to hear about parks and recs and this. At the end of the day, there are priorities that the commission considers. There might be some considered impediments and speculative issues. We are not here to stand in the way of sheltering or helping our citizens. Citrus Springs is an outstanding neighbor. They are good people with good-minded ambitions towards veterans events, parades, bingo, the use of the community center. And I'm just here to tell this group that from my personal experience now over a period of years, that they are a righteous group of men and women that are dedicated to being the very best civic association for their literally hundreds and potentially thousands of members. So having said all that, if there's any questions, I will entertain them, but I'm here to tell you that the guidance that President Candela and Mr. Mertz have provided, along with Commissioner Barrick and many other members, stands as a testament really of what we can be proud of as civic organizations in our community.
Thank you very much.
No questions? Very good. Do
Thank
you want to vote right now, or do you want me to go? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Oh, we need your card, please. We need you to fill out your cards,
The green slip.
the green slips.
Thank you.
Is there anybody behind the pole to speak?
That would be me.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Scott. My wife and I have been the vendors at Fort Island Gulf Beach for 11 years now. Even though the hurricane destroyed that beach on September of '24, we had every reason to believe that we would continue into our 2025 season. All the indications from the Parks and Rec Department is that would be the case. When the beach would be open, we would be open. So we continued our purchasing throughout the fall and winter of 2024, selecting items at discounted rates to have available to the snowbirds of January and February and the spring break people during March and September. We continued our purchasing. In the interim of putting the beach back together and making these purchases, anticipating our new season, you acquired a new director at the Parks and Rec Department. It was hard to get in contact with them, but even though we couldn't speak to anyone and they wouldn't return calls, we continued progressing towards opening, and we got word from other members of that department that would be the case. They would open soon. No indication otherwise. Then we got a phone call from the new director as late as January, only just prior to the beach opening, that seemed to indicate that. The only thing we were told is that the swimming area would be dredged and then open to the public, and I'll get back to you. Well, never anything about not having vendors there again, and no one ever got back to us, except beachgoers that contacted me that had known me for many years, letting me know that it was a beautiful Valentine's Day weekend, sunny and crowded, and no vendor, as there had been for the previous 11 years. The only thing we were told when I did contact them later on in the week, their message was, and I quote, "Vendors on that beach are the least of our concern." Well, based on my receipts, 10-month season times 11 years, we've served about 154,000 people through that little beach. More that were there, we only fed that many. It seemed like the Parks and Rec was making an arbitrary decision not to have vendors on that beach, which was so much needed and very popular, but yet have them at the same weekend elsewhere in the county. We didn't understand that. So it seemed like somebody was making a decision for tens of thousands of people in all 5 of your districts and for 2 seniors to not have employment any longer when they had counted on that, put out for it, and looked forward to it. It just came to an end. We didn't understand that. I couldn't see the board making that decision, but if you did, if that was your decision to stop vending at Fort Island Gulf Beach, then I would respectfully like to ask you to reconsider that, as the fees that we've paid are thousands of dollars per season, and since 2014, I have put out about $55,000. So I couldn't see the board just bringing that to an end. You created this beautiful little gem down at the end of Fort Island Trail, then let the people of the county fully enjoy that as they have for the previous 11 years, and let a couple of seniors go back to work, please.
Would you like to address that, Commissioner
Yes.
Kennard?
Without, I guess, going into the history of the conversations that led up to it, because none of us really know exactly what that looks like. I would like to get consensus from this board to direct the county administrator to rectify that situation immediately.
You have my support.
I'll support.
I'll support it.
Yes.
I think it might be important for this gentleman to know that until you were saying this, I had no idea, none. So it's not something that was driven by this board.
Okay, I appreciate knowing that.
Yep, first I've heard of it.
Thank you, I appreciate you listening to us.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Casey Worthman. I am a resident of IV4. And you guys know about cars and trains and automobiles, all that good stuff. My concern, or actually in addition to everybody else's, I can't go on a run or a walk on our roads. I wouldn't be able to look forward. I have to look down because there's so many stones and potholes and everything that I'm afraid I'm gonna loop it. And I've already had 3 back surgeries, 2 fake knees, a fake hip. I don't need any more. And I don't think the county wants to pay for my medical bills, which, you know, if I got a crummy road, what am I supposed to do? So in addition to, you know, the kids that are trying to ride their bikes up and down the street, or people just trying to drive, I'm fortunate I have a 4-wheel drive truck. So some of the sand, even with the big truck, I've gotten almost stuck. But at least I can get through, and I live higher on the road, so a lot of stuff flows downstream. But everybody down from me obviously has a mess. So I don't know what the solution is. I would like to hire a grader and have them go up and down the street or spray it with something. I don't know what's legal, what's not legal, but I just know that we need to get it fixed because it's frustrating, it's scary, and it's just not fair to all of us that purchased in there with, you know, thinking that everybody that talked to us was honest. And now we don't get anything. So anyway, that's my deal.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, board members. You heard my husband speak a few minutes ago, whatever. This does have to do with Fort Island Gulf Beach. As a long-time loving residents and vendors there for all this time. But if you notice, I gave you a drawing. I didn't know who, because I got no calls back as far as who to turn that into. But since the hurricane, the first week of November, it took out the beach. I put a recommendation for early planning in a drawing there that I think would be very, very advantageous to the beach. It's such a gem. Year in and year out, people come and talk to us constantly. So let me just express a couple things that you see in that little diagram. We are native Floridians. We're lifetime beach goers. We've been the vendors at Fort Island Gulf Beach for 11 years. we go coast to coast to beaches everywhere, from Florida to Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama. We've been to so many different beaches or whatever. There's needs there that we see for 11 years that we thought would be advantageous for your planning time. For example, the bathrooms, ADA compliant, yes, we had that there before. However, it's being used as changing room because there was no changing room. So the handicapped don't really have access to that. So sticking to the outline, we need those an ADA bathroom, we need showers, parking, shelter, food, changing stalls, baby changing tails and benches for people to set their bags on and to set their baby bags, their beach bags, their coolers that they have with it, all these different things. Little benches would be fine in the bathroom, as you see in the plan. Security cameras, yes, we've had issues out there at the beach. But if you had the undercover covering, like the lean-to that I put in the little diagram, you could have undercover surveillance cameras that protect and they're protected, the cameras, and also the protection of the facility. A maintenance room is, self-spoken. A vendor room or parking space. If you put a vending space as a room under that petition, You'd only need to provide electric, running water, and a small hot heater. The space in my trailer is only a 7 by 10 approximately. So if you gave a 10 by 15, that's over exaggeration for what you'd need. In the drawing, you see that. The vendor would put out everything else that they need for their own vending, but it would be able to be secured overnight. Walkways, handicap accessible walkways where wheelchairs, strollers, beach coolers, and all these could lead down to the beach. If you go on the outside of that area, they would have access to the beach, the food, the bathrooms, shelter, and a ramp that would lead right down to the water as you put in at the end of last season, which was washed away with a storm. But it could be condensed under one covering. So if you have this lean-to covering, it would really provide access in and out and make it available and convenient for the county.
Thank
We
you very-
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Janetta Scott.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Carmen E. Kubitschek in Venice Village 4. I really wasn't going to talk today, but we do have a lot of problems, as you all know. You've been hearing it now almost 3 years. Safety concerns have come up. The fire truck getting stuck, FedEx getting stuck. There was a UPS truck that almost flipped on its side, and the guy at last minute was able to maneuver and take care of, what he needed to do. I know there's a blogger who put out recommendations for IV4. I know Commissioner Davis has been on board since the beginning, but what people fail to realize is that there's a lot of issues going on. Commissioner Bays, Commissioner Finnegan has met with us, and we also have met with some staff. It's not an easy fix, and we get it, but we need to come up with a solution to prevent, emergency vehicles from getting stuck and so forth, because it's becoming a real safety issue. I'm glad that Chad Mills is here, and I'm glad that some of the part-time individuals got to talk and bring, attention to the problem. But there's people who live in this community full-time and have a lot of health issues. So we need to bring his attention to that and maybe have him interview individuals who this affects on a daily basis. Again, I'm glad that Commissioner Kennard agreed with the COLA max of 2.5. I don't want to pay any more taxes. And I'm with DeSantis. I wish he could get rid of the property taxes altogether, but I know that this county would be in serious trouble. I don't want to pay for Citrus Springs roads when I don't have a road. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the public?
Terry Weber-Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. Like Dr. Kubitschek, I didn't plan on speaking today either, but I have a question that I've been asking for years now. And I've sent it in an email, I've spoken directly to staff, and apparently you need to pull a utilization permit to put roads in Citrus County. So I asked, well, who pulled the utilization permit to put the roads in IV4? Nobody will answer me, nobody. So I'm assuming that the roads were placed illegally. I've heard from staff that they don't even know if the roads are in the proper place. They don't know if utilities are in the proper place. The county got a letter from SwiftMud, I believe back in 2021, telling the county to stop. Residents have notified the county when heavy equipment was grading the roads and putting the roads in, again, I'm assuming putting them in illegally, and they say they couldn't catch the person. I gave them the name of the heavy equipment operator. So now we have roads there that we don't know if we can touch, not touch, and it's just gotten to the point of being ridiculous. I mean, quite honestly, the roads are secondary to me. We have no drainage there, none. So if roads are repaired, we go through a rainy season and they're destroyed again. The county totally ignored Swift Mud and continues to do so. And I don't know what's going on with this meeting. When did you start answering people's questions when they're standing up here? I thought people had 3 minutes, 5 if they were a business, and then you answered the questions after everybody spoke and sat down. When did that change? I mean, and as far as your staff not having information for you and you needing more information, that has been going on as long as I've been coming to these meetings. As a matter of fact, it was a pet peeve of the former Commissioner Ruthie Schleba. I sat through I don't know how many meetings with her saying, well, I don't have all the info. Well, I don't have all the info. Or I got the information at the last minute. You're still going through it. You're still going through it. And Commissioner Kennard, I remember a meeting when you said, and I'm paraphrasing, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, you said, we'll wait for something bad or tragic to happen, like the fire truck getting stuck at one of the meetings, and then I guess the county will address it. You almost got what you wished for. Is it worth it? Thank you, commissioners.
Anyone else? So, Madam Attorney, I do have a question for you. Based on the section of 177.081 of the Florida statute, which is what prohibits us from going out and doing maintenance to keep the roads passable, because then we would have to create a permanent solution for those. Does that apply to the residents as well?
The statute that you're asking about is titled dedication and approval. So only the county can accept a dedication and approve a dedication. So it doesn't apply to anyone except for the local government.
So if that's the case, what prevents the residents from going out and grading the roads?
Anyone who wants to do any work on county rights-of-way has to obtain a right-of-way utilization permit.
So my question is, I thought we didn't have any right-of-way.
We have rights-of-way. We have no constructed roads. The roads have never been constructed, but the rights-of-way have been dedicated to the county on the plat.
But we do not own them.
We do not own them.
They're only dedicated to us.
Correct. Most roads in the county does not own. They own some, but most they do not own. They're simply dedicated.
So we only control them and hold them in trust for the public.
Yes, ma'am.
Which means the defunct developer who created Inverness Village 4 owns the right-of-way.
Yes. It was actually a corporation. It wasn't a he, but it owns them.
So I guess the question is, how and who can make the roads passable?
Well, there are no roads there.
The paths.
There are no roads there. They've never been
paths.
constructed. So the only entity that can construct a road would be the county. And then once the county constructs a road properly permitted, then the county could maintain that constructed road.
And there's no way to turn this all over to the residents. And they can do with Swift Mud, they can construct the roads and then turn them back over to the county.
I'm unaware of any way for the county to undedicate or unaccept the dedication that it accepted in 1972.
That sounds like a merry-go-round.
No, the county does not own the roads.
You're right, you don't. You have paths. Because what was a subdivision at one time failed. And then a person came in and they bought all the lots. And they just happened to be multiple different corporations, and they do multiple different things, and they're building on those lots. And because they built on those lots, they made paths to their lots. So that's kind of where we're at. And the county did not put the utilities in. No, nothing from the audience, please. Commissioner Kennard?
I was just going to ask you to address that and maybe address the fact that every homeowner out there bought a piece of property and either constructed a home on a dirt road or bought a home on a dirt road. And now, understandably, I'm empathetic to their situation, but they own what they bought, a home on a dirt road. It is not the responsibility of the rest of the taxpayers in Citrus County to build their roads for them. Many people, most people in the county choose to not build or buy a house on a dirt road because they don't want to live on a dirt road. These folks opted for, and there are still houses people are choosing to build on a dirt road. And they too will live on a dirt road.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis?
Since I'm 4 years into this, I'll speak from I'm just going to go through the history again one more time. Commissioner Kennard is right. You bought on a dirt road. We have a lot of houses in the county. It's very much a minority, but we do have a lot of houses in the county that are on dirt roads. That is a choice. I have all empathy, same as Commissioner Kennard, because I do believe you were led astray by the folks that sold you the home and the lot. To one speaker's point, I did bring everyone to the table. I had Swift Mud, DEP, county, I'm forgetting who else I had in there, FWC, and even forestry was involved at some point because there were some forestry behaviors that were illegal out there as well. All of that ended up culminating, of course, in the letter to the Attorney General last January. I believe the investigation started around June of last year. It is still ongoing. In terms of permits, just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean that we can do anything different. We have to operate by rule of law up here. We cannot hold a permit for lack of another permit. That is why the lack of a Swift Mud permit did not stop us, it did not allow us to stop permits on homes. There's a very good reason for that because it drives up the cost of housing enormously if you have to do consecutive permitting instead of concurrent permitting. Okay, so that's why that rule exists. Our attorney found a legal way for us to hold permits for 1 year. As the end of that year expired, we found a legal way to extend it, more or less. In practice, it wasn't, we would allow permits, but you would have to do your own on-site drainage retention, drainage management system. for your own home. That would have mitigated the problem tremendously. There was quite a bit of shouting at that meeting, and the folks that shouted from the neighborhood on that particular voting item caused it to fail 2-3, which is a shame because now the houses are being built where the DRAs need to go, which just made the whole problem much worse. And now some of y'all are asking us by email to stop permits, which I find very sad. I'm a farm girl. I know how to drive a tractor with a box blade. So to Mr. Frederickson's point, if I lived out there, would it be graded? Maybe on Sunday, I might go out there and do that. But no one up here is going to give you official permission to do those roads because the moment you flood another house, the official permission is going to open us up to legal action. So you don't have any permission to grade your own roads. That being said, I know of roads in the county that get graded, but they're flat and they get graded by their own neighborhood. So, and nobody goes after them. SWIFMA doesn't go after them. We don't go after them, et cetera. But you're in a really tough situation because it's sand roads on a hillside. That's why it's so bad. That's why it's so bad. And the drainage is much more expensive and difficult than the roads. So if you are going to demand an answer and a fix from the county, it's going to come with a price tag that is enormous and is going to bankrupt a lot of you. So I hate everything to do with this, not as much as y'all hate it because you have to live with it every day. But I am just so sorry that we can't seem to find a more inexpensive way to fix what other people did to you. So let's hope at least that there will be some sort of legal action coming, some sort of prosecution coming out of this when the FDLE finishes their investigation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. We're closing open to the public, and we are moving on to regular business. Looking for a motion on bids.
Motion to approve E1, A through A.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. E2.
Motion to approve, E2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve, E4, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. E5.
Motion to approve E5, A, B, C, and D.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. E6.
Motion to approve, E6, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8, A and B.
Pardon me?
We didn't vote.
Oh, we didn't? Am I sorry? It's a speed round. I need more coffee.
I did have a comment on that
Oh,
one,
on
too.
E6?
On E6, we didn't
Okay,
vote.
what is your comment, Commissioner Barry?
I
Make it
want
quick.
people in the audience to realize this is Beverly Hills MSBU money. So only those people that live in Beverly Hills are paying for this employee.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8,
A and B.
A and B. Thank you.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
E9,
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, oh, Commissioner Finnegan.
Forgive me for not asking this. Most of you weren't in my briefing, but just a question. I know that we need to get out as soon as possible for the judges. I've always said a year ago, I'll pack my bags tomorrow. I can go out. But before our space needs study, do we want to engage in a lease when space might be identified elsewhere?
Well, this was a top priority to move forward on this one, and for now, it's just negotiations with the city. But we think this is a high priority, that this is probably, this will take us in the right direction, we think, with looking at this now. The space needs will come back at a later date, which we're working through that, but really time is of the essence now to move this project forward. So
We don't have the cost, so it'll come back to us.
it'll come back to you.
see.
This is just permission to negotiate at this point, and I'll bring that back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E10, A, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E11, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E12.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
E13.
Motion to approve E13.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by,
Second.
oh, Davis. Is there any public input? Is there any board input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. E14.
Motion to approve E14.
Could we have a little bit of discussion on this, please? I would like to have some information about, in my briefing, it was my understanding that they want this Monday through Friday, and I think even Saturdays, is that correct?
I'd have to look back at the, Eric, Eric was working on this directly, so I want him to speak.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can I explain?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, this is the community center, and the lease would be a rental of space for a certain amount of time. And when the county rented it to them last time, they are allowed on the property 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That's only for the office space, okay? Any other space or use of any of the two buildings, they have to get permission from Parks and Recs, and they have to have a permit for the use of the building for a certain day, for a certain time, just like anybody else that rents. So this would just be for the rental of the office space. So when you ask, Monday through Friday, they plan to have office hours Monday through Friday, okay? So they plan to have someone in the building. Now, I was gonna give a short history of the building so that commissioners that didn't understand or know about this building. When Citrus Springs was started, they had a clubhouse over on the riverside. It got too small. The people came up with the MSBU idea. The MSBU was collected two different categories. One is people that live there, one that people own property. Because they needed a bigger building, the MSBU money was used to build this. The people that didn't live there but owned property sued because they said this was not a good use of their MSBU money. They didn't benefit from it. So instead of it going all the way to court, there was a settlement, and MSBU money was paid to those people that said, well, I only owned property, and it doesn't benefit me. So the MSBU money was used to pay for the building and for the lawsuit. And it was MSBU money that was paid for by Citrus Springs Civic Association, or Civic, the people that live in Citrus Springs only. So far, the building didn't cost the county anything except upkeep. Okay? The building should, by all rights, belong to the citizens of Citrus Springs. And they should be all along paying for the upkeep. But the county took it over. So now the association would like to please come back, and that's why Mr. Grant was here with the president and vice president. They have reorganized to a very, very civil group. They have money in their accounts that they can afford, and they would be willing to pay the $1,100.80 per month to have that ability to have a presence in Citrus Springs where they belong. And that's all they're asking. And I'd like to make a motion that we, rent them the space. Starting, I would say, as soon as we can get the attorney to get the lease written up and get it approved.
I already made a motion. You just have to second it.
But the thing is, that's the price that, they're willing to pay that. And with the additions, every year, they pay more. So.
Why doesn't,
Second motion.
why don't they just take it back and run it?
They tried, I tried when I was president, and Ron Kitchen said we could have it back, and you were here when he said could have it back for $1. And then I said, okay, and then he said, well, and then he and Randy Oliver decided they needed to get an appraisal. And then they never came back with an appraisal, or the Civic Association might have bought the building back. But I want people to realize, this is the heart and soul of the community over there. And it's one of the few places where, we have county events there. We have concerts there from Parks and Recs. We have teachers' awards there. We have children's awards there. It's a wonderful place.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Staff also briefed me on this, and they had some pretty serious concerns about renting the larger space. I believe it was the much smaller space that they had rented before, and quite honestly, it's something that they would like us to move away from in terms of renting to HOAs. That's, to my mind, that's somewhat to neither here nor there. It's whether we're already obligating that space elsewhere, and having gone through 2 hurricanes and visiting there frequently, every bit of that space was used as our short-term or emergency shelter in those 2 hurricanes last year. And then those rooms are also used throughout the year with other events and so forth. So I just don't know that, I would hope that maybe the Citrus Springs Association has also looked into other things that are more centralized in Citrus Springs, like maybe some of the office space down by the fountain area, something like that. There's got to be better office space down there. And obviously, you're the Citrus Springs expert, not me, but I'm really not feeling like I'm going to be in favor of this.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrett.
When COVID came through, the Civic Association did not meet in that building. They did, we didn't do anything because we were asked to not. When the hurricanes came through, the Civic Association didn't do anything in that building, even though they had paid the rent, because we did give this space back. In other words, it was there for utilization for whatever it needed to be. And if we rent the space, I am sure that if they need it for hurricane or disaster relief area, that the Civic Association will continue to pay the rent like we did last time and stay out of the way so that the needs of the people that have a problem can be taken care of and can be addressed.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
The room that they would like to rent is the room that was used for all of the pets that accompanied the human evacuees in the hurricanes, and it was a pretty full room of kennels and so on and so forth. So what I saw wouldn't necessarily be compatible with having permanent office space in there with desks and chairs and all that. It needs to be a multi-purpose room.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrett.
That room is the only carpeted room in that facility. And for them to put, I didn't even know they put the animals in there. To me, all the other rooms are tile. Why would you put animals in an only carpeted room? I have no idea, but I'm
'Cause
sorry, you
they're
know,
in kennels.
it doesn't make any
Am I
difference.
right? Am I right about the room? Want to make sure I didn't misunderstand anything.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Head, Community Services Director. Technically, it's just flipped. The animals were in the tiled section, but that is where the staff that were there 24/7, multiple staff, anywhere from 6 to 12 staff were there 24/7, so they had to sleep in that room. So that was the quarters for the staffing, Red Cross, county staff, and the animal services staff.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna beat you up once again. This tells me nothing about the use of that building, what kind of money we make on it, what it
Right.
costs to operate, who uses it, how often. I mean, I know what you told us
Yes.
in the briefing, but I don't have enough information here to really make a valid decision about should we or shouldn't we? Because based on what you told me, but I don't know, I can't tell you. I don't know anything about any of our buildings that we use. There's nothing really that tells us that even in our budget backup. I don't know if they're costing us $2 million to run in the negative every year. I don't know if they're a positive cash flow. I have no idea. And I don't even know if they make sense for us to keep them. So does it make sense? Do we make enough on this by the time we send staff out to maintenance the building and we put roofs on and we upkeep them? Are we better off saying, you know what, Citrus Springs MSBU, you take it back, you run it? I don't know. I can't tell you that.
Okay.
So
I did want to
if
point
y'all
out.
have if y'all want to vote on this, but for me, I'm going to have to not support it because I don't know.
Understood. I did have a couple of numbers in there that were specific to that room. Just in the last year, that multipurpose room, those user groups, the attendance in there was about 2,695. So that was about 225 users a month for that room. And overall, as far as cost recovery, I believe it was on page 2. There's not a tremendous amount of cost recovery, but that through rental fees, and keep in mind there are about 60 large events there a year. Some of them are not, depending on the group that's presenting it. Some of that is county-run programs, but it was about a little under $30,000 for the year. So it's not a great amount, but that's what we were through our fees. And we're currently investigating with our new Parks Director updating all the fee structures for all of the buildings and all of that. So incorporated with that, I heard you, and we're going to start doing an analysis of cost-benefit analysis for each building.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Can I ask?
Wait, Commissioner Finnegan.
If I may ask Commissioner Barrick, since you used to be that president, I know that they're renting here, and it seems like Parks wants the space. Could the Civic Association not rent another small spot in Citrus Springs? Do they not have another place that could be used?
There are no other spaces. That's why currently they're renting on Pine Ridge Boulevard. Okay, because there are no other spaces for them to rent. My question was to Eric, of that 30,000, how much was it for weddings? Because that room doesn't rent that often, and how many of those events could have been put into the tiled room? And so they didn't do that either. The tiled room sits there. Most of the events are card games on Wednesdays and Fridays, and they're freebie to the people that live in the county. And that tiled room is empty at that time. So that's what I'd like. If you're going to do a study, show how many times that room was used, but the other room was available, and how much was actually brought in, because that room couldn't have brought in $30,000.
No, that was a total for the entire facility.
Oh, including the weddings and receptions and
Correct.
all the other stuff, and that means the ballroom and the banquet room.
Those rooms are often used in conjunction depending on the size of the wedding. So those rooms on the opposite side, both the tile room and the, for example, I used in the briefings the example of the recent partnership with the schools. They do their science fairs there. They utilize the entire facility. They utilize the banquet hall. They utilize the tile room. They utilize the carpet room. There are several events a year that do utilize all. Larger weddings would use the flexibility of all, but not always.
I'm sure that Parks and Rec has a record, and they could tell us how many times that room was utilized along with, you know, a wedding or a reception. And yes, I was aware, because I did go to the science fair. Normally, the science fair is over at the thing in Inverness over here, the auditorium. The auditorium. That's the first time I've ever seen it there. I don't know how many times they've done it previous there, but that
Past
was
several
one of
years.
the first times.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, my suggestion would be let's approve this lease for a year. That would give us time for staff to come back with a possible better arrangement, more cooperative arrangement. We can hear what they're able to work out with these two apparently large rooms out there. It's a facility that, as Commissioner Barrick said, was paid for with Citrus Springs MSBU money. It's the association right there in the heart of Citrus Springs. It really should be a Citrus Springs facility. And if the county can utilize that building at, instances throughout the year, hopefully absolutely zero hurricanes for many years. But if the county needs that, that stuff can be worked out in a lease. That those, under exceptional circumstances, that we can preempt that lease and move in. And I'm sure that the association would be very agreeable to stuff like that, as they have been in the past. So I can support this, at least for a year, and we'll see what we can get worked out in the meantime.
Thank you, and I would support that motion for a year.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. I'm trying to find where I'm at. Is there any public comment? Seeing none.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
I am not necessarily against this, but given the current information, I am not ready to support it. If we could bump it to a later meeting to have staff dig into it a little bit more, then perhaps that could end up being a 5-0 vote.
Commissioner Davis, I agree with you. I'm a little hesitant to agree to something for a year without having all the information. Not that I'm against it, it's just I want to know where we're at financially with this, what makes sense.
Yep.
So,
Concur.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Cogs of government move so slow. A year seems reasonable.
So I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Passes 3-0.
Chair,
Yes.
previously when there was a motion on 6 and Janet Barrick, Commissioner Janet Barrick made a comment. When the comment was over, I think E7 got skipped and we went straight to E8. So if we can go back and visit that for a motion on E7. I even got verification of that.
Which one?
E7.
E7 was taken off.
Yeah,
was taken
E7
off.
was taken off.
I apologize.
No problem. It's all right, I lost my place in all this too.
Clarification today.
Chairman, I think you called that vote wrong. What was the vote?
It passed 3-0, or 3-2. Did I say 3-0?
You said 3-0. Just
3-2. My
making sure we're-
apologies. Okay.
Motion approved, E17.
I have a motion by Commissioner
Second.
Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries for the time being.
Motion approved, E18.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor, did I say public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0 at the moment. You are up, Ms. Veronica, telling us what's outstanding.
afternoon, Commissioners. Veronica Campshire, Special Projects Manager. We'll just go through the outstanding commission items list for you. You should all have a copy in front of you. Citrus County's landfill expansion, Phase 4A, is substantially complete, so that's excellent news. There are 3 exceptions. We have some minor electrical repairs, repaving of the main road, and adjustments to stormwater flow. Due to the fact that there will still be mobilized contractors on site for that project, we're considering that to be 92% complete, even though we believe we've reached substantial completion. So I'll keep you updated with that until we finalize the project. Core Civic staffing as of March 3rd was 65.99%. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's vulnerability assessment, the consultant is currently finalizing that report and presentation. We've moved up to about 75% complete for that final product. And that will be presented if the schedules stay the same as the agendas are currently looking. We're looking at that April 8th agenda to have that presented. For the 23-24 road resurfacing and preservation, we are still off track for that. District 3 paving has been completed, so the entire program of last fiscal year's resurfacing for District 3 is 100% complete. Paving is in progress in Districts 1, 2, and 5. District 4 has not yet mobilized, so none of the roads for District 4 are currently complete. The total roads in this program is about 102. My last count, there's a few that have been added on or removed, adjusted. So I would ask you to take that with a small grain of salt, but about 102 roads for that, and 19 of those have been completed for a 19% completion ratio. I will state that if you go on to Achieve It and you look at the dashboard, that percentage completion looks a little higher than 20%. That is because we have it broken out by district, so each district's percentage is correct, but when we add 5 equally weighted districts together, each of which has different numbers of roads, you get a slightly different percentage. So just in case you see that there's 2 numbers floating around, one is number of roads completed and one is an average of the district completion percentages. For the current fiscal year, we are on track. Paving is in progress in all districts except for District 2. And for this current year, out of about 132 roads, same, have a little wiggle room there just in case I'm not completely accurate. We have about 38 of those completed for approximately 29% complete. Same situation with those on Achieve It. And in that same vein, the pavement management system implementation is on track. We are currently going through the quality management and oversight of the condition data. So all of the laser truck scanning has been complete. And now what they're doing is they're going in and making sure that that information that was collected matches the records that we have, and just making sure that that body of information is as accurate as possible. Once they're able to do that, then they will develop what is called a condition report for our current network. And then we will keep working on that until we have the actual full product to see those updated conditions. So currently online, we do have road conditions, but those are our previous ratings. The Mont McDonald information is not yet online.
And when do we expect that?
I only have the steps for the condition report, so it looks like the condition report completion date is May 1st. So I'll go back and take a look at the scope. Those steps should all be on Achieve It, though, if you'd like to check. Otherwise, I'll bring it back. And SCOP resurfacing on Duncan Field has been achieved. So we are substantially complete with that one as well. There are still a few small punch list items, but back to what I said about the landfill, we will not see any contractor mobilization on Duncan Field. That's all complete. The only things that we need to do to actually finish the project are administrative. So we are marking that as 100% complete, and I will be removing this from this list, but just know that there will be a project closeout that will need to happen administratively to fully get that off and completed. Sale of Betts Farm, we are still not rescheduled for any hearings, but I did get an update that all encroachments were removed as of February 25th from the property. So that's all I have at this time for Betts Farm. And last but not least, the Crystal River Connector Trail, an on-site scoping meeting was held with the engineering consultants at the end of February, and the next step would be to develop the final engineering scope and fee to get that started. Any questions?
I'm not letting you off the hook until you give us the update on the offshore reef.
Offshore reef, I believe, is out to bid.
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Absolutely. So if you'd like that to be added to this list, I certainly can. We have it currently
I
under
think so.
management in progress, but all right, well, I was.
Partially funded by the BP oil spill money through the Gulf Coast Consortium. And the last I'll go ahead and just continue on at this point. The last conference call that we had, Commissioner Finnegan is our representative on that board, and I'm the alternate on the board. Commissioner Finnegan had to cut out a little bit early. The meeting ran a little bit long. She had another obligation. I stayed on and just listened. And it was interesting to hear there are 23 counties that are involved in that consortium. And as their mission is very narrowly defined in terms of approving projects or moving the approval process along for county-initiated projects using the BP oil spill money or the restore money. As their mission begins to wind down this far out from that event, what they're talking about doing is forming another group of the same coastal communities and working to try and resolve some of the issues that coastal communities all have in common, utilizing an economy of scale where each of the coastal communities has some degree of beach resurfacing, for example, that they do. And rather than each individual county going out and hiring their own vendor to do beach resurfacing, maybe collectively as a group, either contracting with one or two vendors to do all of the beaches on a rotating basis. I think they estimated about every 7 to 8 years that the beaches needed to be resurfaced. Naturally, they couldn't do them all in 1 year, but stagger them through that 7-year process. That each of the counties would be able to save some money. If they couldn't do it by hiring outside vendors, possibly all the coastal counties coming together and forming their own department that would move through all the coastal communities over a period of 7 to 8 year cycle. So it was an interesting kind of the meeting for the Gulf Coast Consortium proper was over, but the discussion that went on afterwards was, all right, as our mission winds down here, what can we do to save our communities some funds on projects that we all have in common because we're a coastal community? So interesting discussion going on as that group winds down, but we have got money coming from our offshore reef from that group. Finally, after a lot of years, we've been talking about that since I got here in 2016, so I'm glad to see that come along.
See what happens when you track projects?
What's that?
Said, see what happens when you track the projects?
Yes, thank you.
And since you two are coastal, I would tell you to also look at the Gulf of Mexico Alliance. They do a lot of good work, but all the counties that touch the Gulf, they do a lot of good work and work in tandem.
Gulf of America, right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Veronica.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank you. Oh,
Any
did
other-
you touch on the impact fee study?
Impact fee study I did not have an update for. It's just currently in progress.
Okay. That should be coming back soon though, right?
I believe that they will be reviewing the draft study and providing staff input during the month of April. After that, we should have something for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Davis.
E17 and E18 I missed, yes? Both?
What's that?
We did
No.
those.
Oh,
We
we
didn't-
need to catch her up on votes for 317 and 18. Are you a yes?
I and I.
Okay.
What about Steve Howard?
Oh. Did
Got
I-
anything?
Good night. How did I miss all?
Got James first, if we could. Legislative updates.
Just a second. Chairman, I'm sorry. I think the clerk has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it was about that? Okay, never mind.
Am I missing something? Jeez, all right. Steve Howard,
I'm gonna let James.
James Toy.
I'll let James go.
Sorry,
Then
under
I'll go. Okay.
outstanding commission items.
I'm more than happy. Be patient.
Oh, you're
Go
good. Go
ahead.
ahead.
I mean, the news left, so.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Good to be back up here again. Not sure how I got so lucky twice in one day, but here we are. Just going to give you a little bit of a brief overview on Tallahassee. Now, I think it's important to preface and keep in mind that we are incredibly and I mean incredibly early into the Florida session. Today marks 1 week since session kicked off. We might as well be calling this a pre-session update. I'd love to be able to come up here and tell you, well, X bill is going to move through this committee and make it all the way through. Y bill is going to die right here. We simply have no idea. And as far as the budgeting process, that is so early in the weeds that I simply can't speak to where our appropriation stands, but I can give you a little bit of a temperature read on what we're seeing so far out of Tallahassee. And on that note, if I had to use 2 words to describe this session thus far, other than not great, it would be fiscal responsibility. That has been the chief focus of leadership in the governor's office even before the session started. And we're seeing that along a couple of fronts. There is a growing momentum for property tax reform, not only from the governor's office, but several members of the Florida legislature are pushing for this. We have seen a slew of bills looking to address ad valorem collections, homestead exemptions. There's probably at least 10 out there right now. And not all of them are identical bills. So you're seeing a lot of proposals, a lot of different concepts to address property tax relief and ad valorem collections. Another area where you're seeing, and Commissioner Finnegan, you spoke a little bit about this earlier, is government accountability and efficiency. Now, as you may have already heard the news, Governor DeSantis has established the Florida Department of Government Efficiency, Florida DOGE, in vein with the federal DOGE. It's going to be very similar. They will be doing a county-by-county assessment, looking at county budgets, expenditures for waste, fraud, or any misappropriation of funds. Is there anything I can answer on that one in particular? Now, I will say, this is just James Toy's anecdotal 2 cents. Their time frame for getting back to this is by the end of the year. You have 67 counties across Florida. How is the task force going to do something that extensive? It's hard to say. I think what you're likely going to see is a lot of focus on areas such as Miami-Dade, Hillsborough, Duval. But, you know, we should be prepared, and I think the county has done a good job over the past couple of years of making sure that our budget's on par and is very transparent with our expenditures.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Commissioners, this is why it's a good idea to publicly say, let's get ahead of this. Let's get ahead of the state. When I said department heads, we should, from a board, say, start looking for efficiency now, see how we can be more efficient within each and every department. That will look different for everyone, not setting a percent, but if we're already setting that standard, let's get ahead of this.
Absolutely, and as Commissioner Davis, you alluded to earlier, we've had the STARS program for quite some time, so I like to think that we inspired the state, if anything, not the other way around.
Exactly right. Copied
And
us.
as far as looking at bills
Copycats.
this session, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Said those copycats.
Actually, Madam Chair, I believe what the exact thing I said is, I said this several weeks ago to Mr. Howard. I said, we need to come out with the message that we were Doge before Doge was cool, because we do that all the time. We're always looking for ways to become more efficient, and STARS program is just one part of it.
I've got us some black shirts on order with just stars on it, so just like Elon has. So I'm gonna get your sizes after the meeting, and I'm paying for them.
Now, over 1,800 bills have been filed this session. Typically, the threshold for a busy session is 2,000. I don't believe we've quite reached that mark, but, you know, certainly from a municipal and even county perspective, we're playing on the defense this year. You have years where you have a slew of bills where you're championing, you can push them along the process. This year, it's kind of the exact opposite of that. We have a lot of bills that we're monitoring could have an adverse impact effect on the county. And instead of us, you know, spending 3 days in here going through each and every one of those, I want to break it down a little bit categorically. And since we spoke about the budget a little earlier today, I really wanted to focus on tax and finance. I know there's been a lot of conversation here locally related to that, so just want to hit on a few key bills. So first and foremost, and we're starting out strong out the gate here, is Senate Bill 432. That's by Senator McClain over in Marion County. It eliminates the authority of county legislative bodies to levy and collect special assessments. Now, it does preserve the ability of counties to continue to utilize MSBUs, MSTUs. There is a separate bill that would do the exact opposite of that. Which one of those makes it the process of both? If either, I'm sure it will, you know, kind of get hashed out down the line. I don't believe this one has even had a committee hearing at this point in time. Another one, this is a pretty large one, is House.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner.
sorry, just quick question. The ability to levy special assessments, would this apply to utility projects?
You know, Commissioner, that is a great question.
Can you say it a little louder in the microphone?
I'm bashful, what can I say? You know, Commissioner, that's a great question as far as specifically to utility. More than happy to go back. I'd prefer to tell you I don't know at this time versus give you a wrong answer.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on that one? All right. House Joint Resolution 357, that is property tax exemptions, that is Representative Chamberlain. Now, as far as, filing these bills related to ad valorem, homestead exemptions, you will see Representative Chamberlain's name quite a bit. A little bit of background, he ran his entire campaign based on property tax reform, so he is certainly pushing that through the legislative process. He has proposed a constitutional amendment to create a $100,000 exemption from the assessed value of real property. Now, it's important to pay attention to that verbiage because there's a lot of people when they are discussing this particular joint resolution, they're thinking, oh, that's another homestead exemption. This is not. This is on all real property. So it's important to just keep that in mind when you're discussing this with the delegation or with your constituents, how that shakes out in the process, we'll see. I don't believe this one in particular currently has anything close to it in the Senate side. However, you do have Senate Joint Resolution 1016, increased homestead property exemptions. That is by our very own Senator Blaise Ngolia. It proposes a constitutional amendment to increase the homestead exemption from $25,000 to $75,000 with annual inflation adjustments. Any questions of those items?
No.
So the next one, this is something that we've seen before. Actually, in the previous session, it didn't make it all the way through the committee process. Senate Bill 852, that is the study on the elimination of property taxes that has been filed by Senator Martin. It would instruct the Office of Economic and Demographic Research to undertake a study on how could we get to the point where we can eliminate property taxes. And, I will give you my 2 cents again. There has been a lot of conversation in the state of Florida about eliminating property taxes, but they have yet to tell us how they're going to do it. I think having a study where they can definitively point to a way we can do that without significant gaps in funding would be beneficial for the county.
I think you ought to just throw out there so everybody for the audience, I mean, there's a lot of chatter that they have done some preliminary studies. In order to offset that, you would have to have a 12% sales tax in the state to offset the property tax if it went away.
That is one.
Like, I mean, we keep talking about affordable housing, and now if you thought about you had a 12% sales tax on cost of goods, I mean, think what that adds to, and then you sell a house and you have sales tax. I mean, that just seems unreasonable to me. But maybe smarter minds.
It would be brutal.
It would be brutal.
Those less fortunate.
Think Canada, they have VAT tax. That's, they have sales tax and then they have a VAT tax to make up for it too. It really certainly would hurt the economically disadvantaged people in our community.
And in all honesty, if you read the studies, as much as we act like we're in dire straits, we're really not. I mean, as a state with no income tax, what's killing us is tort reform. And I really wish if they would focus on tort reform, I think we could fix a lot of what is broken in our state, which would fix the insurance industry. And it would help drive those prices down. And I think, and it's probably not in this, we talked a little bit about it earlier, is the medical malpractice on physicians. And God help us if we ever get to Oklahoma state law on medical malpractice, because it's brutal. It is absolutely 100% brutal.
I completely concur with your sentiment. Florida continues to have one of the most frivolous legal climates across the country. And as far as the economy, Florida continues to experience strong growth, both in terms of population and economic growth. We continue to lead number 2 in the nation, right behind Texas. So I think your points are very well made. And then finally here we have House Bill 787, that's revenues from ad valorem taxes. Now, someone stole my thunder a little bit on this one earlier and spoke to it during a presentation. Not going to name names, Aaron. But this was the, as far as rolled back rates, I was taking it from the current statutory limit of an excess of 110% down to 102%. It also bakes in new construction into this calculation where previously it was excluded. I don't believe this one has had a hearing quite yet. This is another one by Representative Chamberlain, and we will see how it goes to the process. Now, Chair, if you would like, I would like to come back at the very next meeting of the board, give a bit more of a comprehensive update, cover other areas of policy. We've seen a number of bills filed related to growth management. There is currently a county commissioner term limit bill floating out there. I believe that just had its first committee meeting yesterday. Be happy to come back and give an additional report.
That'd be great. So just a couple of other things. Fees for services, things like the clerk and the fees that are charged, that's been like 40 years, I think.
Some of those are incredibly dated. They go back to the 1980s. It takes 2/3 majority vote in the House and Senate in order to increase those fees.
So that's something I think should be looked at because that just gets shifted to our constituents without having those updates for fees for services. And then I would if it were me and I could live in the perfect world and make a suggestion to our legislators, I wish they would address the 3% cap and the 10% cap. Because if you want to fix that, I think that's where you fix the ad valorem taxes. There's not a business that I know of that has a 10% profit margin every year. And if they can have a 10% increase in their property tax or their adjusted value, that's pretty big, which equates to taxes. So that's the one I wish that they would look at. It's widely known throughout the Florida State Chamber that small businesses are the majority of the businesses that come into the state of Florida, and that's just not sustainable.
Completely concur. I would go back to your first point. As far as the fee structure, I think raising that would not only help, relieve the unfunded mandate that the state currently imposes on us, it would allow our constitutional offices to become a little bit more independent in that regard.
Very good. Keep up the good work. It's hard that you've got that radio voice. It's got a sense of humor and that big, deep voice.
Certainly a face made for radio, I would say that.
Hey, I don't know. You still look like Opie to me, though.
He's too young to know what that is.
I was laughing and just pretending, that's right.
I'll explain later.
Please do. All right, anything else, Chair?
Ask my husband, it's Andy Mayberry, his favorite show. Thank you very
All right, thank
much.
you very
We
much.
appreciate you being on board.
Of course.
All right. Now, Mr. Howard.
Just one thing, I want to give some good news, a shout out to the Department of Management and Budget. We got a great letter yesterday from the Government Finance Officers Association that they were pleased to inform that the budget document has been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. This award is the highest form of recognition in government budgeting. Its attainment represents a significant achievement by this organization. So that's 20 years in a row. So I applaud staff for all the great efforts they're doing. They're making a big difference. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, Commissioner Davis.
I have nothing, Chair.
All right. Commissioner Kennard.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Barrick.
Yeah, I do have something. Okay, at 5:05, we're going to have a consideration.
Commissioner, I think this is for advisory
this is the
boards,
first one?
advisory boards.
Oh, the advisory boards?
Did I miss one?
Well, at the advisory board for Career Source, it's good and it's bad. The good news is we're number one. The bad news is we're number one in unemployment. We are still the highest unemployment rate in the county, in all the counties in the state. We need to find some way to get people to want to work and get them out there. We have jobs. Career Source is there. We have Career Source people, and we're working with not just Citrus County, with Levy County, with Marion County. So we have resources from other counties that are being underutilized. So I'm asking people to, if you know somebody doesn't have a job, please have them go to Career Source, get all signed up, get them some training. We have money there for training also. Okay, so it needs to be, one of the things that people need to start doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan, you've been waiting a long time.
I have been, and I noticed there's people still hanging out for the meeting, so I'm guessing they might be here for this reason. So I believe in keeping everything, any thoughts or directions that individual commissioners may have or be seeking, that it should always come before the board. And that's what I want to do today. So I'll tell you how this all started. This isn't just another commissioner. There's a park in my district and I want one too, because we have two commissioners looking at different parks that I love both of those ideas. They're in your districts. Those, if we could get those, be assets to the community. Where I'm coming from, it just happens to be in my district. I'll tell you how it started. People in my district were reaching out to me with issues. Field issues, parking issues, everything that related to youth sports. It was happening in such close succession that I called our Parks and Rec director, Eric Head, and said, "You have a big problem, don't you?" The short answer was yes. So it was all involved: soccer, flag football, softball, girls softball. So I was fielding these calls, getting them to the right people. I had some meetings and with different people. And that's when I realized, wow, I'm seeing a piece of this. Eric Head is seeing a lot of this. So in talking to Eric, I said, listen, to alleviate the pain, do we, the county, have any property that's somewhat flat, that doesn't have anything on it? Can we clear and just make some fields? And he said, let me work on that. So it just happens, that's what I said, in my district, and I was the one with the problems. And he should have given you, hopefully everyone's gotten this page, and it shows you, I believe it's 33 acres that the county has, and it's pretty centrally located. So the thought is just to have staff take a look at this property, have it assessed, see what the cost would be for the county to add some fields, basic fields, and then what additional cost would the county have if we would put lighting on those fields? That would be a first step. This county, according to Eric, hasn't done anything with our youth sports and fields for the better part of 25 years. We talk about the county growing. We want it to grow in the right way. We're getting some new amenities, we'll say, in the central part of the county, and I believe that's going to bring in families. Families want some of these amenities. Parks are a huge part of that. And for youth sports, I know you were a coach. I was like dugout mom and all into team sports, and maybe some others were too, or just active as youth here in Citrus County. It's so important for our youth. And there was something, I'm going to pass this out to you because I didn't get it in enough time to make it part of backup. This was actually by the 352 Legend Sports people. They are a flag football league. Now, they're not the only people that I've talked to, and they're not the only people that we're looking at building fields for. It's just remarkable because a few years ago, they started with a couple hundred kids, and now I think they're at over 800, and they're growing exponentially. One thing they said in here that that I love, that I would say that's how I feel as a commissioner. Our core value is that no child will ever be turned away for financial reasons. We believe youth sports should be a platform for growth, not a privilege. And through financial aid and flexible payment plans, we strive to make sports accessible to all. And as a county, we should feel that way, I believe, that youth sports is not a privilege. We should help foster that. That's good for the growth of our youth. It's good for them growing up and staying in our community. So even though this is just one sports team, this will help you at least see some numbers. Go ahead and pass one down to Steve and Denise also. And Commissioner Davis, would you mind helping me get that to Amy? And then I have a couple more. I don't know if Eric or Parks has this. To highlight the problem more, if Mr. Howard, if it was permissible, I think Eric Head is prepared
Eric could come
to
forward,
say
please.
a few things about the problems that he's dealing with. And again, this isn't an ask for huge money right now. This is an ask to, can we all collectively care about this, the problems that we're having, youth sports, expanding some fields and looking at this piece of property to see if we can move ahead. And If so, how can we pay for that?
I was going to say, we deal with every Saturday, me and Eric have phone calls over these fields.
Oh, yeah. And I've
at nighttime
initiated some of those.
and on Sunday. So we have lots of discussions about these topics.
Absolutely. Thank you, Eric Head, the Community Services Director. Just a few numbers. I think what we have simply is it's a matter of supply and demand. As Commissioner Finnegan noted, we have not built any new fields in over 25 years. The last facility to be constructed was the Central Ridge District Park, which is north of Beverly Hills. That's about, I think, 130 acres up there on that. So there is room for expansion there too, but it is a more undulated, hillier area that would require a little bit more site work and engineering. But on the other side of the county, more centrally, where you're referring to, this 33 acres, when I got with Mr. Hall, it is still available, and there's actually a couple of other smaller 5-acre parcels there that are on long-term lease, and I don't know if those entities would be willing to negotiate with us on that. But primarily with the supply and demand, when you look at the numbers, you know, I just quickly got with our new Parks Director, Terry Moore. Combined Little League, 587. Combined soccer leagues, 1,785. The new football league, as you noted, over 800. 810 is what they've reported to us. That's a combined of almost 3,200 kids playing ball on some of our fields every weekend. Some of the challenge in that is a lot of the spring and fall leagues run at the same time. So we have to negotiate and work around a lot of factors. Those soccer leagues have been the primary focus for years. Obviously now the popularity of flag football is going through the roof. I think that if I've got my numbers right, it'll be an Olympic sport in 2028. So that demand's not going to go away. I think the next decade we will have to find a way to manage those fields. Also, with the limited number of fields, it's becoming difficult. I know it was brought up about condition of fields. Even the soccer teams and soccer leagues have concerns and have gotten with us on conditions. Those multi-purpose fields, in particular, that flag football is using, are not in good shape because they never get an opportunity to rest. They're very limited in number. We don't have time that they're basically used week in, week out, all year long, so they never get an opportunity for maintenance and care that any good field is going to need. So that's primarily in a nutshell. I also didn't include travel ball. Now, travel ball is a little, I don't have hard numbers on travel ball. Parks Rec are working on that because that can be any number of teams. We've even run into some difficulties recently. I know that there was stuff online with trying to, you know, and in a good faith effort, I think they were trying to find space and you can't put flag football and softball on the same league. But those softball folks want their space back. But it's very difficult to find and manage that. So I know that the way agreements were done in the past, short-term solutions, Ms. Moore is working on better agreements. We're working on some ideas for pulling all the leagues in. So in the short term, while we come up with a solution, we can make sure that everyone's in agreement on when they're using the fields and how we're using the fields and get all of that modernized and brought up to speed so that we're all on the same page, and then better communication and negotiating with them throughout the year so that we don't have those conflicts.
Thank you, Eric. Absolutely. And Madam Chair, I noticed one of the gentlemen, I don't know if anyone is prepared with anything, but he was shaking his head, and I know, Eric, you said the numbers are probably going up. I think he's mouthing different numbers. Would you be okay with one of them coming up and just sharing the numbers and their growth? Because these are a lot of calls that I'm getting, is they're taking over, which is actually not a good thing that we don't have enough room, but that all of these kids are getting so interested to just show the need. I mean, it's a desperate need. And what Eric was saying about the softball, that was another one. The football is encroaching on girls softball where they can't have outfield. So every sport needs their field and their play time. And Parks and Rec they're having a heck of a time. And then worse in the winter when it's dark. Because, you know, if it gets dark at 5 o'clock, the kids need lights to play, and we definitely don't have enough lighted fields. But my ask is at least look at these fields, see what we can start using, And then if we can add, the cost of lights and things, or maybe we phase fields in. I'm sure, right now, we just want permission to take a look at all of this, and then maybe it'll even be a phased approach.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I completely agree. I would support this. In fact, when Commissioner Carnahan was on the board, he had talked several times about bringing forward an agenda item to add football-specific fields. And for whatever reason, those never came forward. He was looking more at Central Citrus area, but this looks like an ideal location, could be an ideal location. So I would certainly support directing staff to come back with some options with, locations, a phased approach. I think that, I know that Musco Lighting has some form of grant money or grant programs out there to be able to eventually get fields lit. They don't have to be lit to start with. And certainly as you champion this or bring this back, if that's something that you choose to do, I would look at your district-specific impact fees first for covering the cost of it. And then we have, I don't know what's there for your district. It may be $400,000 or $500,000. But then we have the county-wide impact fee money also, that certainly some of that could be used, or this board could expand the discussion and talk about charging staff with coming back with a list of park projects that we would consider bonding that county park impact fee, and do some county-wide park projects with that bonded money. It'd certainly be a much higher price tag, but you'd get a much better quality projects done across the county. So those are just some funding ideas. Absolutely, I'm behind it. I've said that for a number of years up here. I'd like to see it, and I'm glad that you brought it forward.
Thank you.
And thanks for Corey for giving me a call. I appreciate it.
Could you come to if you're going to speak, please come to the podium.
Why not?
Please say your name for the record.
My name's Corey Edwards, for the record. It was almost a year ago. I think it's been about 10 months since I've been here before you. 352 Legends. It's one of the organizations that you'll hear from when it comes to possibly evolving our parks. We're kind of we're reinventing the wheel a little bit when you talk about youth sports. Just recently, I was thinking about what would I say before you today to kind of get you the best idea. And there was one example, and I've been doing this for about 13 years now. Volunteering my time through Pop Warner, Little League Baseball, basketball, churches. It's been a while for youth sports. It's what I've dedicated my life to. But it wasn't until just recently. Just this season, a 12-year-old kid. He came up to me while I'm setting up my field signs. And he said, "You're Corey Edwards, right?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I just want to thank you for sponsoring me." We've been sponsoring kids for years. It's something we've always done. But it's not something I fully grasped, and always wondered if the kids knew if they were sponsored kids. I prefer them not to know. I prefer them to just know that they can come here and play sports. But to know that this one 12-year-old knew he was a sponsored athlete, it brought me back to my own childhood. And it was really one of our core values of No Child Left Behind. When I was 12 years old, I was one of 5 kids. It wasn't just us 5 kids. My parents took care of multiple kids. We couldn't afford playing youth sports. And half us would play, half us would watch. And then there'd be seasons where I would ride with my friends to their practices, and I'd sit on their sidelines, and I'd watch them play, all the kids I go to school with, same grade. And I'd go around beg the coaches, beg them, if there's any more room on the team. As a 12-year-old, I knew there was. As a 12-year-old, I knew I'd also need financial aid. Unfortunately, there were years where they needed me, because maybe I was an older lighter and I was a benefit athletically to the team, and I would receive financial aid, or I'd get that extra spot on the roster. But then there was teams they probably wouldn't need me athletically, and that assistance was never provided. So I'd watch from the sideline. As a 12-year-old, I could comprehend what was going on. And it's something I've always wondered, did some of these kids understand this? And when this kid came up to thank me for sponsoring him, it kind of made me aware that this is what we're here for. We're here to make sure every child has the advantage of playing youth sports. And from day one to now, we're at $30,000 in financial aid. That's 3 years. That's $30,000 worth of your kids in your community that are playing sports right now that probably weren't going to get a chance. The reason why we've grown from 42 kids to 807 kids in just one season is because we provide that financial assistance. We make sure these kids are getting on the field. It's huge. I don't think a lot of people realize that, you know, it's not just $120. We're talking about families with multiple kids that racks up to about $300 to $500 for all the kids to play. Not everyone has that in their back pocket, but we make sure it's not an issue. It's why we've grown. Yes, our number is 807. I get that. You look at baseball, they're at 1,100. Guys, that's one season. We're not just a flag football league, and we're not stopping with just flag football. We're also the largest basketball league in the county. We don't have anywhere to play. I understand that these issues probably haven't brought to you because when it comes to our basketball league, the county just basically doesn't offer anything. Neither does the school system. We're at the mercy of local churches just to have kids play their basketball games. We have kids, I think this season alone, we're going to be at 400 kids. I could go to 500 to 600 kids. I really could. I'm going to have to tell about 100 to 200 kids I can't take them because I don't have anywhere for them to practice or even enough time to play basketball games. Our churches only have one court that goes one way. The schools have two. They can go to double games. I could fit double the amount of kids, but we can't get in there. But just putting this out there, it's not 807 kids. My other flag football season in the same calendar year is going to do 600 to 900 probably this year. We're around 1,500 kids just for football. I can only run about one basketball season a year. If I had the property, I'd run multiple. We'd probably be around approaching 800 probably for a total year of basketball alone. So 1,400 for football, 800 for basketball. Our summer camps, not sure you're aware of this. I literally sit out there at Hunter Springs every single day, Monday through Friday, from 8 to 5 o'clock. Summer camps was something I've always begged my parents to go to. I wanted to be a part of that. A lot of families can't afford it. Look at the price tag these days, and there's only so much financial assistance that's provided. I not only hold free spots, but maximum we charge $20 a day for a mom to drop her child off with me and for me to take care of them at Hunter Springs from 8 to 4 o'clock during the summer. This park that you're beginning the discussions with, it really truly could be a homestead for a lot of people. Not just for sports, but for summer camps, for trainings, for underprivileged families. You come out to our field any night this week, next week, the week after. Let me show you what I'm doing with high schoolers. No other sports league in this town has a high school division. I operate one. It's one of the hardest age divisions to operate. That's why no one does it. You know, you're going to get some fighting out there. You're going to get some little bit of wild behavior. These kids are older. But let me tell you what I see. Currently, I have 92 high school kids on my fields Monday through Friday from 7 to 8:30. They're not out chasing trouble. They're on our football field. Saturdays, they're at my field all day long from 8 in the morning till 5 p.m. Not only do they play their game on Saturday, I also employ them. I employ them. I pay them to ref games. I pay them to work in session stands. I pay them $20 an hour. Most of these kids are coming from places where they don't have the money, you know, and we're supplying this. We lose money in our high school division. But one thing I know for sure is give it about 3 or 4 years, and let's see the statistics for the kids that are getting in trouble at school. Let's see the statistics of our kids that are drinking alcohol, trying tobacco for the first time. Let's see if those numbers have lowered. Because while we're at 92 kids now, I strongly believe I'll probably be around 300 in about 2 years. So that's 300 kids that are typically finding trouble between the hours of 6 to 9 o'clock on a weeknight, and they're finding trouble from the hours of 8 in the morning till midnight on a Saturday. They're with me right now. They're not finding trouble. So there's a lot of things that take into consideration when it comes to this park and what it can be. And I'm here to help support it financially, in the community, anything it needs to get off the ground. I can do it. I just need your backing on it. That's really it at the end of the day. And I really appreciate you guys having us here and putting on the agenda for last minute. Give you all the credit in the world, because it's not easy sitting over there and having to listen to all this. I can only imagine what it's like sitting there and having to go through every single agenda. I just, all the credit in the world. Thank you so much for having us here and hearing us out today.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Wow, that was touching.
So can I get your full consensus now?
Well, Madam Chair?
I got a
Just one, Commissioner Barry.
Okay, I may be living in a different world, but when I went to school, the schools used the fields. Okay, now my question is, we pay property taxes, okay? We also pay school taxes. There has to be a reason why the schools don't allow us, and probably it's insurance. But I know I live in Citrus Springs, and there's a ball field there that is never used. Yeah, and Citrus Springs gave you $1,500, or the other youth, they gave a donation of $1,500 to the youth this year for softball. Okay, so if we're gonna do another field, I would say go get the information and bring it back to us, and we'll see what it's like. We're gonna be hopefully building houses off Rock Crusher, and this is not far from there.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. I don't think that there's any better investment than we can make than into our children, because our children are our future of tomorrow. And I'm sad to hear that we haven't made investments in our fields for 25 years. And what is the lady, she comes here, she's supposed to be building a big basketball place in Citrus Springs. What happened to that? Anybody know?
That's
Kennard?
Amy, I do know her, Amy Barbieri,
yes.
Amy McLaughlin. Yeah, I can reach out to her and find out where that stands for you.
Okay. I definitely want to go forward with this, but I also, I would like to know what this means. I mean, you're telling us that we're not able to give certain fields rest. So it's time we kind of roll this out and we look at it. Time is of the essence. And whatever we need to do to move forward, I'm in agreement with. Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Chair. Corey, 352 Legends is a branding person. I mean, that is a spectacular brand name, so good job. Breaking generational poverty is one of the hardest possible things to do. I told Dad that I wanted to work on that when I first became a commissioner. He said, way to try to, set yourself up for failure, dear daughter. I loved your term, not chasing trouble. I was already there in my head that one of the best things we can do is to not just try to get kids into academics, but also into sports, because it burns off energy and provides teamwork and responsibility and all those wonderful things that will help them break a generational poverty cycle, which we have quite a lot of here in this county. I sit on a volunteer basis also on the YMCA board. We are building a basketball court. If you and you can't answer, but we can talk later. If you've talked to the YMCA about using collaborating with them for basketball. Let's see, I am 100% in support of this. You have your consensus, but I want to bring up some things that I'd like to be worked into, and I'm sure staff will be working on this. Just a few thoughts. First off, the working with the schools is a much more efficient way for us to try to figure out how to make this happen. We've got to stop siloing and stop double dipping on tax dollars for various amenities that we offer the community. That's also a faster way to get some, the short-term solution. overall, this is one more symptom of us being, or one more result of us being a reactive instead of a proactive county. This is all reactive. This is a big, all of a sudden, very hot problem that we're hearing that the parks have, the fields are not rested and we haven't been investing in our park system. So shame on us as a county in the last few decades for not looking ahead on that, but now's the time. So that would be one of my biggest things is it comes down to whether this plot of land is the ideal place, or is it the best we can do? Is it enough acreage? We're going through a space needs analysis. We're going through, we're about to get our metro forecasting on where everyone's going to live, what the demographics will be in terms of how many more kids we're going to have in the coming decades that are living here, and what's our master long-range park plan? Because this sounds like a pretty, our other big park is 130 acres, I think you said, Eric. This one is 100 acres less, okay? That's a pretty big difference. So, short term, I really hope we can work something out with the school district to alleviate this issue. But then long term, we need to build this stuff for the kids. I'm completely on board with that, so. Thanks for bringing it forward, Commissioner Finnegan.
Oh, thank you. I want to thank the board. Thank you, Eric Head and your whole team. Thank you, Mr. Howard. And most of all, thank you not only to the people that are here today. I didn't know you were all coming, but I assume some of you are coaches, but all the coaches and people that help out with youth sports. You get nothing in return, but hopefully some hugs and smiles. It's so important for our community. So thank you all very much.
Commissioner? Yes. I'm sorry, I think you missed I, and then when Commissioner Barrick started talking, I thought you wanted her to talk on I, so.
Advisory board nominations? There's nothing under it.
I don't have nominations. I didn't see anything in the book. Did I miss it?
No. I mean, she didn't get a chance to do her,
Yeah, I called on her.
but I cut her off. Because I thought you were asking for committee reports. I apologize.
I is not committee reports.
I know. I gave her a chance in between, like, I went back to that. So, do you have something, Commissioner Barrick? that
Yeah.
you-
Yes.
I did have something other than a committee report.
Okay.
Okay, because today, when we come back at 5:01, we've got a 5:05. It has to do with LDC amendments and H2. And I would like some other things considered if we're doing LDC amendments, not in today's, but to work up to and get possibly added in. Okay? As you look around, our houses are getting built closer and closer together. Okay? And because of that, I feel that our LDC should have something in it that says fences could not be beyond the front wall of the house, so that we get some conformity into this new constructions. Okay, so I would like this, the purpose that we prepare this amendment from the Land Development Code prohibiting the construction or installation of fences closer than a lot's front property line. We want it to the front wall of the dwelling. Okay, instead of having them put it at the front, you can drive around some of the areas in the county and you'll see what I'm saying. Instead, they put it right to the, thing. Well, we're putting houses, 4 and 6 and 7 and 8 houses to an acre. There's not a lot of land, but a lot of people have dogs. So I suggest that we put in the LDC that you cannot put a fence closer than the front wall of your dwelling. And that's, just a proposal. Then throughout the years.
Wait, just 1 second. I would think that a lot of what you're talking about would be within a subdivision that's going to have an HOA, that's going to set their own standards.
We can set the standard with the LDC and make it part of our. In other words, we're cutting down all the trees. We're putting houses closer and closer together, okay? Every time you turn around, if you go up Twisted Oaks on the golf course, it's getting to be where you can stick your hand out, they can stick their hand out, and they can touch hands. So the thing is, I would like some conformity so that when someone goes to put a fence up, that it's in our LDC. And that's where it should be, in the LDC, because we should be the ones telling them, this is what we want our county to look like. Not hodgepodge, not buildings that go like on Roosevelt, right, you know, you got this big 20-foot high building, aluminum, down by the Boys and Girls Club.
Madam Chair.
Okay, and
Commissioner
it's
Finnegan?
right there on the property line. It's not set back, but that's just an instance.
Just a point of order. I'm sorry, Commissioner Barrick, I understand you seem very passionate about this, but it seems like if you would want to move ahead or make a change, that you would maybe talk about it first with Eric Landon, but then bring it back as an agenda item for us to vote on or not vote on. Because everything that you're saying, I have all these questions in my head. Well, what if it's over an acre? What if it's agriculture? What if they live on 10 acres and they have horses, or what they're allowed? So this, I think, would be best hashed out. And then if you want to change, you would need to bring it back for a vote. We can't just knock this around and discuss it now because there's not a vote. So maybe the next meeting.
Well, what I'm saying is, I would like to make some, see some other LDC changes. This is one I would like to maybe talk to, Eric and other people about, but it's something that I want you to be thinking about because we are making LDC changes. Okay, and the other one was throughout the years.
Hold on just a minute. I normally would not do this, but I'm going to interrupt you. I do not want each of the 5 of us individually going to Eric with changes that we want to see in the LDC. If you have a list of things that you want to see changed, put them on the agenda and let's hash them out as a board. Then if the board thinks that we need Steve to direct Eric and staff to spend time on it, then we will. But otherwise, we don't need 5 of us going. None of us should be going directly to staff. We should be going to Steve and let him take it to staff. But you serve on a board of 5. It needs to be board direction, not individual commissioner direction. So put your list together of LDC amendments that you want to see changed and bring it back, as Commissioner Finnegan said, as an agenda item. And then we can hash it out at that point and decide whether or not the board wants to direct Steve to work his staff to go in that direction. That's the way that it should work.
I want to clarify too, I didn't mean for her to go and ask, because we might already have some codes or something already in line for that. So my thought was if she went to him, say, hey, do we have anything that covers this? And if not, bring back her. So you said it better, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, let me
just want to
just jump in
reiterate,
here,
board direction.
Excuse me, you interrupted me a minute. I'm going to
Yes,
jump in here
I
a
did.
second. Yesterday, when I went to my briefing, I asked who came up with these LDC changes. Was it the board or was it the staff? And I was told, well, it's some from the board, some from the staff. So I said, fine, these are a couple of things I would like to see. So I'm bringing it to you to see how you feel, okay? And if you don't like the ideas, that's fine. But I thought I was going the right direction by bringing it here, not to them. You suggested I go to him, and I said, well, I could go to him. But the thing is, I had 2 things that I wanted to see. I didn't bring up anything in the LDC. Those changes that are in there, I see things in there that I don't like. And they're already redlined and they're already reprinted. But I wasn't the one that wrote those changes. And I asked who did that. And I was told the staff did it, or some of you made suggestions. So that's what I'm trying to do. So I have one more suggestion, if you don't mind me finishing my second
Go right
suggestion.
ahead.
I mean, you did interrupt me and you
Yes,
said,
I-
excuse me, and I
yes,
let you.
I did.
Okay, so throughout the
Sure
years,
is a feisty little thing.
we've had instances where issues arise on residential construction, okay, which could have been prevented if the survey that is required is reviewed before the building permit is issued. Additionally, if we have the smaller building lots and they're developed with structures extremely close to the abutting lots, and that's what the problem is. We are gonna, with all these new developments we're putting or agreeing to put, or agreeing the developers to allow them to put, the lots are gonna be smaller. You're gonna have a lot more disagreements. So I believe more and more issues are gonna arise. Okay, I would like to give us, for us to give the direction to the staff that the boundary surveys are required for all residential building permits. Applications where the structures will be set 15 feet or closer to the abutting side of a lot. In other words, a lot of them aren't gonna even have the 15 feet. And we need to have a survey done on each one of these, and that's my feeling. Because you're gonna see a lot of people that, right now, they're happy because, oh, I got a new house and I got, but as time goes on and they get that dog, and then they get the second dog, and then they got the kids and the dogs, there will be a time when a fence is needed. And we need to be able to work with the citizens and say, well, we have a rule in place already, and this is what it is. That's why I wanted to bring it. And that's all I wanted to say.
I will make it very brief. The changes that we're going to hear at 5:05 should all be staff-driven, because this board individually has not discussed any code changes. And as individual commissioners, we should not be going to staff and saying, you know, I want to see this code change, or I want to see this code change. We're part of a board. It should be brought to the board hashes it out, and then we decide whether or not we're gonna go to Steve with it. And then Steve goes to his staff, not us individually. So any changes, as Commissioner Finnegan said, bring your changes forward. Some of the stuff I can understand and maybe agree with, some of it not, but as a board, we should have that discussion. Then it should be board direction to give to Steve. All right, that's all I was getting at.
Commissioner Finnegan.
If I may, Commissioner Barrick, I commend you on caring about building and what's happening in the community. That's admirable. I have found it for myself in the past, if I had questions about certain things, or maybe I'm seeing one, the question of, do you know if it's covered somewhere else? Madam Attorney could probably help you sort some of that out too. But yes, I'll be definitely willing to talk about your suggestions when you bring them back. But that then, with the backup information, and Madam Attorney will have looked at that, we may see what code already says, so we can do a little bit of homework, and investigate it and understand where you're coming from a little bit better.
All right.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if we're done with that item.
Pardon me?
Are we done with that item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have from item M1, and I just wanted to request clarification on something. Commissioner Finnegan had requested consensus, and I heard discussion after that. I just wanted to verify there was consensus of the whole board.
Yes, ma'am, there was consensus. Board?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, on to me. I wanted to move the July 22nd to July 29th, but I think Commissioner Davis has,
I actually double-checked,
Okay.
and I believe I can move that, so I'm okay with it.
okay, thank you. Does anybody else have a problem with that?
Not that one, the April 22nd, I think I'd said this before, when we're going to have our CIP presentation, I'll be out of town for that one. But I think we looked at a couple dates and none of them really would work, so.
Okay.
April 22nd, is that, sorry, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
The April 22nd, is that occurring at the board meeting? Because I don't have a separate spot on my calendar, it's just the BOCC meeting. Yes, I'm getting a nod. Okay, just making sure. So Commissioner Kennard can't make it on the 22nd?
I will be out of town that week.
Did we ask to move that, or did you?
We did, I think that's something, we tried to bounce it around
Yeah,
to
we did.
several.
When we were setting our dates for the year, we looked at a couple different dates and it just wasn't working out.
Like the 29th?
I don't remember what,
You know, the 29th would not work, but, the 15th would. I think we already went through this exercise, but.
I'm okay with your date, Commissioner Bays. What about the day after that? Or was that?
Well, I'll be out that week, so that's the reason I can't do the 22nd.
No, I'm sorry, I'm going back. That was Commissioner Davis that would have had the
Yeah,
problem
and
with
she said
that.
she didn't have a problem.
Okay, and Commissioner Davis is fine with the budget hearings then too.
Well, you're going to have to probably move those budget hearings if Commissioner Bays isn't there.
That's what I was seeing, which commissioner's not, I'm looking for the budget hearings again,
They're on the
Tuesday?
23rd.
Oh, yeah. what-
Yeah, I'm assuming all of those would have to move 23rd to the 30th or whatever.
Right.
So you want to change the board meeting, but then we have all of this.
Right.
These on the, I assume you're not going to be here.
No. And they said they would come back with a date on those today.
Yeah, we'll follow up.
Okay. All right, if everybody's okay, we'll move July 22nd to July 29th.
Is that a motion?
Consensus? It's a consensus.
It's only a consensus? I
Yes.
thought it's a vote.
I thought this schedule was approved by vote. So
I don't know. It
change
says
it.
consensus on mine. So we need a vote? All right. we'll
It
vote.
can't hurt.
All right, would anybody make a motion to move July 22nd to July 29th, 2025 for the Board of County Commissioners meeting?
So
I make a
moved.
motion, we move it.
I got two motions. Who would like to be second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Denise
nothing.
Lynn, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, we have one final open to the public if anybody would like to address the board.
Bob Rudemiller, also known as Skata Bob. I prefer that name. This has been delightful for me to come to the meetings because of one thing. Even though we all have differences of opinions, we all live together in this county. And every one of us, every single one of us wanted to do the right thing in their viewpoint of what is correct for all of us. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the active conversations that we're able to witness. And there is one good thing about the Sunshine Law, Denise, and that is that the Sunshine Law allows us to see your conversations, even though there are other parts I don't like about it. I heard two things that kind of disturbed me at this meeting. The first was that, and I think I got it right, it was said that Citrus County is #1 in the state for unemployment. Very disturbing. There was another thing that was said, and that is the word silos were used. Silos are good, but we need to break open outside of our silos. And what I want to do is give you some good news, and perhaps maybe somehow we can get Citrus County more involved in assisting other efforts. So I want to take you on a brief 3-year journey that I've been on. And I think all of these represent silos that can be broken up and the county can be more involved. The first one starts 3 years ago. I became a member of the Citrus County Construction Academy Board of Directors. And it took us 3 years, but we successfully were able to start a construction course at the Citrus County High School in Inverness. When we first announced it, we had 152 students that registered. We could only take 16. The recommended course was only for 12. Since then, the course has grown, and it's continuing to grow. So that was the first thing where we started to solve the unemployment problem by giving our youth technical skills, which is extremely important. The second thing that happened is that I was asked to be on the advisory committee for the Withlacoochee Technical College. And they were just starting a new course with Tom Fasori, and that's the Industrial Process Controls. At that time, they only had 5 students, very complex course, and it's been operating for quite some time. And now they're up to 16 students, and they've also added another electrical course. Again, we are advancing rapidly for technical education, not only construction, but industrial and higher complex with certifications. I'm out of time, so I have 2 more.
Thank you, Bob. Skata, Bob.
Chair, excuse me, did he have a public speaker card?
Did you turn in a green form, Bob? Thank you, thank you. Hi there.
Hello, Commissioners. Typically, when I come up here, I introduce myself as Captain Gary Bartell, but today it's Coach Gary Bartell. First of all, Commissioners, thank you very much, staff, Steve, Eric, Ed, thank you guys so much for the support of moving this complex along for further discussions and research. One thing I really wanted to point out is the economic impact that this could have for our county. First of all, 2 years ago, I got involved with 352 Legends, and it was the first sport that my son, actually wanted to play. We did a couple of smaller things before this, but this was the first true commitment for a league and a team. And it was the day before the first practice when I found out that I was the coach as well. So huge milestone for us. Never looked back since. 1 year ago is actually just celebrate our anniversary of our first flag football tournament. So after 2 seasons with Corey and his league, my son, myself, my wife, and several others, we became very passionate about this 5-on-5 flag football. And so we went to a tournament, and now we just finished tournament number 8. 3 things I took from that first tournament is, number 1, I'd probably never have a social life again outside of kids' sports. 2, how much money I just spent, how many more charters I needed to book to, catch up. 3, on how incredible it would be for Citrus County to bring what we went and saw, what we invested our money in, what parents went and were so passionate about right here to Citrus County. That was the first thing I said to my wife, Brianna, driving back from Orlando is, man, can you imagine if we had something like that in Citrus? And, so we actually went and drove around. I talked to Corey. We looked at fields and was trying to figure out a way how we could do this. So this complex would be actually what you were saying earlier, Commissioner Davis, is we'd be proactive. Flag football is the biggest growing youth sports in the world right now. So creating a complex like this where we could host events, where we could bring promoters for events into Citrus County, where you'd have several hundred teams that has several hundred parents and spectators spending money right here in Citrus County, that would be huge. Right before the meeting, we got a certified statement from a promoter that was certified by the Florida Sports Commission to the City of Orlando, where one event that had, I believe, I sent it to you, Steve, one event, I want to say it had like 200 teams in it, brought in $1 million, just over $1 million to the City of Orlando. And that was just a one-day tournament. So that's something I just really want you all to consider too, is even though it's great getting our youth active and having a nice field, is if we could take this complex to the next level, I really think it's going to benefit our community economically. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Next. Okay. Is there someone around that pole? I can't. Okay. Can you come on up and speak and fill out your card afterwards, please? Oh, not now? Okay, all right. If there's no one else, we're going to close open to the public. All right, and I think that will conclude. You want to make any announcements? And then no? Okay. All right, then we're going to adjourn. Recess. Excuse me. We are going to recess for about, I don't know, till 5:05. So I'll give us about 8 minutes. It's 5:05, and we're going to start our public hearings. The first one is PUD 3026 Clearview Estates, commercial tracks modify.
Madam Chair, with regard to PUD 3026, are there any ex parte communications that the commissioners need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No.
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 Thank you. And we'll get Commissioner Davis.
No.
Okay. At the conclusion of this hearing, this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and the master plan for the Clearview Estates Development of Regional Impact, relating to the commercial tracts for revision of access points and allowance for out parcels with internal access, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe Mr. Abel is here on behalf of the applicant.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. All right, my name is Eric Abel. I serve as Vice President for Citrus Hills Investment Properties, LLC, the developer of Clearview Estates, DRI. Our application today before you is quite simple in that it only asks for two things. One, our first request is for the ability to eliminate or revise the access points from State Road 44 and/or Kensington Avenue. Currently, the DRI guarantees us 8 access points, 5 directly from State Road 44, 2 directly from South Run for the Roses Drive, and 1 from East Crown of Roses Loop. Since we do not know the ultimate buyers or use of any of the commercial property, we are looking for the right to eliminate or revise the locations of the currently designated points of access so that they can align with the ultimate commercial buyers. Please understand this. We are not looking for a carte blanche right. We are specifically agreeing to certain conditions to which any other developer would need to adhere. Any revised access point must meet the then current county and/or FDOT development standards, and 2, they must be expressly approved by Citrus County's Department of Technical Services or Engineering. Our second request is for the right to create outparcels within the commercial property, which may be accessible by internal ways and access points. Again, we are not looking for a carte blanche right. We are specifically requesting that any such internal ways and access points must be expressly approved by Citrus County's Department of Technical Services or Engineering. As pointed out by staff in your report, this request is consistent with the comp plan as it encourages alternative access systems along arterial roadways and major collector roads. Interconnection of parking lots along road frontage shall be encouraged, it says, effectively giving us the opportunity to minimize direct access to the congested roadways, such as State Road 44. The PDC discussed this application in great detail last month and unanimously recommended approval with the conditions set forth in the staff report. We are agreeable to those conditions and hope this board will agree as well. To be clear and avoid confusion that happened early in the PDC hearing, I want to remind you that this application is not about Home Depot or approval of any Home Depot site plan. Quite frankly, Home Depot is only under a contract which is still in its due diligence phase. At this time, we have no clear indication whether Home Depot will even buy any of the property within the DRI. And whether they do or not is not material to this request. If interested, Home Depot will make its own submissions of site plans and requests to the county staff and/or this board. There has been a buzz, I suppose, about it being unusual to have access to the commercial property from residential road. I'd like to point out that Kensington Avenue, if it's selected as an entry point, is a collector road, and it's intended to handle the north-south traffic. Additionally, it is actually the norm to have access from a residential road to commercial developments. And I can give you many instances. I looked quickly on the map yesterday and found Along State Road 44, the plaza immediately to our west, actually on Kensington, directly across from our property, has immediate entrance directly to Kensington. Lowe's Plaza, entrance 44 and Ty Drive, which is residential. Bell's Plaza, 44 and Croft Avenue. Citrus Plaza, entrances to 44 and Park Avenue, residential. Highland Square Mall, with entrances to 44 and Park Avenue. Nicholas Ford, with entrances to 44 and Crystal Boulevard. Along 491, Park Plaza in Beverly Hills, Beverly Plaza in Beverly Hills, and the large, very active Culver's in Lecanto each have entrances not just from 491, but also from the residential streets behind them or beside. US 19 also, Truist Bank. Jenkins Auto with multiple dealerships has entrances to 19 and Highland Street. Love Motorsports, Love Honda, entrances to 19 and Goodman and Longfellow residential roads. Homosassa Springs Shopping Center, access to US 19 and Halls River Road. And also on my list, I have Shops of Sugar Mill Woods, most recently with access to US 19 and Oak Park Boulevard residential road. Again, I don't know that we will use the entrance, but if and when Kensington is decided to be utilized by either us or another buyer from us, we fully expect, anticipate, and think it's correct to go to county staff, get approval from engineering to make sure it meets the traffic standards, make sure it complies with them. I'm not asking for pre-approval that I can do it. I want to do it the right way if it's done, if it's used at all. To deny access from Kensington has been suggested that that would help the residential streets. But the reality is, besides Kensington being a collector road in and of itself, to deny access from Kensington would only exacerbate the traffic issues on State Road 44, as it doesn't stop the Citrus Hills traffic coming from the northwest. They would literally have to go up Kensington and wait at a stop sign or a stoplight, traffic light, go left on 44 and make a U-turn on 44 to get back to someone who's at Kensington property. Alternatively, they could drive through the residential subdivisions of Clearview Estates, for example, and find their way to Run for the Roses. But it doesn't eliminate the traffic. It only puts it where it should be, and/or county staff could set parameters for the improvements to be made at the intersection of Kensington and 44, such that it can properly handle that traffic. Thank you very much for your time, attention. I'm open to any questions you have now, and I'll hang around for the entire, in case there's later questions.
Do you have
A map.
a mouse, and can we go to the
H310?
yes, 309, 310. So I want to make sure that I understand. So you're talking about Kensington.
It's on the very far west.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's at the corner there, that last parcel. Are you suggesting that you would have a right-in, right-out only from that access point? Or are you saying that you would have both? That would be able to access that road?
I don't know what it dictates, and I'm certainly not asking for any approval at this point in time for one. I'm asking for that we have the approval contingent on staff telling us whether it should be a right-in, right-out, or should be left in or left out. But they need, so far the discussions with the staff has been they need more room. But again, I hate to get caught up on the idea that Home Depot is doing this. If I had to put a number on it, I'd say it's 50-50 whether Home Depot even closes on this property. And if they do, I expect the county staff will hold their feet to the fire or make them abide by it as much as I would if I'm doing it myself in the future.
So you have 5 entrances right now off of 44?
Our DRI designates those, that there are 5 entrances, as you see in red there, 2 from the internal and then also coming off at Run for the Road, Crown of Roses, throughway to 44.
And so the true access road is really the interior road behind, from Crown of Roses, I don't know if that's still Crown of Roses, whatever that road is that
The north-south
connects
one
to
is
the,
Run for the Roses. The main entrance of Clearview Estates is called Run for the Roses.
right, but then the road that kind of turns around and goes behind this
That's
area?
Crown of Roses.
Okay. So the way that it's on this map, you're saying you would have an entrance directly in and it would connect all the way back there to that road, to Crown of Roses?
That's, the DRI permits that now, yes.
Right.
We, in our plans, which
Uh-huh.
are far from concrete, we have no crystal ball, but I can foresee that that road could be eliminated from Crown of Roses in the future. I don't know that it serves much purpose. It would make a lot more sense for the access, side access into this property to come from Kensington.
So that's getting more to my point then. This road would serve as an interior access road. So if you cut that off, what would be, would you have an interior access road that would link these different parcels together?
In theory, it depends on how many parcels are created over the 77 acres. But the main entrance, if you will, at Run for the Roses, the one in the middle, or the third of the five, actually would come in from 44 and go internally and continues on to Crown of Roses there as well. That's currently in place, that
Right.
road and access is. The one that's not been built are any of the smaller arrows and the one into, it's an unnamed road, I believe, on the western end, the large arrow.
Because my concern is, we all know how busy 44 is, and that you've got 60-mile-an-hour traffic, and that you're gonna end up, you have 5 here. And I guess what I'm looking for is, I would like to know, is there going to be an internal access road that would link these properties together without driving through driveways? Much like what's happening, if you take that road, you have Lowe's and you have
State
Walmart.
Forest and some State Forest. Oh, okay.
You have Walmart.
Oh,
So
right,
you
connected.
have,
They're
right, you have
interconnected.
that stoplight, you come in, you have the gas station, you have banks. So you have that access road. Are you going to have that in here?
That's what we're asking for in request number 2, is to be able to have internal access to out parcels instead of having direct onto 44. I would like to, and I think good planning, not to put words in a planner's mouth, would want that. Your comp plan suggests that we have less entrances directly onto 44 and more internal roadways or access points.
Cross-access is required. They would have to have cross-access.
Right, but their cross-access right now is this road, which he's saying that they may want to eliminate.
If they do, then, and I'm sorry to speak out of turn, but
No.
if they did eliminate that, they would still have to create cross-access within that 70-plus acres. Is that, maybe we could ask our attorney? But I think whether that back road, Crown of Roses, whether that served as cross-access or they created another internal road there, either way, they'd have to have it by code, I believe. And the second request on here is actually requesting to allow internal access rather than the 44 curb cuts, which is a better design.
Correct. That's consistent with our request. That is correct.
Commissioner Finnegan?
If you look at the picture above that on page 308, Joanna, if you could help with that. So if the one that we just saw in 309, which was the arrow, the first arrow may be eliminated. So then you have that whole first that we see on the left, that whole parcel. I do like the internal access. My concern is if permission was granted to look at Kensington, that's a lot of properties to internal access, and then all that traffic
dumps on Kensington, which Kensington's not prepared for that. There's not the appropriate turn lanes. I don't think that all that Citrus Hills traffic coming out and then all this commercial traffic with nowhere else to go except for dumping at that light, that gives me a grave concern. And when I kind of dug into it and was asking staff, they said that the East Crown of Roses, the Crown of Roses Loop is what I would call it, was designed to be reverse frontage so that it could handle traffic, which would make sense for that not constructed yet, for it not to go away. That would make more sense. Understanding from a dollars and cents, it doesn't make dollars and cents, obviously, for you constructing it, but looking forward into the future for all of these people, and I know you want to expand Citrus Hills, which is wonderful. I'm concerned. Internal access we want, but without you putting another road to hook into that road, or another stoplight, or funnel, if half of it could have been funneled to Crown of Roses Drive, but pushing everything to Kensington just doesn't seem like a good idea.
Well,
So do you have a different idea than that?
Yes, I mean, we looked at that scenario as well, but the reality is Kensington is a collector road. It's intended for traffic to flow north and south. That has a light at the intersection. It's intended to handle it. If the access point, there are 2 points here we're talking about. Internal access is number 2. I think that's less controversial because it doesn't necessarily have to include Kensington. But Kensington aspect of it actually relieves the traffic from jumping out onto 44 and traffic. If we put the scenario where Kensington doesn't have access to the commercial tract, the traffic would actually back up on Kensington because it would stay the 50-foot right-of-way and come out to a light and back up perhaps all the way to the north end, well, not as far as north end, into Kensington. It would back up a long way because there is no relief to go to that site. And it doubles the problem because once that traffic turns left at the light of Kensington, they have to go east on 44 and then make a U-turn to get back to the parcel.
So would
So it
you
creates-
expand Kensington then and put another lane in there? So you'd have traffic coming in that could just follow that lane and going in, and then let regular traffic go through?
I fully expect that county staff, when I say I agree that county staff should dictate how that is, FDOT standards and/or county standards for development, I want the engineering department of the county to protect that interest. If they believe another lane, left turn lane belongs in there, tell at the time of development to widen that road, to widen the right-of-way, to accommodate the extra lane of traffic if need be. And I've talked to staff as well, not putting one on the spot here, but they understand that. I had a good discussion with them about that. That is actually what I'm capitulating. I want you to tell us what needs to be done to make that happen and make it safe, make it better roadway systems so that everyone can access the property in the safest way. And I genuinely believe that to force to not allow entrance on Kensington, off of Kensington directly onto the commercial tract, forces all the traffic onto 44 to go east, make a U-turn to get back to a development, commercial development at that intersection.
Would the internal access also connect to Run for the Roses?
Run for the Roses is in. It depends on how it's developed and who the buyer is, but for the sake of discussion, call it Home Depot, because that's an easy one to call. If Home Depot were to buy 20 acres on the western end of this property, there's not a road going all the way over to Run for the Roses. So there would be no access from Run for the Roses.
I'm speaking future development,
Right.
so when we're
Once that's
developed
all
all the way
developed
up to.
commercially, I fully expect it would have an internal drive, if you will, between the different parcels, interconnect, that traffic would be off of 44, and local traffic, those visiting the different commercial sites, would stay on site, on the 35 or 38 acres on the west half. And then the east half might have its own, should have its own internal access ways. Again, that gets more toward point two I'm asking for. I want that. But I also want to do it and agree that it should be done in a manner that is guided by county staff, engineering.
Thank you.
Sure, sure.
Commissioner Davis?
Hi.
Hi.
As I believe you are aware, this is actually my neighborhood.
I do know that.
And for those of you who are checking the legal scorecard, I am not allowed to recuse myself from the vote because I have no financial interest in this whatsoever. And I actually live on the far end of Clearview Estates. So one question for you, Mr. Abel. You're basically saying the internal access would not cross Run for the Roses? Or you wouldn't be able to go from the western side to the eastern side of the two halves that are split by that already developed entrance?
I think once it's developed, once the 37 acres or 40 acres on this western half of the two, there are two commercial tracks here, really three, but two large ones, right? There's that west of Run for the Roses entrance, the main entrance, and then one east of it. If the western half develops first, once that's fully developed, I fully would expect that it will have internal roadways and not have multiple accesses to and from 44. That you would get in at Run for the Roses, the main entrance, and or Kensington, take a right into it. There there's certainly a provision, in the DRI that says I could have a right in, right out also in between those two. But I don't know what the future brings. I don't know what development will come, what it will look like, but if you want our input, and I think county staff would agree that it's best to have that internal access.
Oh, gosh, yes.
So I would like to see that flow east-west on the property as opposed to having to go out on 44 to flow.
But when it is built out, is there going to be a reasonably easy mechanism? Because that's a big, beautiful entrance right now, again, my neighborhood, to jump from the eastern portion to the western portion and vice versa without getting back out onto 44.
It is, in the DRI now, you saw two blue arrows internally that you literally would have to cross Run for the Roses, but the intention is that you could come in Run for Roses and go right onto the eastern portion or left onto the western portion.
So since I live there and I'm doing a lot of landscaping right now, I'm going to Lowe's way too much. So I come out Kensington a lot. And I take the left, I go down to Lowe's and spend half my paycheck and then and then come back and go all the way around. So I've already done that picture in my head if I want to go to, if it were to be Home Depot.
Right.
So yes, it would to some degree drop more traffic onto 44, but not really because I would simply drop down to the leftmost red arrow that connects to Crown of Roses. That's the way I would come and go from a theoretical Home Depot.
I don't know that I fully expect I will have more controversy from residents who live on Crown of Roses.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
Than I would to make it a commercial development stands alone in front of Clearview Estates and borders 44 and has its own internal access ways. I don't have to put that in. It's not in now. And for what it's worth, the site plan that Home Depot has put in, something like 16 acres, obliterates that. It pushes through, it includes that where they'd put their building. So that access point would not appear under the Home Depot plan, which again, I'm gonna say is very, very contingent.
But I think it would be, I don't think that the traffic would be heavy and maybe there's somebody that has a degree in that to figure that out. But I don't believe that knowing the traffic patterns, because I come and go from all four corners of that neighborhood, because I'm all over the places in the county. I don't think there's going to be that much traffic on Crown of Roses unless you actually live in Clearview or Cambridge Greens or one of those Citrus Hills properties. I don't think you're going to be getting people from Black Diamond coming over or Beverly Hills wandering through our neighborhood to get there. I think they're going to go down 491 to 44.
I think you'll get Beverly Hills traffic coming Forest Ridge Boulevard, works its way through Kensington. I know I live in Terra Vista and that's the only way I go to Lowe's. Let's say I'm going to Lowe's. I come out Kensington. I don't want to turn into the residential neighborhood of Clearview, work my way around and go out that direction.
Right.
wanting to stay on the collector road.
There,
go to
there's other
Kensington.
bypasses, yeah, there's other bypasses.
Right, you can meander through all kinds of residential areas, but I think the best way to handle that traffic is to go through the collector road with properly designed intersection, widen the lanes, widen it as much as the county staff believes is proper in the name of safety, and accommodate that traffic.
My heartburn is that we've got a fire station right there. That's a big heartburn for me. I would be ready to vote for this as long as you remove and/or Kensington for both Ask 1 and Ask 2. That's where I am right now. We are legally required to come in here with an open mind, so there may be further arguments that sway me, but I have major heartburn with the fire station there.
If it helps you, we've spoken with technical services, and they are even willing to accommodate the idea by the fire station to allow that excess, the widening of an entrance points off of Kensington. And you already have commercial traffic dumping right onto Kensington. So it's not a new
big
battle.
Commercial.
What's that?
It's not big. It's not big commercial dumping onto Kensington from the
multiple stores in there.
Yeah.
But yes, it is on there now. And I believe for someone who lives on the southern half of Clearview Estates, it might make sense to go to the Run for the Roses access point. But again, they won't have access. They'll literally have to go on 44 to get to a development on the west end of this parcel. And go out to Kensington, go out on 44, make a loop, and come back on 40, making U-turns on 44. It's actually a lot more traffic, I believe, won't traverse through Clearview Estates, and will you can use Kensington despite the existence of alternate routes. I'm not comfortable driving through a residential neighborhood to go do my shopping. I'll take the collector
road, of course, of course. But that's kind of what my thought process was, is that people will still take Kensington, but they'll pop out on 44. But a whole bunch of people that are going to be shopping there are in the neighborhoods behind those developments. And it's not such a whole bunch that it's going to drive the neighborhood crazy, I don't think. It's very hard. This job does not come with a crystal ball, guys. And what it comes down to as well in my head is that, and you know, I'm such a huge fan of everything you guys have built in this county. You do a phenomenal job. You really see into the future, and your current plan actually looks pretty doggone solid. And if you want to move stuff a little bit here or there or do whatever, I'm good with it. But the other thing is that residents, and I would say that, you know, of course, like I said, I bought at the other side, so I didn't necessarily do due diligence on what was planned on 44, but there should be due diligence and things that are disclosed by realtors and whatnot, and your current allowable roads were already baked into what people bought. So it's hard, you know, changing it, taking something away, that road, even if they're happy about that, is, you know, if they're happy about it, that's fine, but then adding something on Kensington that they're not happy about, then that, you know, I've taken plenty of heat up here for decisions that I think are better, and citizens have gotten pretty upset with me about, but the fire station is a heartburn for me.
If I believe I could, I think the fire station's okay as far as they understand and would prefer the safer traffic route instead of a single lane backed up, which would block the fire station.
Right.
To have it wider, it makes sense to me that this county staff will ultimately tell a developer that they need to widen Kensington at the exit or egress onto 44. But if I were to sell, and again, I don't have this crystal ball, but if I were to sell, let's say, the westernmost 2 acres south of the fire station, cut a straight line and make a pet store, you know, Davis Pets.
Oh, please no.
And I sold that store will have its access on Kensington. And then if I later develop that to the east of it, the county's going to tell me to interconnect. And once that happens, now you have no improvements without any planning whatsoever. You have Kensington now, 2-lane road, and no control over it.
Now, hang on, back up. How would you say that you would carve off 2 acres for Davis Pets, and I would get, not because I'm a commissioner, but I would get a cut through to Kensington?
And you would what?
I would get a curb cut to Kensington?
Yes.
How
Yes.
so? Because that's not part of the DRI.
The DRI is not the exclusive way for me to develop property. DRI is a vested way that I have a right to develop property. But any other developer in the county can do it their way. I would have an equal right to that.
Okay.
I just have to have the property and have it a certain amount of frontage and have the access. But what I can't have, we put so many millions of dollars into all of the development that you want vested rights in the DRI. So we want access points. I would have told you, I wasn't part of this in 1986, I think this was created. But I fully expect that those arrows weren't intended even then to be exactly here.
Of course.
I think,
like I
so
said,
I
I'm
think
fine
it
with the
should have been a living
flexibility.
document that moves, massages one way or another. But the recent conversation with staff suggests that they want to adhere to that. So, okay, maybe, but I still believe not because of Home Depot. Again, I'm making this application regardless of Home Depot. They could walk tomorrow, and I still would be believing firmly that this is the proper way to develop that commercial property, is have access there to keep the traffic off of 44 and not having to make U-turns on 44. And I am recognizing the importance of safety by telling you, all of you, that I want county staff to tell us what's safe, what's needed to make that work, not to say, you just can't do it, and therefore we're stuck. We're all stuck, including county staff later on, that says, that's not going to, that good planning is not going to be able to happen in the future.
One more thing, and then I'm going to stop monopolizing the conversation. I looked over and the attorney chair was empty. Did you hear that whole thing about the 2 acres and Davis Pets and getting it cut through to Kensington?
I did.
4 years on the job and I'm still learning things. Of course, we don't see many DRIs anymore. So they can, what Mr. Abel is basically saying, I believe, is that it's better to play ball and get that whole intersection done the way it needs to be done.
I don't know if county engineering staff would agree with Mr. Abel,
Okay.
but I'm not an engineer, so.
And I believe we have our engineer
We
in the
do have
audience,
him
so we'll
here.
get to that
I did see him
eventually.
back there, and I
Okay.
hope he'll come and speak on the issue. But I do genuinely believe, for the sake of clarity,
Mm-hmm.
I could abandon the DRI to make it just, I don't plan to, have no intention to, but that would make it clearer, perhaps, that I'm a normal developer. I have commercial
Mm-hmm.
property, 44 in Kensington, and I can put it right there. You would not allow me to have an access off of 44 because it's too close to the intersection of that collector road coming in. So I literally have to have my access on Kensington. And then later down the road, you're going to tell the next developer east of that property that they have to go internally across that property with interconnecting, right, inner roads.
How many years have you been doing this?
Ooh, I've only been with Citrus Hills for 33 years.
Yeah, and I've been doing this 4 years. This is why term limits are a little scary for commissioners, because just now getting my feet under me in my second term.
I get it, but
So-
I love the questions. I think it's extremely important that each of you and the public as well understand exactly what we foresee so that you can make good planning decisions as far as how it should be. Again, this is not about Home Depot for me. Home Depot wanted me to come in and ask for different things. I said, I'm not going to change my DRI on a potential. I don't care about the potential that Home Depot. If they buy the property, happy to help, talk to them, but most of all, they need to talk county staff and make sure they make county staff happy.
And I promised I would stop monopolizing. Thank you, Chair. He was dozed off because I went on too long.
Anybody else have questions? for
Sorry, it's
him?
my neighborhood, so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh, okay. Trying to summarize, didn't agree with all of that, but he had some points that I was going to make that I don't have to now. This is the site on 44 and Kensington, and you heard there were 2 requests. One of them is to relocate or remove existing access points on 44, including access points on Kensington. To Commissioner Kennard's statements, yes, cross-access is required. You're absolutely right. So I will show you that there is this rear point here that runs right through to the Crown of Roses. Yes, it does. When we were approached by a developer to develop this corner here, we were concerned about that. Even though it's already approved, it's been approved since 1978, not 1986. That these have been commercial parcels since then. They were there since the beginning. That cut through is a concern just looking at it and dumping on that, frankly, residentially road. Although it does look like it was probably designed to be some kind of frontage road. So this developer that we're working with now, who, again, you heard may or may not come, did not put an access there. Now, to Commissioner Finnegan's comments about, with Commissioner Finnegan, about being able, and also Commissioner Davis on going back and forth between, yes, they do not have a choice. They cannot put a wall up there. Those blue cross-access arrows are required. They do have to have a requirement to go from one site to the other. Heard a lot about the county engineer. He is here, but your county planner is not going to allow this either. They have to have the cross-access. So you can see here they have the 5 access points. 2 are major.
Just one moment,
Yes.
please. Commissioner Finnegan?
I'm sorry, if you could back up, Jenna. You said, are you talking about the first arrow?
Yes. So
You're saying that you all would not even allow that access point? Did I hear that correctly?
No, what we were saying is that we did not want them to take this access all the way back to the residential roadway like is on the DRI.
Okay.
All the way cut through to 44 to that residential road. That seemed to be more of an intrusive thing to the residences back there. Did not encourage that with the developer. They were perfectly fine with designing around that. They didn't really want to do that either. When you drive there, there's a beautiful berm, very landscape, very attractive, cutting through that and pushing commercial property sites back there. We had some concerns about that, but technically they are allowed with the DRI.
And then the blue arrows, you said that you would insist on that, and that is just cross-access, correct?
That is cross-access. So you, not only do you have to have cross-access because it's on 44, but it's on the DRI as well. Those blue arrows, they're not that big on the plan, that they're very small, and they emphasized them, but they are required. You cannot have your own little cut and can't connect to everybody. That's part of the DRI.
Do that across the roads. So like existing right now is the Run for the Roses.
Right.
If there's development on each side of that, how do they cross over that? If there's a light there and incoming traffic, they wouldn't put another light, I would expect.
No, they wouldn't, and so they're going to have to work on that. It probably won't be up toward 44. It's probably going to be well internal and be able to cross through, but they do have to have that connection point. The Run for the Roses is one of their main entry points, and they have to have cross-access between however they want to design it. And that's why we're relying a lot on the county engineer.
Can I clarify one thing here?
Yes, ma'am.
When we talk about cross-access, I'm talking about a dedicated 2-lane road that's not driving through somebody's parking lot. Is that?
That is one way to achieve cross-access, but parking lots that are connected is another way. But this is a DRI, and this DRI has that rear road, and then which, yes.
So that would be my hiccup. I want to know for sure what the intention is.
Well, the DRI is in place, and when it was designed, and still connected parking lots are allowed to meet that requirement.
Okay.
I got a question. So what you're saying is the cross-access would be similar to up at Lowe's if you go behind Olive Garden and you go past the gas station, you got the cross-access by the bank.
That's one example of cross-access, yes. There's a lot of
Okay.
ways to get there, that's one.
And if they were to sell the 2 acres on the other side of the Kensington,
to the Davis
they would
Pets,
still have
yes.
to have the cross-access.
Yes, yes, if you're on
Okay.
44, you still have to have it. There's just a
Right.
lot of ways to get there, not necessarily
Okay,
that
so
driveway.
I was just making sure that I did understand cross-access from years back.
Anything else? So move. So this is the application. It's in-house for the Home Depot. As you heard Mr. Abel say, that may or may not happen, but what they're proposing is to come in, the arrow on the south is the blue arrow. That is their main access point on 44. And they would come over to Kensington in that way. And then they have also an out parcel there on that southwest corner. So one thing about this particular item, this is a very conceptual thing. That's why you'll see, although we've been accused online as having very vague language, what is proposed is 4 conditions, and the reason they're proposed that way is because we don't know who the end users are going to be. And the end user is going to determine what's required. Do we need turn lanes? Do we need even a stoplight? Do we need stop signs? What do we need? So Mr. Cheek is here to testify, but his problem, I'm putting words in his mouth, but it's hard for him to guess because we don't know who the end user is. If it's going to be Home Depot, we know they're probably going to need a turn lane and some other items. And how are they going to interact with the fire station? That's something that they would look at, but we just don't know. So what's proposed, the PDC did recommend approval of this application on February 6th with 4 conditions. The first one is for the commercial office retail, any proposed and or revised access points to State Route 44 are subject to approval by the county engineer. So what this is doing is allowing him to move around these red arrows, as long, of course, FDOT's involved too, because this is their roadway. Number 2, for the commercial office retail area, design and creation of out parcels may be accessible via internal access drives, again, subject to approval by the county engineer. You've seen that on other shopping centers in the county. Number 3, the request to allow a driveway on South Kensington is approved with the following condition, that the access and roadway must comply with all applicable standards in effect at the time of development and receive approval from the county engineer. That's where we just don't know what particular standards to put on, so we're pushing it off to, we'll see who the end user is. And condition number 4 is all other conditions of approval of Clearview Estates DRI are affirmed and remain in effect.
So Joanna, question. So Davis Animals down there on the 2 acres at the end, Park. That would be a completely different set of requirements for Davis Animal than and what would be required on Kensington versus Home Depot.
It's based on trips, and I'm going out of my lane on engineering, but they do look at trips as to whether turn lanes, et cetera, are required.
So essentially, what could happen is we could approve this and say, yay, good, go, let's leave it fluid for you. But now that little 2-acre parcel down there could put us in a position then that they don't have to make those improvements on Kensington that they would typically have to make with somebody like Home Depot, but everybody's going to use it as if it's a free-for-all anyway.
They have to meet the county engineering requirements regardless. So if it's a pet store that has a very low turnover, yeah, I'm so far out of my lane. Let me stick in planning world.
The issue with that smaller parcel, if it went in there, one of the things that we're requiring for the larger development is that they dedicate right-of-way because Kensington does not have sufficient right-of-way. If you get that smaller parcel in there that doesn't create the trips that basically put us in the position where we need to widen the road, then we're not going to get that right-of-way. Once that one goes in, even if the next thing that comes in next door to it is Home Depot, the right-of-way is not available from that property owner. So to some degree, the argument is valid that the larger commercial coming in now that has the wherewithal and the full control of the property to widen the road is actually better for us. And as Joanna said, it's all based on a traffic impact analysis. That basically warrants if they need turn lanes and things like that. The traffic analysis that we have shows that they do need it. So we're demanding that from the developer.
So Ken, I guess my question is at this point, how do we protect ourselves? Because this is just a snapshot. This is not a completed picture of what we're getting. This is, we have no idea what we're getting here. And it's just, everything's a guess.
The language that Mr. Abel said and that was suggested is basically that the nature of the development that comes in there is going to give us that traffic analysis that tells us what needs to go in there from both a safety standpoint and a trip generation standpoint. Once we look at that, we will tell the developer, here's what you have to do. If you're going to develop that property to that degree with that type of a use, here are the roadway improvements that our land development code require. And if for instance, there's a proximity issue to the driveway at the fire station. We know that is a problem. It could be a safety problem. So we've already told the developer that, okay, if we're going to grant that closer driveway, we're going to need some safety improvements that justify that closer driveway, and we've already told them that. So, you know, I guess my answer to you is we will hold those standards strong throughout that process.
But going back to my question, if that out parcel comes first, then we can't get the right of way. We can't get the things that we need.
It's likely we would tell them
Is there any
that.
assurity that we can say today to put that in place?
If the out parcel went first, I would think likely that's probably going to be, that would be their main entrance. It may end up being just a right in, right out. And they're going to probably generate 20 trips a day. And once that is established as that type of an exit out of that property, even if they have to do cross access to the next parcel, and that next parcel trips an issue with that other roadway, the only thing we can require the next one to do is probably do intersection improvements within the right-of-way, but we can't tell them, well, we need the right-of-way to be able to widen that road, because they don't have control of that right-of-way anymore. So that's kind of what I was trying to say, is it actually, to some degree, is an advantage if a larger developer picks up that corner parcel for that reason, if we're going to consider the entrance onto Kensington. Because Kensington, it is a collector road. It's a very minor collector road. It's a 50-foot right-of-way. That would not even meet our standard for a residential roadway now. So that's why we're saying, if you're going to put that kind of trips on there, you have to bring it up to what would be a more of a major collector type of roadway width. We've got 50 feet. We've told them if you're going to do that, we need another 50 feet. So we have a 100-foot right-of-way. And oh, by the way, you're going to have to build turn lanes. You're going to have to do intersection improvements. And it warranted both a right turn and a left turn in from that side.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
would it be reasonable at this point in time, if we were to decide to be flexible, that if a entrance in and out, right and left both, was going to be permissible for the flexibility on Kensington, that it comes attached to right-of-way acquisition now, at this point, which would put it on the owner, which is Citrus Hills?
That is certainly one option. If you want to move your access and be flexible to have the access on Kensington, then we need the right-of-way, the 50-foot right-of-way now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've made that, like I said, we've made that demand of the Home Depot engineer. They're aware of that, and their traffic analysis, again, showed that the trips, the only thing that we haven't really established from that is what improvements need to be done at the intersection of Kensington and 44. It does change the level of service on that intersection. We haven't discussed what they're going to do to recover that level of service.
I'm completely envisioning just like the Lowe's complex. I can't imagine this being a bunch of mom and pop over there, especially with Citrus Hills elevated, way of doing things. Madam Attorney, you don't have any objection to that in terms of what I just asked about acquiring the right-of-way attached to the flexibility?
To the current request?
Yes.
To the current request about flexibility requiring a donation of 50 feet of right-of-way? No.
You don't have any objections?
No, you can't do that.
Oh, okay, thank you. Like I said, 4 years in.
I'm sure Mr. Abel will withdraw his application real quick. He wants Home Depot to pay for the improvements. Citrus Hills doesn't want to pay for the improvements.
Oh, I'm aware of that. I'm
So-
saying, I don't do your job for a living, obviously, so I would assume that would come with some sort of increase in the price if they're donating the right-of-way
The
portion.
questions before you today are whether or not you want to allow flexibility to interchange those 5 entranceways. And the second request, which I don't think is an issue.
No,
but
it's
the
not.
first request. So that's what you need to focus on.
To Commissioner Davis's question, you said you can't do that, and then you said because Mr. Abel would withdraw his application. Are you telling Commissioner Davis you can't do that because of that reason, or you can't do that legally?
You legally can't do that.
Thank you for the clarification.
That was surplusage. I'm sorry.
If I may further clarify, it's just, I am trying to do the right thing here for all people concerned, including Citrus Hills. And so I was just thinking that that might be a possible solution to get what everyone wants, because I think that the point is well taken, that if we don't get a big developer in there, you said it as well as Mr. Abel, that if it's a small, then we're not going to get the intersection improvements, and we're still going to have a hot mess at that intersection, because they can do it more or less by right.
We're all rubbing the crystal ball here, but I would say the likelihood of more issues at a Kensington entrance would be more likely with a smaller development on the corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say,
Long-term.
because it won't pay for the intersection improvements that we need, correct? That's why? Yeah.
Well, the right-of-way necessary to make the intersection improvements won't be available because somebody else will own it.
Point, yes.
Madam Chair. Oh,
I do
hang
have
on.
a question.
Hang on. Commissioner Finnegan first.
Ken, I do have a question.
Sure.
As our county engineer, I know you can't look into the future, but thinking about the traffic that we have and know about the growth that's on the books to occur.
Sir.
Excuse me. Safer and best for Citrus County residents and flow of traffic on 44. However that's developed, in your humble engineering opinion, sorry to put you on the spot, does it make better sense for traffic from 44 to flow into that development from Kensington, or flow into that development from arrow number 1 that doesn't exist at this point?
Arrow number 1, I believe, is the entrance that they are proposing off of 44. That is part of the plan, but it is basically a right-in, right-out. So
no traffic
So
light.
people coming from Inverness from the east would probably go in that way, but they won't be able to make the left turn to come out that way. So they would go to the Kensington exit, turn left on Kensington, and then make a left at the light. That would, the plan that we've seen from Home Depot, that would be my guess on the circulation from the east. From the west, you just make the left at Kensington and go in that way. So basically, the plan that I saw makes their main entrance the one on Kensington, because it's a right-in, right-out off of 44.
Or the other option, I guess, would be the people coming from the west would have to go all the way down to Run for the Roses, turn, and then there'd have to be that access road, not
backside, sure.
points, but an actual road that would go.
And the other option would have been for them to apply for a full access from DOT at that first arrow.
For a traffic light, you mean, a full access?
Well, for a full access, and I'm sure it probably would have, I don't know if it would meet the spacing for a traffic light from Kensington. I haven't looked at that. It might, I don't know.
In a perfect world where it's all developed, which of those options is best for the traffic flow for the people of Citrus County?
That's the tough question.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I
I'm
will just
trying
tell
to-
you, the,
If I can, I'm sorry.
sure.
He's not the, I wouldn't want our.
I'll withdraw my question, Ken.
Yeah, that's all right.
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I think we're all
Yeah.
just trying to learn, and even our planner, when you get to engineering, we struggle with understanding all the things that you understand with
Yeah.
engineering.
So the traffic analysis that they do, as I said, will identify what warrants if they go that way. And so what those warrants basically mean is if you're going to keep your level of service and keep the safety on the roadway comparable to what it is, or maybe improve it, then you have to do these things. And so, like I said, the first study that they sent us, I was extremely concerned with and questioned it. It did not show a warrant for a turn lane from Kensington into the entrance. It was a right turn, Warren only. And I said, something's got to be wrong with that. So we looked at the trips, we went back, they went back and looked at the trips, and suddenly there's more trips coming out there based on the fact that that's a right in, right out on 44 at the other entrance, and now it warrants the left turns on Kensington, which we were not going, one way or another, we were certain that they needed a turn lane there, especially with the proximity to the fire station. We did not want traffic backing up there for a left turn there with the fire station right there. So, but again, the traffic impact analysis and the warrants that come from that are long-established engineering principles, so we just apply them wherever they go. Long-term, what's better? You know, that's a difficult question. And Kensington is a collector road, but it has always functioned as very much as a minor residential collector road. And this would be the start of changing the character of that road if we go that way. Is that, long-term, is that better for us or not? I don't know.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I will say that regardless of whether or not we would allow an entrance off of Kensington, I don't think it's going to make one vehicle difference of the traffic on Kensington. What allowing an entrance there does do is give this board and the county the ability ultimately to require these traffic or these improvements at the intersection so that vehicles are not backing up on Kensington at the light to turn east and then make the U-turn and enter off of 44. Also to create the longer left turn in lanes, the any lighted intersection or improvements to the signalization there at the interchange. Allowing that entrance there allows you to drastically improve the safety of that intersection for sure. If you don't allow it, you're still going to have the same amount of traffic. You're just not going to get the improvements from the developer. Now, my question is this, let's say they made the crazy decision to lop off 2 acres and put Davis Pets in there. They have terrible customer service. They've got 3 trips a day there. Could the county still not require that small business and say, this small entity is going to ultimately be the entrance to these other 37 acres? If you're going to do this, you have to make these intersection improvements because you're now going to provide the entrance to all these other acres of commercial.
I think you'd have a hard argument to make without a traffic study to support that, and their traffic analysis is not going to say that. And the other side of it is, if you're looking for right-of-way, if you got a 2-acre parcel there and you take 50 or 60 feet off of that side, you know, their developability of that parcel may be, you know, affected to the point where it's not really usable for that purpose anymore. So could we make them make those improvements? I don't, without, I mean, I could look at it and say, you know, that's great, but we see a whole bunch of commercial property to your east and you're going to have to give us 50 feet of right-of-way. I can tell you that nobody that bought that property is going to take that lying down. I mean, it's going to be a big argument. And I don't think we have necessarily, unless it's, you know, in the land development code somewhere, which I'm not aware if it is, I don't think we would have the ability to enforce that.
So if this...
Their traffic is making this, the traffic that the study we have now is making this a different character of roadway. And that's what justifies us telling them we need right-of-way.
So could the, in considering this Part A of this, could the board not add it as a condition before they go and lop off 2 acres there and say, when this corner is developed, this is what's going to be required at the intersection. You're going to be required to provide adequate interchange improvements to provide access for the remaining 37 acres.
As a condition of approval, I can write the condition. I don't know if we're allowed to do that.
I'm just thinking about subdividing and recognizing a subdivided parcel perhaps and tying it to that. I'm following what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking in the condition that whenever that is developed, you know, if they want to develop it into a 2-acre parcel or a 27-acre parcel, that the county is going to require right-of-way improvements, turning lanes, signalization improvements based on the development of what that 37 acres is going to look like, not just if they decided to put Davis Pets in there. Sorry. ABC Pets.
Oh, you're so fired on that.
So that could be a condition of approval that maybe ask the attorney.
I was going to say, I could write that condition because we already have a pretty good idea of what's going to need to be done there. Just how that becomes enforceable is the question.
May I add something to that?
Commissioner Finnegan.
If that happened, what Commissioner Kennard is saying, would that then tie into what Commissioner Bays has said about making sure that internal access is more of a road instead of parking lots? So if the development triggers, you want to use Kensington, that's fine, but it needs to have all the improvements and then lead to an internal access road. And then that way it would connect. Just trying to put everybody's ideas together and help them do what they're trying to do.
I was going to say, you want to answer that one?
Yeah, might help you to understand. I think he's pointing out exactly what we want. We want what you envision. That's actually what we want.
I want a road,
but I don't want
not
it
going through
done-
driveways.
And I think Denise will tell you, or sorry, Ms. Lynn will tell you that you can't unilaterally change a DRI. You can't just make a rule that says, okay, you need to put a road in now. It ends up being a taking, or unless you want to eminent domain, and you may end up eminent domaining ABC Pets. But you don't want, what he's highlighting is exactly what we believe is the best planning. If Kensington is utilized for an entrance, an access point, I want the county staff to dictate the safety terms of that. So I'm asking you literally for what you're trying to accomplish, but not at this board meeting because we don't have that crystal ball that tells us what's going in. But if it's Home Depot, I think we're already getting an inkling of what the county staff wants. They're going to tell them they need to widen that. They're going to tell them they need to put in whatever access road through there. It will be per the county standards, whatever they are, but you may have to change those standards one day. But to unilaterally change the terms of the DRI is not an effective option. It's not an option. It's certainly not effective. That's my 2 cents.
Well, I think bringing up the hypothetical of Davis's Pets really is taking you guys way off track. Because the drawing that's been in existence since 1970-something has no access to Kensington. It was always supposed to be in or out of those 5 since 1970-something. It was always supposed to go along that reverse frontage road that now everyone discusses as a neighborhood road, but that's what you've had since the 70s. So there was no thought back then when this DRI was approved that there was going to be an access on Kensington.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I would ask the county attorney if that's a legal opinion or giving her input during board discussion.
I was asked whether or not Commissioner Davis could require 50 feet. You brought up requiring him to give 50, and the answer to that is no, you can't require that. Certainly he can offer it. I mean, Citrus Hills can offer to give you the 50 feet, but legally you cannot do that. So I think that bringing up the whole Davis pet store has taken you guys off track to thinking about things that you can't require. So I'm just simply trying to get you back on track.
So we can't require them to,
I'm going to let you finish,
sit
pardon me.
tight for a minute.
Pardon me.
we can't require them to give the 50 feet of right-of-way. Can we add a condition that would require intersection improvements in the future to accommodate the 37 acres of commercial development?
Your land development code already requires the intersection improvements to be made if it is warranted, which is what Ken Cheek said. So no, you cannot add to, I'm sorry, I don't know who the applicant is. Whoever the applicant is, I know there's different entities. That applicant, you can't add it on to that application today. But you've been told that the intersection improvements will have to be made pursuant to your existing land development code.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
So what, give me 1 second. So what we're being asked to approve is, God, I've lost track. 309 or 310, right? Versus 309? No, 311.
Actually, you're being asked to approve giving the applicant flexibility as to where they put those 5 drawn access points. Some of them are bidirectional, some of them are unidirectional, if that's a word. But they're asking you for flexibility to relocate or even eliminate any of those 5, with the option to have one of them potentially, maybe, on Kensington, if that's what they choose. That's all you're being asked to do.
So here's my concern, and I hear what you told us we can and cannot do. They're asking to have flexibility with their DRI, but we're being told we can't require anything of their flexibility because we can't. I mean, if they decide to lop the 2 acres off and sell it, it will not demand the same type of intersection improvements as a major development like Home Depot, and we can't secure that intersection and getting what we need out of it. But they're asking us to give them flexibility.
I heard the testimony from Ken Cheek along the lines that you've just said about what may or may not happen. So yes, they're asking for flexibility, but under this application, you don't have the legal authority to require any predetermined giving of 50 feet of right-of-way or addition of turn lanes. You don't have that ability under this application. I mean, Mr. Abel can correct me, but I don't think you have that authority.
So for all intents that is about to get developed, and our applicant wants flexibility, but we have no ability to ask for flexibility back. Is that fair?
You have no ability to ask for any
Conditions.
giving.
Conditions.
I hate to use the word taking, but you have no ability to require a donation of land or right-of-way.
All right. Commissioner Kennard.
I'll go back to this 70 acres, we'll say 37 acres, I think is the most western part of this. The 37 acres of commercial development there is going to put X number of cars on Kensington, whether we approve their flexibility or not. If you approve the flexibility, then when that's developed, you've at least, when that development comes in, you've at least got the option then for requiring interchange improvements. If you tell them no, stick with the DRI, go home, get out of here, you're getting 0 Kensington improvements, and you're still going to have the same number of vehicles come through Kensington through 44.
Can I ask Ms. Katusha?
Commissioner Baird.
Joanna, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about the 5 red arrows, okay? If we say no, that's the only 5 red arrows they have for entrance and egress. We're not talking about, if we say they can do what they want, then we're allowing them to change one of the arrows, and that would put the exit over to Kensington if they so choose. But if we say no, then they have to keep the red, the red, the red, the red. And they can make all 5, or they can make 1 or 2. Is that correct?
It is correct. I
Okay.
mean, they're asking
Then
for
I know what I'm
flexibility, and you can have 1 exit on Kensington or 0. Right.
I get 0 interchange improvements. That's correct, because they're not gonna be exiting onto Kensington. There isn't only that little 2-lane little road is gonna be for the Kensington. I know what I'm voting.
You will have exactly the same number of vehicles on Kensington. You will get 0 interchange improvements. I mean, I'm just telling you, that people that are traveling from the north part of Citrus Hills, Terra Vista, all those that are gonna come to a Home Depot or whatever ends up on this 37 acres are still coming down Kensington. They're just gonna come to the traffic light, they're gonna back up down Kensington, and then they're gonna turn east, and they're gonna make a U-turn, and then they're gonna go into the development. And that intersection has 0 improvements because they don't have to improve it. Nobody has to improve it at that point. You've got them backed up past your fire station, you've got no turn lanes. The only tool at our disposal is ultimately allowing that flexibility, and then when it's built out, then we demand the interchange improvements. That's how you make better quality developments on this commercial property.
All right. Commissioner Davis.
Some of these cases get a little crazy. I just want to reiterate, make sure I have a complete understanding here. First one is only my opinion, but it's how I started off. It's fine the way it is. The distance, if that leftmost big red arrow was a signalized left-right turn in, then I think it would work just fine. And if the distance between that and Kensington is not enough, I assume the flexibility allows it to be moved down. Number 2, if we deny the flexibility of adding to Kensington, I disagree with Madam Attorney that this is not going down a rabbit hole because these details matter. If an out parcel is sold, you can still access Kensington with cross-access so with all the new development, so you end up with all the traffic and none of the developer-paid improvements, to Commissioner Kennard's point, which I also made earlier. So number 3, the above may still drive this if it's the first or go. So if we add the flexibility to do Kensington, great, we're playing ball. But if it's a small one that goes in, it's not going to have the traffic, and we can't mandate the intersection improvements. So I still feel like we're stuck. So what I came down to was, ergo, what can Citrus Hills do to help us out of this? If the chair would allow it.
This flexibility, we're asking for something, and Commissioner Bays, you certainly mentioned it well. We're asking for flexibility, but it's not as though we're saying, we want the flexibility, you get no say. I literally am telling you, I want to abide by what the county staff tells me. I want to play ball with you as well. I want the best outcome for the properties, all of it. And talking about XYZ or ABC pets is all about showing you the problems if we don't have that. I want Ken or ultimately engineering to tell us at the time of development, is warranted, fix this, make these improvements. And we will live with that because that, at that time, it's warranted, it's the right thing to do. But I can't immediately just give you something because my crystal ball doesn't tell me what's coming. I know right now that if Home Depot is the ultimate buyer of that property, I fully expect that engineering will tell, the county will mandate that these improvements are made. I don't know, that's their call, but I'm saying I want to do what the county wants, but I need some flexibility to make good sense of traffic. It creates a bigger nightmare in my vision. I'm being honest with you when I first came up and honest with you now. My genuine belief is that it is a more messed up situation to not allow Kensington access and county's staff's input control over how that's developed than saying no to Kensington, because no to Kensington means we definitely have problems.
Okay. Madam Chair, just one more point. Croft is horrible. I don't think that there's any way we can do a corridor alignment there for a north-south transit. And Kensington is windy, okay, and you have to go on other roads to get north-south. But where Croft intersects with 44 is, I have nightmares about that. It is a hot mess and it can never be fixed because the eminent domain on a bank and everything else that's right up next to that intersection is horrific. So your point is well taken, Mr. Abel. And it'd be better, so we're gonna need the right-of-way regardless. Just looking at 50 years out on the growth of the county, we're gonna need that to be wide an intersection, so. All right, I'm done.
All right, board members, you have anything else? If not, we're going to open it up to the public. Anybody wishing to address the board on this matter, please come forward. And just for the record, we'll need you to fill out a green card and state your name and address. Good
Katie,
student.
Katie Gannon. My address is 156 North Seaton Avenue, so you know where I live. I have several questions, and please forgive my ignorance because you're using
There you go. Thank you.
Forgive my ignorance. You're using some terminology that I need to have explained, if that's okay. So collector road is a new term for me, and we're saying it's a minor collector road. Can someone define the difference for me between a minor collector road and a major collector road?
Minors maybe a subdivision. Major collector road would be more like 581 Pleasant Grove Road.
So I guess I should ask, what is a collector road?
It's not a main highway. It's not like 44 is a state highway.
Okay.
486 is a county highway. And then you have, like, if you went through Pine Ridge Boulevard, that's like a collector road.
Okay.
Because you've got your feeders off of it.
Okay, good, thank you. And then, this is a really stupid question. What's a DRI?
Drainage retention, or I'm sorry, development.
Development of regional impact.
Yeah, that.
Developmental regional impact?
Development of regional impact.
Gotcha. Okay. So, being that I live in Kensington Estates and travel through there and see the traffic, do we do any type of a traffic count to see whether or not our little residential quiet neighborhood used to be, with all our little winding roads, it's now become an access road to Norval Bryant? Does that come into effect at all when you're making these decisions? The kind of traffic that's going to be
Yes,
driven?
ma'am.
Okay.
It does. That would be required.
And then how do they do that? I heard the terminology of traffic impact analysis. Is that how it's determined?
Can you explain that, Ken?
Sure, the condition of the road now, we do traffic counts on a regular basis. I think we annually do all of our collector roads. So those strips you see out on the road that you drive over, do the traffic counts in both directions, and the type of vehicle, actually. The traffic impact analysis is done as a planning tool for the new development to say, this is how many extra trips we're going to put on that road and where they're going to go.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate that. So that was that question answered. I guess that's it. Those were my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Michael DeFrancesco. I've been a resident in Kensington Estates for 21 years. I remember when there wasn't a traffic light and how we fought to get it there with the state. My concern is, as a firefighter for 28 years, is the fire station. When you're coming up from Lowe's and you get into that deceleration lane, sometimes you're sitting at the light to make a left turn, and these guys are coming down like really quick, making a right-hand turn. And is that where that access road is going to be coming out between the fire station and 44? There's not enough room. It's not going to work. You're going to have more deaths than anything there. I was sitting here listening. I don't know how the fire station is actually set, how much land, but it would be a lot better to go down the road to get it in there by that retention pond. The other problems with Kensington Boulevard, we got the Kensington sign, we got that S-curve down there. I used to go down Brighton, and we had a gentleman who used to take care of the signs for road maintenance, and he actually put a sign up there that says, "Traffic does not stop for you." But you see a lot of people don't read that little yellow sign, and there's been many a time where you almost hit somebody in the driver's door because they didn't stop. And then you go down the road and you look at the shoulder. Look at the patches because of the heavy trucks that come down there every day, trash trucks. Today, a tractor trailer coming out of there, full load of topsoil, not topsoil, sod. Thank you. And he came through there because he was coming through from 486, coming through. Now, he's over the weight limit for that road, and the road is just crumbling apart. You go all the way down to the sharp curve to the left on Rehill, and the road is actually giving way on the right onto those first 4 houses after the curve. And I was going to call you, Commissioner Bays, about that, but I've been kind of busy and I never got around to calling you about that because you're a representative. But I just wanted to speak to that. I wanted to speak to that, my concerns for Kensington. It's getting bad, and with this development, there's no way you're going to put an access road between that fire station and 44 without creating a big problem. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Well, I'm his wife, Peggy DeFrancesco. Like he said, we've been in Kensington for 21 years. My big concern is a safety issue. Commissioner Kennard, I agree with you. I think that we'll have the same amount of traffic on Kensington, regardless of where the access is. However, I disagree with an access on Kensington for the simple reason. When the Church Without Walls was in the plaza to the west of Kensington, there wasn't enough parking for the parishioners. So they would park on the east side of Kensington on the grass where we're now considering the access to that property. And when church was over, they would come out and try to make a left onto Kensington so that they could go out to the light and get out onto 44. That caused a lot of problems for people that were coming on 44 and making a right onto Kensington. So you've got people that are crossing and trying to, and that was just church, 1 day a week. I can't imagine what it's going to be to have that property, it's going to be developed one way or another, but to have access, probably for a larger store,
I would assume, to have access and entrance and egress from onto Kensington. I don't imagine that there would be a no turn left on the egress, saying that, you know, you can't make a left turn onto Kensington when you come out of there. That would be the smart thing, because I think that's going to be a very, very dangerous situation. And I also see the tractor trailers that are going to be, you know, the delivery vehicles that are going to be trying to get in and out of there as well. I just think it's a huge safety issue, and that's my take on it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Richard Konopko. I live on Kensington Avenue. I'm the first house on the left after you go through the curves. Been here 3 years, and first off, I'm sorry, good evening, commissioners. In the 3 years that I've been here, traffic on Kensington has multiplied twice, 3 times. My concern, for one, or a question first, I believe it was Ken, the engineer, stated that Kensington is not intended to handle traffic, such as what's going to come there. We all know it's going to come. That's the way I look at it. Also, it does not meet the standards for a collector road. It would have to be widened. That's going to impede on my property and everyone along Kensington. That's one of my concerns. Aside from the safety, currently, without all the traffic that's going to be coming, they're doing 50 miles an hour by the time they reach my house. It's traffic study. I wish we could do one with speed, not just volume of, what do you call it, numbers? Trips? Just my concern is the amount of the volume, and if my property is going to be impacted by this. As far as the intersection, the way I look at it, looking forward like you all have to, that intersection at Kensington 44, it's going to be redone, no matter what. No matter where they put the traffic signal for whatever it is, it's going to be redone. I count on you all for that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I would first like to publicly thank your president, Ms. Rebecca Bays, for great contingent service. We moved into our house a couple years ago and immediately had a problem. I called her at 10 o'clock. By 2 o'clock, it was taken care of. Thank you. We live and back up to Crown of Roses, which is going to be the most impacted of any of the roads that I can see except your Kensington. And I know that the modifications are pretty well set in stone. However, we would like have your zoning department do the best that they can to help us with a buffer, whatever is the best buffer you can get from your zoning department, we would appreciate it. I would like to tell you a quick story, a quick zoning story. I was a county commissioner. I was a county executive of a large county in Maryland. Many experiences, but the one that will always stick out, we had a large farm come up for rezoning. The vote was 3-2. Naturally, it passed. Another county commissioner, Mr. A.B. Henderson, and myself voted against it. AB got so upset, brought his fist down on the podium, and he said, let me tell you people something. If we continue to rezone land and farms at the rate we're going, our kids will have to go to the zoo to see a cow. Fast forward 40 years, we still have a house in Maryland. The county is unrecognizable. The traffic, the major hospital, the waiting period, 4 to 6 hours. The schools are overcrowded. So when you all do rezoning, think about how we all love our county and think about the long term on the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Chair,
you for being
the
here.
record, can we please get his name?
Is it McDonald? Do I have that right? Is your last name McDonald?
Excuse me?
What's your name? McDonald? Is it McDonald?
Charles Anderson.
Anderson. I apologize.
You should remember.
I know. Dang it. Of America.
Good evening. My name is Mike Morrison. I live in Kensington. I live on Rehill Street, and which is basically comes from Kensington, goes around to Rehill Street. I live a little bit past Citrus Hills Boulevard, and the traffic, I've lived there for 5 years, the traffic has just compounded every single year. Let's see, here's the map. The parcel of land that they're looking at to go from, not Home Depot, but your place, onto Kensington, doesn't really give you enough room. And the reason that I mentioned the traffic, it's only going to get worse. So if you come around there, and if you're coming through Citrus Hills Boulevard onto Kensington, on your way to Home Depot, which, you know, the traffic is going to just keep getting worse, you're going to be stopped in front of the firehouse to make a left into Home Depot because you don't have enough room to really get past there enough. I know that things are going to be developed, and it looks to me like they had a plan in 1978 or whenever they had it, that you had entrances from 44. And they're saying that the only way they can do it, they have to have the main entrance to Home Depot and basically the whole parcel exit and enter off of Kensington. Well, I believe we're talking about the road that goes all along the front of the parcel, just like Lowe's and Walmart. You come in the main entrance and you can make a left and go towards Lowe's, or you can make a right and go towards Walmart. It looks like that's what they already have. And I don't see any reason to change that other than their convenience. It's a minor collector road for a resident, just residents. It's not made for commercial traffic. If you open that up, we're going to get traffic from contractors. We're going to get all the traffic from, homeowners. We're going to get traffic from Home Depot making their deliveries. We're going to get traffic from trailer trucks going through making deliveries to Home Depot. The road is not meant for that. There is no maintenance scheduled on that road for this year. It should have been scheduled for that subdivision at least 2 years ago. It's just it's fallen apart. So it really needs to be addressed and not allow that to exit onto Kensington.
Thank
because
you.
it's only going to disturb the residents that are already there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Good evening. My name is John Rogers. I live in Belmont Hills, and I've heard a lot of discussion tonight about U-turns and whatnot. On a previous diagram, there was a small red arrow to the left. I think that should be the main entrance to the development with a cross, with access coming in as well as leaving to cross and go to the east, like we have at the Lowe's Walmart entrance. Make that the main entrance and having it go into your cross-traffic road, and then whatever develops from there develops. And on the west side of it, where have the big red arrow, that can be a exit from that development with a right turn only. And that way there, we do not have to talk about or discuss this Kensington project, which seems to be a big problem and concern, especially with the fire department there as well as traffic. And that has not been discussed, and I think it should be put to the discussion as to whether that's a viable option to do that. And how the cross-traffic road will affect Run for the Roses, I don't know. That's my way of getting into my home. I don't know how that's going to affect things down there, but if a crossroad is emptied out onto that road, then a light of some sort needs to be discussed, you know, for the development there, because it will be a big problem for that, you know. But I think making that first small arrow on the left their main access point to go in and out with all your turning bays, your lights, everything, with the traffic being able to cross the median so they can make their left-hand turn and go east would solve a lot of problems. And we could do away with the Kensington grief that we seem to be having tonight with everyone. You know, many, many concerns on that. So I think that's just a point that needs to be put out there and maybe stir the developer in that direction and get away from Kensington. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. We're going to close public comment.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I'll go ahead and get us started with two facts. As Mrs. DeFrancisco pointed out, fact number one is that the traffic on Kensington, regardless of what we decide, is going up. There's 70 acres of commercial that they have the right to develop on 44. When that's developed, the number of trips on Kensington is going to increase significantly. That's fact number one. Fact number two is that the intersection of Kensington and 44 is going to have to be improved at some point. Because of the increased traffic there will have to be an improvement there. Now, either we're going to allow the access and require the developer to pay for those improvements, or we deny the access and the county will have to pay for those improvements. Because once that development is done and there is no access, you can't go back on the developer and say, oh, we want you to do improvements here because of all the increased traffic. This is the one opportunity we've got to hang the costs of those intersection improvements on the developer. You're not going to change the traffic on Kensington. It's going to be exactly the same. But somebody's going to pay for all of the improvements that will be required. And to her point as well, it was a great point about the left turn out of that development onto Kensington, and there are ways through engineering that they can handle that, as they did down on Cardinal. They used a concrete median so that vehicles couldn't make a left-hand turn into the Circle K there, or that people coming, no, they can't come out of Circle K, I think, and make a left onto Cardinal to go up to the light there. So there's ways through engineering that they can handle those safety concerns. But all of that is moot, because if we choose to accept that the county is gonna pay for the changes, the improvements to that intersection, understand that's a major bill that's coming to the county down the road. You got one chance to hang it on the developer.
I think we need rebuttal from, yeah, I asked Mr. Abel if he wanted rebuttal, and he said he
okay.
didn't need it.
Commissioner Barrick.
Well, I disagree with Commissioner Kennard. Number one, we already have a Home Depot on 19. 19 goes one way and Vanabelle goes the other. And that access has no problem. That's similar to what we're looking at if I go through and I look at this page, which is 310. And what they're proposing, according to what I'm looking at, okay, is they want to make a complete access. But that's not what we want. We want on the other side, which is 311, and on 311, they've got the Run for the Roses is that's the center one, from what I can figure. Because it's hard to read.
This is Run for the Roses.
That's Run for the, that's what I'm saying, the center one, okay? They're proposing making a new one here, which would be very similar to what we have on 19. It would have their own little turn-in, they'd have their store, you'd go in and out, okay? And that's exactly what we do on 19. And they also have the cross connection with the shopping mall that has Bell's and Bell's Outlet and a couple of other stores, you know, that direction. Okay, they also have the restaurants in front of it. And I don't see too many problems occurring with that. Now, if we need to talk about widening the road, the state is the one that works on that because that's on 17. And 44 is a state road, if I'm not mistaken. So if something needs to be widened on 44, then it goes to the state. It may take 5 or 6 years for the state to finish the job, but it's not our road. Kensington is ours. Ours is to preserve for our residents and our firehouse. So when I'm looking at all of this stuff and I'm seeing what they're showing me, they're saying, okay, they're gonna put a new road there. Kensington would be a nice one. You can come in on Kensington or the new one. And then you're gonna have a cross access over to where they're gonna have whatever company builds, whether it's Home Depot or just a restaurant or whatever. Or if you put even a Sam's Club. Okay, so whatever goes in there should not be dumping out onto Kensington. It should be only dumping out onto 44. And that's where, when I look at this, I say, okay, they got the place where they're supposed to have the access. Our people that were older than us, that were here back in the 70s, and they were older than me then, okay, they were right. This is what we should have. You have the, you know, shopping center there, whatever side, but they dump directly onto 44 because that's the road that's made for the traffic, not Kensington. 44 is the one that's made for it. And if you think about it, what do we have a Home Depot in Crystal River? It dumps out onto 19. So, you know, when I look at all these different things, and to correct him, Brentwood, when you come out of Brentwood, you can only make a right. And you have to go up to the traffic light and do the turnaround. So there are other areas in our county where when you pull out of a center, a development, you can only turn right. And they only just did that when they widened 486 back in 2006 and 2007. They made that a one-way where when you come out of Brentwood, you turn to the right, you can't make a left, and you have to go up to the traffic light and come back down. So there are other areas in our county that do have where you can only turn right.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, thank you. Regardless of how people turn in and out of that development, that 70 acres of commercial, Kensington is going to be used as a north-south connector. Regardless how they ultimately get in there, the traffic is going to increase there. The state is not going to come in and improve that intersection because 44 is a state road. It's our problem, just the same as the Croft intersection is our problem. I'll bet that we all wish we would have hung that intersection, that we would have hung that on a developer around there, because now the county's stuck with it. Turkey Oak is another one that connects with 44. I'll bet we all wish there was a developer there that we could hang those intersection improvements on. This is, again, I will go back to Venable, you're exactly right. I will go back to, this is your one opportunity to hang it on the developer. Once that opportunity passes, the county owns the future improvements at that intersection. And don't kid yourself, those are multi-million-dollar improvements.
Anyone else?
I think I used all my words earlier.
Thank God. All right. Commissioner Finnegan.
Just so I'm clear, because to the last gentleman's point, and Commissioner Barrick just said, the first red arrow that's not developed, I would agree in a perfect world if that was a light that could solve a lot of problems. But if what I'm hearing is correctly, they don't necessarily have to put the light there. So then if it's an entrance, if you come out of Kensington, it's going to be U-turns. Did I hear that correctly? I don't think I'm allowed to ask anyone else right now, so is that?
I don't think you've got enough separation between Kensington and there to warrant a light, plus you'd have to get 44, to get an access across 44.
There's nothing worse than what we could do is cause
Right.
all that U-turning.
You've already got that at Crown of Roses. That's your natural cross the highway.
Right.
And a light will be warranted there.
There's already a light there.
Not at Crown of Roses.
Oh, what's the road where the light is at Citrus Hills?
Not
Kensington.
No, the other one. Is there no light
It's on
there?
486.
Oh, there is no light there.
Yeah, there's
You're
no
right,
light there,
there's no
yeah.
light there. Okay, thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go for it.
I would make a motion that we approve PUD 3026 with the 4 conditions that were approved in the PDC. And I would also, let me see here, give me just a second, find my notes. I would want to make it very clear, as we've talked about at length, and the applicant said that it was their desire as well, that whatever business goes in there, that they will be required by county staff. They fully understand that they will be required to make the proper intersection improvements, including right-of-way, including turning lanes, and any signalization changes.
I have a motion on the floor by,
Oh, I'm sorry, A, and I don't think anybody had any consternation with B, so I'll say A and B.
And that, the conditions are on page 317 of your packet.
so I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard. I'll second it. Is there, I can't remember, do I go back to, I don't, public comment after this? No, okay. Is there any further board comment, discussion?
I just want to reread the conditions real quick.
Is there any better way to say just by one person, approval by the county engineer? That's just one person, which I would trust Ken, but what if this project takes a really long time and Ken decides to retire at some point?
It's not allowed.
Is there any way we could reword
We could add it or
that?
designee if you want to afterwards,
I
but
don't-
if
that's
he's
still just-
gone, the next county engineer would be.
It's still just one person.
Yeah, it's one
Needs to
person.
be a team of people.
No, he's the one with the authority.
Who's one with the authority? All right, I'm just
gotta-
asking. I'm
you
not gonna
gotta
have
love the
heartburn
one
over
you're
it.
with.
Sorry, Ken.
Nice to know you're irreplaceable.
All right, I'm calling the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. That was painful. All right, moving on to our 505 at 6:55.
Glad I sped.
Okay, so, wait. Would you like me to read the preamble and go, or wait for the county attorney? It's up to you.
Give us 1 second.
No, it's fine.
If you all could move on outside the chambers. We still have another hearing. Please move on outside the chambers. Who can whistle?
Sorry. I just can't get anything right today. Commissioners, you are acting in your legislative powers, so this isn't quasi-judicial. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida. I have to read this whole thing.
Hi, Clark.
An ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending ordinance number 2012-06, the Citrus County Land Development Code, as amended by amending section 1500 definitions, section 3102, special requirements for all accessory units, section 3190, home occupation, section 3704D, supplemental design standards, signage, Old Homosassa area redevelopment plan, section 4915, site grading permit, section 5705, tree preservation authority and scope, section 5510 wall, section 5750 mitigation requirements for tree protection, section 6005B objectives, stormwater management, section 6310A5, development permit requirements, non-residential design criteria, stormwater management, section 6420A, general requirements, residential permitting, stormwater management, section 7150B14, interim access, US 19 access management standards, section 7240E, design of parking lots, and section 7320, protection and use of rights of way, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, providing for codification that may arise from. Wow. My standards are different. Providing for codification, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. That was messy, but I think I got it all.
So, Madam Attorney, do we take these individually or do we do them as a whole?
As a whole.
What if somebody doesn't like one?
Then they would say that. And then in the final motion, after you all do your discussions, then you would decide which ones you want to agree and which ones you don't want to agree.
It's not an all or nothing.
Yeah, it's not an all or nothing, absolutely. And I believe that staff goes through the major ones.
Right.
All right.
So I heard your discussion before. This is a staff-initiated application. There's 2 items in here that are actually coming from citizens. The one thing from the board was a consensus in general to please look at the tree preservation standards. So you'll see that in here as well. I will tell you that we do have a planner with a landscape architect background now on staff. So she is working on a full rewrite of tree preservation. It's not before you. This is a stopgap to get there. But you'll see on our website, we have some new documents to assist developers. She has been working with various developers on trying to save more and more trees. So you are going to see a lot of improvement in the tree preservation and landscape areas coming before you shortly. Not tonight. These are A lot of this is dealing with things that have come up with code compliance special master. There are some misinterpretations by citizens. So you'll see some of that. There's a bunch of sections that change references to technical services now that they're renamed from engineering. You'll also see some stuff, home occupations completely rewritten because the statutes by the legislature have changed. So we were not in compliance with that. We needed to change that. What I have on the screen here is a change to the definition of gross floor area, and that is what Mr. Stillwell is here for, and I think this is the only item he's actually here for, so it's up to you if you want to call him separately for this one. He is asking for the red underlined areas. So floor area ratio is a measure of the intensity of a site. So if you've got a 1,000 square foot building, but you have 10 stories, then that's 10,000 square feet of area. And if your floor area is 1, that means you also have to have 10,000 square foot of lot area. So it's a measure of intensity. You can't put a huge skyscraper on a postage stamp is what floor area ratio is working on. So long ago, many, many moons ago, it was written to say it does include parking areas, lower level parking areas. So what he's proposing is if it is entirely a parking garage without exterior walls and used exclusively for parking, it should not be included on that. So it's up to you if you want to take his I know he wants to address this, and I don't think he wants to address anything else.
Board, are you okay with letting Mr. Stillwell come forward?
Yes.
Mr. Stillwell, would you like to dazzle
I think
us?
he should have to stay till the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Good evening, Clark Stillwell, 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building here in Inverness, Florida. First off, you got to understand floor area ratio, it does not apply to a single-family residence.
Thank you.
It only applies to commercial uses, and the area we're talking about is in the coastal high hazard area. I have a project, 3.3 acres, consists of 28 units. 24 of those are cabins.
Can you talk into your mic, because it's really hard
24
to
of
hear
those are cabins, 2 of those are mobile homes, and 2 of them are RVs. They were all built on grade, at grade. It's a traditional, historic, old Homosassa camp. They've experienced flooding multiple times. The last 2 times they decided they just don't want to go forward with constantly repairing these rental units built at flood. So we went through the process and we decided we would put in 18 units, 18 units that meet FEMA height, 18 units that meet Florida Building Code, wind load and all of that, 18 units that would reduce the stormwater on the site. But the fact of the matter is, because you raised them up under the current definition, they would not meet floor area ratio for Coastal Lakes Commercial of 0.30. Project right now is at 0.22. Even if we took the existing units, raised them up, and didn't park underneath, did nothing underneath, the definition would say you're now 4.44 and you couldn't do the project. To me, it just doesn't make common sense. We want people to be FEMA compliant. We want buildings that are better built to the 90 hurricane code. We want less density. We want less stormwater. But they're penalizing these folks simply because they have a vacant area underneath their rental unit. And again, this only applies to rental units or commercial. That apply to single-family residential. Single-family residential has no floor area. They're controlled by ISR. In this particular case, again, the ISR would go down, not up. So it was very frustrating because we thought we had a wonderful project, reduced density, but we were stuck with this. All we want to do is park cars underneath. And you're talking about floor area ratio, you're talking about living area. You know, you don't live underneath a rental apartment. No one lives there. It's short-term rental. No one's going to put storage in. No one's going to put walls in. The developer controls it. So it's a very, to my mind, a very common sense approach to bring us forward and allow redevelopment in a positive manner rather than hold them back and penalize them. It's that simple. I spoke very quickly because it's late. Questions? Get it?
And just to jump on that a little bit, this is countywide. He's talking about a specific project in a coastal area, but this would be countywide. And it doesn't matter whether it's rental or ownership. He's talking about his client. It's non-residential. Just non-residential does this apply to.
Right, right. But, again, it's countywide, but it really is just the west side of Citrus County where the coastal high hazard areas would apply. And you're really talking about redevelopment, which this project is vested, okay? And it's got a PUD on it from 2012. You would never approve 28 units under your current code there.
Clark,
Yeah.
we didn't have any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's what I get paid for. Thank you, Ms. Bass, for straightening me out.
All right, the next item actually came to us from a citizen in Old Homosassa. This particular site, now you can see, I did leave the picture on there. This particular person was cited by code enforcement because there's not an allowance for this kind of off-site advertising. However, we know that Old Homosassa, particularly the overlay area, is a very unique fishing, charter, et cetera, area, and they do like to assist each other with their commercial ventures. So what's proposed is they could have this additional signage as long as it's advertising something within the overlay area. And it would be allowed the same as a wall sign allowance, which is 1.5 times the width of the building. It wouldn't count as wall signs. Basically, they could keep what they have here, although I think the Bush Home Services is actually outside of the overlay. But the other stuff that's here possibly could stay. And this citation, of course, wouldn't have been able to be pursued. It's unique, just as Old Homosassa overlay is unique. No questions on that? No questions. All right. So you see a lot of things about trees. First of all, we did take off the circumference references constantly. That's just very confusing. So what is being, we already have in place that you cannot remove trees on vacant land, but we still are constantly getting the arguments from people, especially in code compliance when they're cited, is, but I got a permit. You can't do it before you get the permit. So this is actually trying to make it clearer, trying to help our special master. And the reason we're doing that, this took me all of 30 seconds to find 2 citations that I had to testify for special master. This is what people are doing. Now, the one on the left also has some camping. That's another problem, but they just don't know or they just don't care. But our special master, the age of doing it and hoping that for forgiveness is gone. Our special master is very strong on these, and he is enforcing the fines. So we want to make sure that the land development code is also tight enough to make it clear to people they cannot come in and clear cut without a permit for some kind of development. You can't come in and just get a tree removal permit. Now, what goes hand in hand with that is the administrative regulation. So, well, this is actually part of the land development code. We've had a tree credit of $125 since at least 2012, and I think it's probably around 2000. It's a ridiculous number. It'd be very, very hard today. A tree credit is a 4-inch tree. Very, very low-grade trees. About that, we had a planner look around at what nurseries cost, and that's pretty low. So what we did do is we looked at University of Florida. Again, this is a stopgap. We'll probably be coming before you with a lot better tree removals, but right now we felt that that particular credit cost for when non-residential sites want to take down more trees than they're allowed and not replant them completely. We do push to try to get them to replant. Sometimes they would rather pay the fee. And of course, because it's $125 a tree credit. So we borrowed, and I put in here the UF standards. It's a lot higher. So the cost to mitigate is going to be very, very, very much more than it is now, and hopefully people will keep trees or replant trees. That's the goal here. It's not a goal to make money. It's a goal to try to keep the nature coast and not have them get this side of, I'll just pay $125 and see ya. But what is happening is we do have a fund, the Landscape Enhancement Fund, and people are paying towards that, but we don't have any way to use that. So that's the administrative regulation. You can see it's almost a complete rewrite. What is proposed is to use that money that we get from the tree credits for county public projects for tree canopy. So we have already had our landscape architect planner talk with Parks and Rec. She's working with Parks and Rec, and she's also talking to the libraries. Eric Head's been great about his entire section, excuse me, and where we can apply this. We know some of the parks need help. We're working with them and possibly on the new animal shelter. And having that experience and having that knowledge is going to be very helpful. But this fund would allow for trees to be planted on public projects. We couldn't use this to give to Walmart or whatever.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Joanna, how does this differ? I understand that the tree canopy money is part of like a Beautify Citrus, if you will. We had just voted to take some tree money for signs and things. Is this a different pot of money?
is.
Or can it all be the same pot of money and we can use for?
They're coming from two separate spots. The Beautify Citrus is coming from the Special Master Fines for tree removal. And this is coming from developers that are not planting all their trees, so it's related to tree canopy. So that's the difference. They are two different pots. Both very nature coast oriented, and I'm excited to have them. We have some money in this fund from Target. Target paid into this fund with the $125 figure, so it's not a ton, but we can use that for a park or any other public project.
So if a building, let's just say a Target, is too big and they need too much parking and they take out more trees and they're like, okay, well, we can't plant any more trees, we're just going to pay into the fund instead.
That is how it is, yes, and that's why the fines, I think, will help make that not so attractive an option. We want them to try to keep those trees. Our planner was telling me all the trees she thinks she saved by talking to developers, and she is. She's doing a great job. When there's a big tree, she will work with them and try to fix it. She's gone out to some sites that are developed and pointed out, this tree's dead, these bushes are not working here. She's been very helpful so far. We've only had her for a few months, but absolutely are excited.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick?
I got a question about, can we make the developer that took out the trees, besides doing fine, make them replant trees on the property that they leveled?
We do. It's either or. They can't double. We can't double.
Okay, we can't do that?
We can't do a double. They either replant them, which
Okay.
is, the taking the 28 incher and putting the 4-inch doesn't work.
Yeah, so what you're saying is they can pay a fine and that's it?
Right, and that's why
Okay.
the fines are so much higher, like UF is recommending,
need to
because
be higher.
hopefully they won't pick that option.
They need to be higher.
They're pretty high. That table's pretty high there on the administrative regulation. It starts at 250, but it goes up to 7,000 plus 500 per
That's
2
nothing to
BTBH.
them.
That's a lot.
It's quite a bit more than what we have right now. With the
That's per
125
tree,
is a
yeah.
joke, and we know that. And we'll look at it again when we bring this back before you later this year for our tree schedule, but this is a good way of trying to make them keep those trees or replant.
I think this
Excuse
is pretty
me.
standard across, I mean, this is being widely enforced across the state now.
Yeah, UF is a good guideline for this, so, yeah, I agree.
Chairman, Commissioner Barrick, this is different from when they clear cut and they get a citation and they go to the special master. Those fines are sometimes $5,000 and $10,000. This is different. This is mitigation.
Yeah, this is where, the one tree, it's mitigation, they went to the magistrate. I understand the difference between the two. What I'm saying is, they should also be, I would like to see them pay the fine and put a tree back. Not just put a tree where we say to
Well,
put
I think what's happening, you're getting confused. If they go in and they clear cut whatever their development is, then they have certain landscape requirements after that. So they are required, either their what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, they have to mitigate or replant.
Well, if a development comes in and they cut down, they're required to do some landscape anyway.
Right, they're required to replant them of equivalent
Right,
or
if a
pay
de-
pay this difference.
if a
Yeah.
development comes in. But if a developer comes in, buys that lot, buys that lot, buys that lot, that's different.
That is different
And
because
that's
that's
what I'm
resident.
looking at,
Right.
okay, throughout the county. There are lots and lots of places where the developer buys a lot over here, clear cuts it. Buys a lot over here, clear cuts it. And they get a slap on the hand, okay? And the plant, and the trees never get put back on that land that they clear cut.
I'll tell you that the slap on the hand days are over. For residential, this is for non-residential options, but for
only for
residential, when they go to the special master is not slapping the hands. He's assessing fines, and that money is helping the Beautify Citrus Fund, and yeah, I think those times have passed. We've made it very clear with that special master, and he has certainly listened to us. So I've been testifying on those, and it's surprising. Sometimes they're lower than I'd like them to be, but he's definitely enforcing. I wasn't going to go into a lot more than this. I think a lot of it's self-explanatory, but I did not include to vote on that administrative regulation to adopt this fee schedule for now. There also is a protection and use of right-of-way. I'll just point that out very quickly. That comes from technical services. They did want to have a person qualified by the Florida Department of Transportation when you're doing some work on the right-of-way, have them on site. This did go before the Builders Association. Mr. Hall was very instrumental in some of the writing of this particular ordinance. And so I think this wording finally is acceptable to that group as well.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that
Wait, I got a question. What about section 12?
Section 12, all right.
Hold your ponies.
Section 12 is just renaming from land development because we haven't done that in a long time. It should not be my call on interim access management standards on US 19. That definitely would be the county engineer and technical services. Okay. But when this was written in 2012, engineering was under land development for this kind of stuff.
All right, saddle up again. Well, is there anyone in the public that would like to address the board? It's taken me all day to figure out that that's Mike Bridges.
Unrecognized.
About to say.
I asked you who.
I know, I didn't know, I know.
Do y'all realize that he got shaved? Someone in IT, whose name is definitely not Meredith because it's a he, got his chest waxed, and I almost got a buzz cut, like bald, because we were all at the animal shelter fundraiser instead
boy.
of the Coast
Glad
Guard
I
thing.
went to the ground.
All right, we're gonna go
I
back
can't
to
afford to
business.
lose anymore.
All right.
Said I was told there was no liquor involved either, right?
All right, Mr. Kennard.
I make a
Get us
motion
back
to
on track. Get us back on
approve
track.
OA-2024-00006 and direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance of the Land Development Division.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Finnegan.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
there was some additional information that I just wanted to make sure was a part of the motion. There was a C added for review and approve revisions to AR 13.
I would modify my motion to include C. I do want to make a comment before we vote, though.
Floor is yours.
All right.
And second.
I won't belabor the point. I don't know how many of these changes came from individual commissioners or which ones came from staff, but I would implore this board, when we've got, I'm not opposed to making changes where we need them, but I would implore all the commissioners on this board, when we've got things that we want to change, rather than taking it to staff and bringing it forward like this, bring it to this board. If it's 1, 2, or 3, let's have that discussion so that we're moving together as a board and directing Steve and directing staff. I think it's probably not a huge difference for us as a board. It's a big difference for the relationship that Steve ultimately has with his staff. Staff doesn't have him going to them with one set of things that need to be changed, and then the same staff members got 2 or 3 or 5 of us going to them and saying, I want to see this come up for a change, or I want to see this come up for a change. So again, I would ask you, bring those changes. Let's talk about them as a board, and then give one direction, board direction, to the county administrator.
Commissioner Kennard, just in case there's any question, I'm going to say this because there's only one that was specific to Homosassa. I did not know about that until it hit us. Like, so that one wasn't, well, none of them were me, but that one absolutely
Yeah,
wasn't me.
I honestly don't know. I didn't ask.
I didn't know if that's why it was directed, because there was only one for
No,
Homosassa.
not at all. This wasn't specifically directed at anybody, but just as a board, I'd like to see us have these conversations first, and then give one direction to the county administrator, and then he can go to his staff.
Madam Chair?
That's it.
My guess would be that I think someone said that staff said that it was some staff, some commission. The one thing on this list that we have all talked about up here publicly is tree ordinance and strengthening the tree ordinance. So from that perspective, that one came from us. Because I don't think, I had nothing to do with any of it other than publicly stated tree ordinance things, so.
I think some of that came out of our strategic planning,
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I know when I asked where they came from, and I was told, I also talked with our attorney and said, what can I do? And that was why she suggested that I come to you guys with my two suggestions, but I will get them written out a lot nicer.
That's, and you,
Yeah, and on the
So-
agenda.
yeah.
But she had said to bring it to you, and that's what I did. I brought it to you.
She's wrong.
There's a typo above the table.
All right, so we need to call the vote.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Awesome.
I'm gonna add some more to it.
How's that?
Believe me.
All right, gang.
Y'all are bossy, bossy, bossy.